Now, a Hutch's weather update with Chief Meteorologist Hutch Johnson, brought to you by Robert Gibb and Sons.
Hello, everybody. I'm meteorologist Hutch Johnson. You're watching Hutch's weather. Severe thunderstorm warnings are starting to fire across the region right now. I'm going to go ahead and go into some extended coverage on this. We'll touch on the forecast and, as always, touch on your questions. Storms tonight are forming in an environment where the temperatures have soared into the 90s. Hutch's forecast boosts to 95, spot on. We hit 95 here in Fargo-Moorhead, and well, it's humid too, and those will fuel some very stout thunderstorms. Now, the initial line is forming just off to the east. Let's get right to the latest radar, and I'll talk with this over the background. You see the more orange shaded boxes. Those are the active severe thunderstorm warnings. We're going to go into those first, and then we'll get to some more details. As is always the case with Hutch's weather, I appreciate you, your concerns, and your questions. And it is truly one of the only interactive experiences where you get to ask questions right here. So please do so. I am streaming on Facebook, and I am streaming on YouTube as well. So please pass the word along. If you have relatives out in the eastern part of the state, maybe they're out and about, and let them know. There are severe thunderstorms forming right now. We'll get right into the very latest on what's going on. The first storm warning that was issued here. This is in the White Earth area, and you see the how fast this storm formed. It formed. We have blue pixels on there. That would indicate some very large hail. That storm cell is right now located just to the northeast of the White Earth area. That's not very far of White Earth. It's about 5 miles just north of town. That is going to be heading right in the general direction of Elbow Lake out there, as that storm is expected to create ping pong ball sized hail. As I bring this over here, let me zoom out. Ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, and it formed very fast. I'm going to cut down the number of frames here so we see about the last 45 minutes. You can see nothing, shazam, bam. That thing formed right over the top of Highway 59 there, right south of Mahnomen. Now, it produced some hail there, but it's increasing in strength as it moves to Netawash and points south. If you are in the path of this storm, this is a very strong thunderstorm, and it's capable of very sizable hail. Let's take a look at the velocities. There is some spin and shear in our atmosphere today, and what we're looking for is stuff like this. See where there's bright red next to some green? That's a lot of spin in the atmosphere. The red is motion away from the radar, and the green is motion toward the radar in Mayville. So we'll be watching these storms very carefully. Just because Hutch sees green next to red doesn't mean that's what's happening on the ground. That's radar interpretation, and the radar is looking up at cloud level. So there is some spin at the clouds. Can that make it down to the ground for spinning thunderstorms? Yes. So if this storm is approaching your area, take it seriously. Hail is the number one risk right now. Get off the water, Gerald says, in that area. A lot of lakes out here as we take a look. And again, this strength is increasing with regards to the southern side near Strawberry Lake. So if you know anybody out there at Strawberry Lake right here on Hutch's radar, that's the area of concern with this rotation on the south side of the storm. Are you seeing anything? Share a photo when it's safe to do so. But if you are in the path of this storm, again, the main concern is a hail core. I'll show you where the hail core is, where we're going to see these pinks and blues on the radar display here, right here. So taking you in, that hail is headache size hail. And that hail core is showing up at cloud level, so it's probably going to be falling down as we get down a little bit further into the storm. This storm warning is in effect. We'll go ahead and read it to you and show you. The National Weather Service says it's for the areas of Mahnomen, Becker, and Clearwater County until 5 o'clock. Again, the main hail potential is the greatest concern right now. Ping pong ball sized hail. 60-mile-per-hour gusts also possible. Yeah, in the Oakley area, hoping all safe. Leora, thanks so much for joining. Let's take a look at this storm to the south that just went severe too on the border. This one has been festering and fizzling down there in parts of Richland County, and it's crossing that border right now. In the Red River Valley, we'll have a chance of storms in a couple different time frames. I'll show them to you, but we will have to be concerned most here in the Red River Valley early this evening, and then the shift should be to the east for the severe weather threat. This storm is intensifying as it moves over Elmore, Tyler, heading towards Doran. As you look at the Great Bend area here, see the big bend there? That's Well, that area there is where this storm is moving, right over areas just south of Wahpeton, Breckenridge. This is a hail producer as well. The National Weather Service's concern on this is ping pong balls and 60-mile-per-hour gusts. Let me get you to the radar on this particular storm, and we'll take you in just a little bit closer. The pink area here on the latest display, just south of Wahpeton, moving over the valley, the river valley here, is where that hail potential is greatest. It's moving in the general direction of Doran, and the storm warning from the Weather Service says this cell is moving east at 35 miles per hour. So I can measure for you as it makes its way through where it's heading. Let's go ahead and take a look at that core moving east, southeast. It's moving. I'm going to put it at a little bit faster clip than the Weather Service said because there is a delay in broadcasting. And if you have a slow connection or Hutch has a slow connection, there can be a delay. That's why I do that, because I want you to have plenty of time. Elmore, 3 minutes. It'll be over you. The hail core will. You're probably already getting rain in some of these communities. Doran, in 10 minutes, it'll be in your neck of the woods. Add 10 minutes to Hutch's timestamp at the top of your page. Now, we'll head off in the general direction of Grant County and the Wendell area. So that's still quite a ways of time away. We'll keep you apprised of this storm. But again, hail the size of ping pong balls and gusty straight line winds. Is this storm showing signs of rotation? Pardon me, we'll take a quick look here. Now, you can clearly see greens and reds in the storm, so there is some spin in this particular cell. We'll keep you apprised of that. Let's see if that's got a history. Has it been there for a while? Now, there it is. It's been there for the last couple of scans. Is this storm velocity visible here? Oh, yeah, you betcha. See the reds and the greens and the whites next to each other? Now let's take a look at a different tilt and see if it's apparent in a higher scan in the cloud. That's the reflectivity. Pardon me while I tip this back down, and I'm going to tip the radar back up here for the velocity and look at tilt 2. See if there's still greens and reds next to each other. I'm not seeing that at this time. It's almost all unidirectional, but when you have really fast winds next to slower winds, then that does create some shear spin too. National Weather Service is watching it. The storms are forming in an environment that does have a little bit of spin, and I'll be keeping my eyes on that for you tonight. Let me show you what else we're watching for. Thanks so much, Barbara. Good to have you on board again. Thanks, Brian, for sharing stars. Brenda, thanks for letting folks know. Look at this in the boundary waters up here by Ely. There's a severe thunderstorm warning north of Duluth. Ping pong ball size hail, and also there's a risk there of some damaging straight line winds. Look at the spin in this puppy out here from the Duluth radar. Spin towards and away from the radar there. That's a pretty stout storm taking place in the boundary waters up there. This is north and west of Ely. So these storms here, as we loop them through, working their way off, notice they're kind of drifting east-southeast there in the general direction of Ely right now. Okay, here's the setup that we have. I want to talk a little bit about temperature, the available moisture to the storms, the spin in the atmosphere, and we'll continue to check up on these. This will serve as not only a severe thunderstorm warning and update, but it will also serve as a forecast update too, and we'll get you the very, very latest in your hands. Now that some storms are firing, we can look together, you and me, at which models are doing the best. The time right now, 4:20, storms firing just now at the 4 o'clock hour. They stretch from Richland County. This looks a lot like one of the models I showed you in the morning update and last night. We have active tornado warnings, by the way, for our viewers in parts of southern Manitoba. These have been some rotating and spinning storms from their radars up there, and these are heading in the general direction of northern Minnesota. Do you see this long tailing line that's in the atmosphere here? Scoot this just a little bit closer. You see that right there? That is an outflow boundary that's getting puked out by this thunderstorm. A very gusty line of rain-cooled air is what's causing that. This is actually causing a cloud. That cloud with raindrops is visible to the radar, and there you have it. We can see the outflow that this storm is creating. Right here in this little area where the outflow is intersecting the storm, that's where there is some rotation with that particular storm. And it even has a hook on it as we take a look at the latest display as it moves towards Minnedosa. Nipawa, these areas here south of Sandy Lake are seeing this. See this little hook right here? That is where the most likely location of the rotation is. We'll go ahead and put on some velocity from our radar up in Canada here. And you can see that it co-locates with that little hook that we saw right in this area, heading in the general direction of Rapid City on this particular map. So dangerous rotating storms are spinning out of southern Manitoba, rather. And they're heading in the direction of you folks in Winkler. Hi, Jody. Good to have you on board. Thanks, Linda. How large is the hail forecast? There could be storms tonight with temperatures in the 90s. Hot air rises pretty quickly. With cold air moving in over the top of it, that makes it rise even more quickly. It's going to support big hail over 2 inches in diameter will be possible tonight. So storms continue. If you are in Winkler, these storms, let me give you an idea of how far away that rotating storm is. It's on its way to the Brandon area right now, heading in the general direction of Winkler. So the rotating storm is about 21 miles from Brandon, Manitoba, and from Winkler, it's about 116 miles away from that area. So that'll be moving down later tonight. So later, there'll be a risk for some showers and storms there. Jody, thank you so much for your sharing stars. Is Fargo going to get anything? Notice this, these storms are firing here, and that's east of us. That's a very good sign, but it doesn't mean we're out of the woods yet. I think our risk in Grand Forks, Fargo is going to be earlier between now and say the next couple of hours or so, and then things will shift off to the east. Let's go over that model for you. Hi from Grand Forks, Jessica. I want to tell you there is some spin in the atmosphere. We're going to do a quick and very thorough analysis right now of what we're looking at. And again, I'm going to look at my other channels here because I'm broadcasting, multi-broadcasting to many different channels here. My YouTube channel, it's going there as well. Pass along to your friends if they don't happen to have Facebook. You know, some people just don't like Facebook. Jennifer, thank you so much for your stars, by the way. All of you, thank you for your support. If you have a friend that doesn't like Facebook, have them look me up on YouTube. Those are the 2 channels I'm using right now, and some exciting news coming in the near future from Hutch's Weather. Let's go ahead and turn on the reflectivities behind the radar here. I'll have that. I'm having problems. Oh, that's because Hutch has the wrong radar turned on. There we are. These are 2 individual cells heading in the general direction of Fergus Falls and areas of southern parts of the Wilkin County area, just near Wahpeton, Breckenridge right now. It's going to clip and it's going to head in the general direction of the Wendell area right now. That storm looks like it's holding its intensity as it moves out of the Wahpeton area. You are in a warning. This storm has shown some signs of some spin, and it does have 1.5 inch as the estimated Doppler radar estimate for hail size. A quick check on this puppy here. You see the bright blues? That thing has some bark as it moves to Elbow Lake. So if you are in that Elbow Lake area, Strawberry Lake area, this is a big time hail producer here. This one was showing some signs of spin as well. There are 3 individual thunderstorm cells here. One is near Nadawash. That one too could have sizable hail. But it looks like the best chance of that is just to the south of town as I reinitiate my pointer hand here. Okay, so here we got a hail core right over that Elbow Lake area, just off to the east of White Earth here. As we zoom in real close, we could see Mary Point Lake right here and Elbow Lake right here, and it's skirting right between those 2 areas. Get off the water. That storm is moving to the south and east. You ask Jessica, we'll deliver your answer here. Watch, see it? Moving this way. So let me time out where it's going to be, when it's going to be for you, and then we'll move on to the forecast because I want to see and answer questions for what people can expect with regards to when storms are going to get to these different areas. Goldenrod, 27 minutes. So it's basically over rural parts of the county right now. So keep that in mind. It's saying it's a long time before it reaches anything with too much population. And notice that it looks like the the Ergo area in about 40 minutes or so. Emmaville, if you folks are at Cub Scout camp, that's the Emmaville area up there in Hubbard County. I've been there with my boys. We've done all kinds of fun stuff out there. This is a very nasty hail-producing storm right now, and it's making its way towards you. It is expected to be in your area in about 45 minutes. So you can turn the clock forward about a half hour. That puts us right at 5 o'clock. So right close to 5 o'clock. Check back again. We'll let you know if this puppy still is severe. And then let me check again at the spin, if this one's showing some. And it still has indications of spin. It does have indications of some rotation in a couple different areas. Again, I want to remind you, this does not mean that we have a tornado on the ground in this area. It means that the radar is seeing that there's some pretty tight spin in this storm, and it is at cloud level. So keep that in mind while I type up something. Pardon me while I'm doing a little bit of looking up here of some details. Okay, so this storm has some spin on the south side, a little bit more on the north side. Another cell looks like it's making its way up. Remember, I told you there were 3 specific cells with this. All of them have just a little bit of spin, but the big risk is this hail core moving right over the lakes area from Strawberry Lake, Elbow Lake, and down into the Mary Point Lake area. So dangerous storms, get off the water, please. Get into a sturdy structure. A mobile home may not be good enough to sustain winds that could be as high as 60 or 70 miles per hour from these storms as they work their way through. So that's the area of concern right now. That'll be heading in the direction of Emmaville. Look at this separate cell that's just firing here. These are individual thunderstorm cells. This is one of the reasons why on a radar image from a long ways away, it looks like the storms split and go around you, right? So if you look at this from a long ways away, it looks like a solid line of storms. You get in, oh, we see detail here, and there's another big-time hail producer that's forming right now, not far from Lake George. It's right on the Highway 200 corridor, right at Lake Itasca, and south of Verne. Okay, so this one is moving into that Itasca area, and that one is also capable of some sizable hail. It's going to be moving off in a similar direction at about 35 miles per hour. From Walker, I can tell you it is generally about, it's about 27 to 28 miles to the west-northwest of you in the Walker area. This is not going to hit Bemidji at this time, but there could be development up in your general area. So again, strong storms. There is a thunderstorm watch for all these yellow counties, by the way. That's until we get to the 10 o'clock time frame. So let's take a look here at the map, and let's take a look at your questions. Thank you so much. Bonnie says, I am in red. Is that bad? Yeah. The storm that's making its way in your area is red. That's heavy rain. In the red areas, the orange is very heavy rain. Once we start getting into the dark reds and the pinks, we're probably into that hail core of this storm. If you want to see some cool technology here, let's look at cool technology, and let's take this puppy 3D. And then we can look at how high these cloud tops are with the hail cores here. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm still learning how to use this in a little bit more detail here. But what we're going to look at behind my head here is a 3D image of what we're seeing. And I'm zooming in very slowly because it's very touchy, I've found. And I'm going to zoom this over. There's the cells that we're looking at here. These are the ones moving over Lakes Country right now. This is in the Monoman and Nadawash area. And we'll go in, you can see the heater on the ground. That's the radar display. And it's showing us that that particular core is working its way off to the east. And we can see into the cloud. And we can actually see when I tilt this guy just a little bit, I'm going to pull this down. We can see the cloud above it. So there's different slices that the radar takes through the storm, and then we fill in the middle of what we think is happening in between the slices, and this gives us our 3D projection. Now, what I'm going to do on this is I'm going to turn off some of the lower reflectivities so we get rid of the cloud colors, these greens and the light whites here, and we'll start dialing it back to the hail core. And then we can see how high the reds are going in the sky. The higher the reds or the pinks are going in the sky, then the stronger the updraft must be. If we have strong updrafts and we're getting pinks way up high above the ground level here, that's a good indication that those large hailstones could make their way down to the ground. So enough fidgeting. Let's get up to the higher DBZ levels here, reflectivity levels. And what we can see is the reds are extended all the way up. It's really high. So as we zoom in a little bit closer, we can see that in the core of the cloud above the ground, the pinks are extended well above the ground here. and that could bring a chance of some significant hail. So that's a look at the storm that's making its way toward the Nadawash area. Let's go back into this other cell right here. I'm going to do a slice through that one. So let me grab the slicing cheese grater here, and we'll draw a line through that storm. Now we'll go back and look at it over here. Oh my, yeah, look at the pinks. It's up over 11, 12,000 feet, maybe up as high as almost 15,000 feet in the atmosphere. And the core over the top of that cell, this is the one that's south of Nadawash, is making its way in. So now we go back to the radar display and we show you it's south of Nadawash right here, and it's moving in towards Elbow Lake. And it's also just south of Elbow Lake is where the greatest hail risk is going to be. So Lakes country there. Was about dime size. It looks to be done at the moment. Melody, thank you. Can you tell me precisely where you're located? Sun shining in Nadawash, Minnesota right now. And look at that. Isn't that something? That core has moved through. There's Nadawash and the sun is shining, and the sun comes shining through, right? That's right, after the storm. So severe thunderstorm warning was just now issued for northern Hubbard County for that other cell we just analyzed. Let's get to the latest on that one. Considerable damage and lime-sized hail is going to be possible from that cell. That's moving right towards the Cub Scout camp. So please, I know that the folks out there do an absolutely outstanding job at keeping our kids safe if they're out at Cub Scout camp. That's where this storm is heading. It's going to be in that general area. Considerable damage is possible from this storm. 60-mile-per-hour winds and 2-inch diameter hail. Let's analyze that one. Let me get you to the latest from the Weather Service and what they're saying. And we'll show you. You can read it with me. Hubbard County and parts of Clearwater County until 5:15. This storm's moving east a little faster, 45. And it's more due east than southeast. That's a good point to know. We're expecting 2-inch diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour gusts, damage to roofs, damage to trees. Winds can cause power lines and tree branches to blow over as well. So that is a look at that particular storm cell. Let's close out this 3D business behind my melon here. And let's go ahead and take a look at the radar display down to the south. Here's what's going on with this cell down near the Wahpeton area. It's south of Foxhome right now. This is moving in. There's more hail showing up in this puppy right now, because before it was not looking this strong, and now we've got the blues starting to show up. It's right over the Doran area. Highway 75 has just crossed that corridor. It's north of Campbell. And how far north of Campbell, you ask? Hutch has your answer. That core of the hail looks to be about 5 miles to the north-northwest of you in Campbell. This storm is moving off to the east. Let's check the latest rate of movement as measured, 40 miles per hour. So these are some fast movers, right? 40 miles per hour will zip out just a little bit so I can get you a better view. Here is a look at where this puppy's heading. It's near Doran now. It's moving off in this east-southeasterly direction. I'm going to put it at about 43 miles per hour to take care of that that broadcast time between me and you, and maybe a delay if you're buffering right now. How's your internet connection? Can you see me in HD? Is everything looking good? Thanks, Hutch. Thank you, Gordon. I appreciate you watching so very much in Fargo. What do you expect for Otter Tail? Here's the storm heading into the southwest corner of Otter Tail County. This is a big-time hailer, and it's moving towards Dalton in about 33 minutes. Dalton area has been hit hard in the last 4 years with storms, including a drill bit tornado, as I recall, and even some loss of life in the area. They're just terrible storms in southern Otter Tail County and in that area. Making its way out towards Squire in about 22 minutes. So right now it's mainly over rural areas just off to the east of you folks in north of Campbell. It's heading right towards Western. Here's where it's heading towards too. There's Dalton and the I-94 corridor. So basically, if you're in 10 Mile Lake area, that area is right in the path of this hail core. Prepare for large hail now. Stay away from windows. You have time to put the vehicles in the garage. That's what's going on with that particular storm. Thank you so much, Jason, for your input. Internet's good. Glad to hear it. We live right here, Joe says. Thank you for that. I live right here too. And let's see, good in Bemidji right now. That's good. And how's St. Thomas looking in North Dakota? Let's go over that forecast. Everybody wants to know when their area is going to get hit and if. A couple of things to keep in mind. I got to turn my tools off here. right now. Oh boy, we got storms moving down towards Winkler and a warning for your area, by the way. We have a line of storms forming here. This is the main event. We have a batch of storms moving out of Manitoba and moving towards Winkler right now. Those are severe. So the storms have formed east of the FM area. Does that mean we're out of the woods? I don't want to go out on that plank and walk it. Okay, this isn't the first pirate ship I've sailed on. So we could see some development here, but the best chance of severe weather tonight of significance looks to be to our east. Let's go to the models and see what they're saying. I'm going to pull the model up right now and we'll look at that. And we're going to look at a couple of different models together and we're going to analyze the very latest from these models right now. Let me see if there's any questions coming in on my other channels here. So pardon me while I go ahead. Thank you so very much for watching. I'm going to type a thank you to all of my YouTube channel watchers. This is where you can, internet it right to your TV and watch Hutch in HD. Hopefully your signal's going on good. Hey, if you're watching on YouTube, let me know how your signal is looking. Sitting in Winkler, hoping the storms miss us. Hope they missed the Brainerd area. The race cars are stored there. Yep, that's right. Boy, how about that over at BIR? Okay, let's take a look at our forecast as I'm flipping between information that is being provided. Your connection looks great. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that very much. And how is Ottertail looking? Let's get to the questions right now. This is the very latest forecast model. Let's see how good it is. Here it is, firing storms on a line from Richland County into central Minnesota. Notice what's going up near Winkler, storms there. This looks a lot like what we're seeing on the radar. It's not exact, but it's pretty close. Notice it doesn't have this storm in Becker County moving into the Natiwash area. It is showing a little bit of activity though, and it's not too far from where things are flapping and flopping out there. So let's get right to it now. Let's carry on. Chances on this model in Fargo are low, and I'd say it is lower here in Fargo and Grand Forks than it is for our neighbors to the north and east. The storms along the international border, this model says drift east. Check out behind Hutch's chair, and I do apologize for my mug being in the way. Let me see, I'll just maybe turn me off here. There we go. Whoops, I turned the wrong thing off. Let me turn me off. There we go. Now you can see. Okay, so this model races things through, and notice the stuff that's forming now near the Itasca area explodes as it heads towards Cloquet and Duluth. Walker. And if you happen to be in the area of Grand Rapids, these storms will turn into a major wind event as we go into the late evening hours after 8 o'clock. For most of our area, I think the risk goes to the east and far north by the time we get to that. That's model one. Do I like this model? It's not the best I've seen today. Let's take a look at another one and let's check this puppy out, shall we, together? Now, let's see if it's initializing okay. Here we sit. This is 10 a.m. Let's see. Let's get a little bit farther. Oh, let me see if this is the most recent one. It is. Okay, so we're going to carry this through to about now. Now we're looking at about 3 to 4 o'clock, and it's showing a line forming near Fargo. So this model says Fargo is not out of the woods yet, and there could be some storms firing to our north. If that happens, and if we do get storms firing to the north, then we'll have a chance here. But I don't know if I see that happening. Let Hutch tell you why. Here's my gut talking to me. Do you hear it? Let me turn this camera on. Okay, this model doesn't even show the goings on right now in Lakes Country. So because of that, I don't trust this model. I'm throwing it out with the bathwater right now. We're not going to waste another second on that, bicycle ride. I don't want to go down that street. Let's take a look at another model here. Get us into the evening hours here. Here we go. This is about your 3 o'clock time frame. And boom, there they form. Notice where they form. Not bad. This looks like what we're seeing about now. This one carries a chance of a few storms near Grand Forks and Crookston. Quickly, the main event forms here in central Minnesota. I think I like this model the most bestest. This event carries its way through the arrowhead of Minnesota as we go into the early evening time frame. 6 o'clock to 4 to 6 o'clock. There's 7 o'clock. Now look at it racing toward the Twin Cities with a wind event. That's this backward C shape. See the U there? That means very gusty straight line winds in excess of 70 miles per hour will be possible in the Twin Cities area and St. Cloud and possibly up near Duluth. So that's a look at this model. Because this model seems to be the one that might be off to the best start with regards to it, let's take a look at what this model is thinking for severe weather parameters like spin in the atmosphere. Where is that risk the greatest? Are you interested in that? Let me know what else you're interested in, and I'll go back to our severe storm coverage because we got some whoppers out there of storms heading towards Winkler, heading into the Emmaville area right now. We're going to look at the risk for tornadoes. This is called the tornado parameter, okay? Where the ingredients are there for tornadoes. Notice that the spin in the atmosphere is here this evening, dinner hour, in the Twin Cities area and out toward Duluth, and there's a little bit of that evident up in North Dakota. It's not as strong, but it's still there. So the greatest risk for the spinnies is going to be in central to eastern portions of Minnesota. As we go through the early evening, this will vacate the area pretty quickly as we head towards dusk. That's a look at the very latest forecast and the timing. Let's get back to what's going on. Hutch in full HD is way higher quality than broadcast TV channel. Wow, thanks, Mark. I sure appreciate you, and you know it. Thank you very much. Bemidji says, hearing thunder. Let's get back to the radar, shall we? Let's go to the latest on that. By the way, I just want to say we'll keep you safe. I'll be here with you to kind of let you know which storms are the ones to worry about, which aren't. But we have active warnings now, firing as expected. And again, I think this is going to shift off to the east. And this model, the models, a couple of them have shown this cluster moving off towards Grand Rapids, where we have a new warning for you. If you're in Grand Rapids, this is a long ways between radar here. I like to call it radar no man's land. You are halfway between Mayville, North Dakota, where the radar here in the valley is, and Duluth. And because of that, the radar beams get really high over you. So sometimes a storm looks unimpressive moving towards Deer River and the Federal Dam area. But now let's switch radars and let's go to the radar in Duluth. And it's a little bit more apparent, but still, it looks like a little blip. This is not a little blip. This is a nasty storm. This storm is moving in the general direction of Grand Rapids with ping pong ball sized hail and a 60-mile-per-hour wind threat. This warning is in effect for Grand Rapids. If you happen to be watching there, let them know Hutch is on with this storm for you, moving east at 45 miles per hour. That's going to put it in your area. It could have some huge ping pong ball size hail. Now, the core of this storm is here, moving in the general direction of Grand Rapids. I'm going to put it at 45 miles per hour. I sometimes overestimate the speed for a reason, because sometimes there's buffering of our signal between your TV and your router, or my broadcast and my router, right? So I want to give you time to prepare. Deer River, 18 minutes from the current time. I got to get the current time stated back up here. So let's see if I can put that back up. Okay. I think I'm covering it up. There we go. There's your time, 4:43. So Ball Club, be there in about 8 minutes. Deer River, about 15 minutes for you. That's right at high 5 o'clock. So this storm is nasty, heading towards Grand Rapids by about 35 minutes from now. So in the Deer River to Grand Rapids area, right along Highway 2, this storm is going to skirt and follow Highway 2 right into town. We'll keep you posted on that on the other side of Leech Lake over there. Now, let's check out what's heading towards Leech Lake, south of Bemidji. And if you happen to be at Cub Scout camp, here's what you need to know. Considerable damage. Lime-sized hail, 2-inch hail moving into Lake George right now. This is just by the, let's see if I can pronounce this right, Rita. Cabacona Corner. Give me a thumbs up if I got close. That on Highway 71, that's that corner. It takes you right up into Bemidji. We got 3 cells here. 1, 2, 3. All of them have hail potential, and the hail potential is considerable. There's also this cell near the Wilkinson area. That's considerable as well. It's staying south of Bemidji for now for you, Rita. And good evening. Good to have you on board, Simon. Thanks for watching. Watching from Nadawash, just downpoured here, and the sun is out. Thanks for the update. Now, as we zoom in just a little bit near LaPorte and Lake George, we see that some of the blues in this cell are gone, but not this one. So right here where the other storms initiated, I'll move this and I'll let you watch the loop. Boom, this storm formed. That one's moving towards Cass Lake. That storm formed here, and where'd this one come from? Let's watch again. That's a new one. This one is moving east. This one just formed on the south side, probably from the outflow of this storm. So that storm is just forming and intensifying over Lake George. We'll watch it, and it is looking like it's getting stronger. Bonnie, thank you for tagging and sharing. I appreciate you. Check out this Lake George storm right here, just off to the west, right on Highway 200, right at Lake Itasca. This is round 2 for you, and another sizable hail estimate from the Doppler radar there. Are any of these storms rotating? A quick example or test of that. that or look at that here with Hutch, and we'll take a look. Well, I see a change in wind speed. Let's see if we, nothing tight, nothing right next to each other. The greens and reds are separated by white. That tells Hutch that it's more of a broad spin like this instead of a tight spin like this, like you might find in a spin up. I'll keep you posted on that. We're in an environment that could be friendly for severe thunderstorms to produce a tornado tonight. Speaking of which, Park Rapids, Nevis area, and Emmaville. Emmaville is where we have the Cub Scout camp area here. Let's check in on you folks right now. If you're in the Emmaville area, notice this, there is no warning in Emmaville itself, but there's some pretty strong storms heading your way. And there's one just north of you that's forming near Lake George. So here's Emmaville, here's Lake George. It's kind of skirting between you guys right now. You're probably going to feel a gust of some pretty healthy storms. Rita, thank you so very much. Yeah, Cabacona Corner, and she says I pronunciated it right. Okay, good enough. Here's the Arago area. This storm here has been pretty stout, remains very strong. There's a new warning issued for Walker and the lake area there for the entire northern part of your county. As we look, lime-size hail, a considerable damage threat is expected. That's from the National Weather Service. Checking in on southwestern Otter Tail County and our Fergus Falls viewers and viewers near Dalton. What about Black Duck? I'll get to you. And we'll go back to that storm right now in just a second here. But Black Duck is well south of those storms. That doesn't mean they couldn't get here. New warning just issued by the National Weather Service includes Fergus Falls for this nasty cell right here. They just issued this severe thunderstorm warning, considerable damage threat with this because of the hail size it's showing. Remember, our air is 86 degrees in Fergus Falls right now, and down to the south, Elbow Lake is 92. Dew points in the 50s and 60s are enough moisture in the air to really cause these things to have the fuel they need to make some big hail. This is moving towards western. This storm is moving mainly in that general direction of you in Ashby, skirting along the county line there. Otter Tail County line. This is Grant County, Wendell, Elbow Lake, heading into Douglas County out here, not far from you folks in the Evansville area on I-94, and that carries off, of course, into the Alexandria area. Let's read the latest. Battle Lake is also included in this warning. Could be some development here taking place right now. Let's take a look. Wilkin County, Grant County, and Otter Tail County until 5:45, moving east at 35 miles per hour. 2-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this cell as it works its way across the county. So that's what the Weather Service is seeing. Let's take a look at what we're seeing with the latest scans. And, you know, this is really the power of having someone go over the radar with you with a little bit of experience. That way we can look. There's a kind of a neat feature here with this storm here. You see this little notch? We call that a V notch. And sometimes that happens when a storm separates, but it can also happen when we get a rotating thunderstorm where the north side of the storm is circulating one way and the south side circulating the other way. It can create this. Okay, so when we see that, this now we can say is more than likely going to be one of those mothership type storms. It's circulating on its own. It has this broad, large scale rotation. That large scale rotation can add to the updraft strength. So anywhere from Elbow Lake to Fergus Falls to Battle Lake is in the path of this rotating thunderstorm. Now, the danger for the hail right now is right on the county line. Okay, that's moving off to the east and it's moving at about 35. I'm going to put it at about 40 miles per hour for the calculations here, and update you on the timing of when this storm is going to be making its way towards places like Dalton, 24 miles away from you. Okay, so 24 minutes away from you. So at 50, we take that to about 5:10 to 5:15. It should be moving in the general direction of you in Ashby. It'll cross the Highway 59 corridor fairly shortly as well. Fergus Falls, you're in the warning, but the nastiest part of this storm is just down to the south of you. Small hail reported, by the way, by Jill in the Belts area. Jill in the Breckenridge area. I'm reading too many things at once. Can you read with both eyes different things? Feels like that's what Hutch is doing right now. Let's talk hail. If you get hail, I want you to know my friends at the Weather Service and Hutch Johnson right here want pictures. And if you take pictures and you happen to have a ruler handy, you can set the hail right next to the ruler. That's very helpful. And we can get an idea of how big the hail is. Of course, you don't want to do this in the middle of the storm. You want to do this when it's past. I want you to peruse the yard and look for the biggest hailstone you can find. That tells us how big it was at cloud level. And they do melt a little bit as they're falling. They melt as they've been sitting there. Find the biggest hailstone. Measure the largest diameter. They're not always perfectly round. Some of them are oblong, and measure it across the longest part. So we get the longest measurement across. And we can sometimes compare it to things we have on hand. Do you have a quarter in your pocket? If you have a quarter in your pocket, a quarter has a diameter of 1 inch. So if that hailstone covers perfectly the quarter, you know it's 1 inch in diameter, and we have a known measurement, and that's very, very helpful. Jason wants to know, is hail the primary threat? Because of the heat and humidity, hail is the number one threat, and that could be very large. That's why the National Weather Service is using the term considerable damage possible. We're talking greater than golf ball sized hail, lime size, 2-inch diameter hail, greater than golf balls. That's going to be problematic. So if this storm is heading towards you in Wendell, the Highway 59 corridor of northern rural Grant County, this storm is going to be capable of some very large hail as it works its way towards you. And that, of course, can be dangerous. So a little bit of a note there. If you do have a picture to share with the group, you can post it right here. I'll be trying to do my very best to look at feedback that I'm getting here from you. At the same time, I've got a lot of channels, right? People sometimes email me pictures. I've got a couple pictures here that I'm looking at right now. So pardon my distraction. While I loop the radar, we have severe thunderstorms. They're working their way into southern parts of Otter Tail County, northern parts of Grant County now. A bunch of storms straight south of Bemidji right now that are heating it up all the way from northern Hubbard County, not far from Emmaville, straight into Grand Rapids. Those are the main areas of concern. Winkler, you got a storm heading in your general direction. From the Manitou area, it looks like it's going to miss you. Some rain-cooled air burping out of Canada right now. Okay, so that's the goings on at this particular time. As we take a look at I'm going to take a look at some of the things that you've sent me. Thank you very much for all of your reports. Pardon my eyeballs while I wander over here and look and see what kind of pictures I've got. Developing storms. Thank you for your photos there. I thank all of you for uploading them. Let's see. Yep, looking from Bajou, some clouds. Thank you for your cloud photos. And it looks like some folks are reporting warm weather. Some folks watching from Aruba, and I appreciate you watching from Aruba. I got a picture, and looks like the sandy beach is looking mighty fun. And I got a picture that I'm waiting for it to load right now. So let me clean up the broadcast here. I'm going to look at the National Weather Service channel, see if we have any reports of severe weather. By the way, let's take a look at that. I'm going to turn those weather reports on now. Downtown, good to hear you. Praying it stays away from the Cormorant area, camping there. I'll tell you what, right now, most of the storms are to the north, and the whole line here is passing Cormorant. So as that continues to happen, the risk in Fargo and Cass County goes down because this will be the main event. That doesn't mean we can't see something form on the backside. Hutch has seen that happen before. But again, the main event right now is firing right here, and you are on the precipice of that. If I were to draw a line with Hutch's pencil, you could see this leading edge, and right here, yeah, Cormorant area is right here. You're on the line, as is Pelican. So we'll keep our eyes on any development that happens between these two areas. A couple models showed that. It looks like Brock says we had some power flickers in the Forks. Must be very warm weather. You know, a lot of air conditioners are getting that first swing right now. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say I really appreciate you. I appreciate you watching. I appreciate you passing the words. And I appreciate you remembering my sponsors. One of them, Precision Lawn and Landscaping, sponsoring the radar that you're seeing here. And my premium sponsors over at Robert Gibb and Sons. Speaking of air conditioners, this is the time of year you turn them on. And if they don't work, you got to call somebody. Please keep Hutch's sponsors in mind. Give them a call at Robert Gibb and Sons. They'll help you stay cool as our heat is on today across the valley. Maybe it's something simple, but they know. As they like to say, you know, they sell the very best, but they service the rest. And that's something to keep in mind. All right, check it out. Storms continuing. Grand Rapids, you have a severe cell capable of some ping pong balls making its way in towards you. Northern Hubbard County and the Walker area seeing storms working their way out of Lake George and into the Walker area. And the Arago area, we have some blue in this, heading right to areas north of Park Rapids. This is not far from Emmaville. Let me take you in a little closer. So there's Dorset. That is right in that same area as well, Nevis and on up into the Emmaville area. So all of this here is the Cub Scout camp area that the Emmaville turnoff. So this storm is pretty stout, still a big hailer heading in the general direction of that Cub Scout camp. There is a warning in place, considerable damage, and the latest update says golf balls are possible from that storm. Appreciate all of you watching again. Thank you for the love on the tie. I appreciate it. I got spiffied up a little bit today because I knew I would be doing some extended coverage. The forecast, by the way, has been updated. You can watch the latest on that if you want to get to that. We did go over that moments ago. I do want to point out a couple of fun things here as we look at other coverage stuff going on across the area. Here's what's going on right now. In Fargo-Moorhead, the risk of thunderstorms is a little lower than it is to the east. Right now, Moorhead, you have 93. Hutch has 93 at the airport there. That's east of town. Then as we go up towards, oh my gosh, look at this. It's 97 right now. 97 degrees at Hector International Airport. That's not far from a record. Let me dig through my paperwork here. I got it listed right here because Hutch has paper and the paper is right here. And I have notes and I make these every day as I'm making your forecast. And it says the record today is 96. No, that's tomorrow. The record today is 101. We're at 97. Tomorrow's record is 96. So if today was tomorrow, we would have broken a record. 101's a record. We're only 4 degrees away. That's record heat. Holy buckets of steaming rhinoceros slobber. That's a lot of heat. That means your air conditioner's working overtime there. Okay, let's take a look at what's going on with your questions right now. We do have a lot to cover. I wanted to show you on the radar here a couple of things. I'm going to turn on storm reports. If we get a storm observation and a report of hail is made to the Weather Service, you're going to know about it first because it'll pop up right on Hutch's screens. Let me pull this up. Bing. We're going to turn them on. We're going to turn on only I'll turn on the last 12 hours of reports, and you're going to start to see some populate. Look what happened early this morning, just outside of Watertown. 2-inch diameter hail first thing in the morning, and those headed their way out towards the Bloomington area, and there were some thunder showers just there. Talked to the my lovely daughter out in the Twin Cities and said, woofda, Dad, there was some storms out here near Rochester. And indeed there were. So there are some strong storms out there. Those are exiting now. And another round is on its way toward the Twin Cities. Now, what's going on now? Do we have any reports of hail from this one? Nope, it hasn't shown up on my thing yet, not on my screen. I'm going to watch all channels for you and do my best to report what these storms are doing, but you can help me do that as well by passing along your reports if you're watching south of Bemidji, Walker, Grand Rapids. Hey, some of these folks in Grand Rapids, some of these folks out in Hibbing, they don't know too much about Hutch because in television, when I worked there, our signal cut off there. Not no more. Hutch has an expanding signal. So these storms are extending out into the Grand Rapids area right now. They'll be heading in towards Hibbing and Duluth. Ely, you have a storm out there in the Boundary Waters that's severe right now with ping pong ball size hail. Dangerous storm out there. I'll go ahead and turn on the radar from Duluth so we can get a better look at this. And again, we're seeing right along moving in towards Ely is this bright blue band. That's some significant hail making its way right in. So this is right over and heading towards that the White Iron Lake area. Okay, and it right now is just north of Burnt Side Lake. So that storm is very nasty. Not a lot of TV or cell reception in some of those parts of the Boundary Waters up there. And it looks like we have a hail report out here just not far from Crane Lake. Let me see. This was at 4:20 this afternoon, so just a few minutes ago. 1 1/2 inch diameter hail, ping pong balls, were falling from the sky there. So that's how we can get your reports passed along to others in the path of the storm. So thanks for sharing your reports with me. Let me go back to my live view of your comments. Here we go. All right. If I liked hot, I would have been living in the South, Brenda says. I hear you. Not a lot of us love this hot weather, and it's really sticky. 97. Hey, that forecast sheet looks familiar. Some old interns jumping on here and friends, very good friends as well. Thank you very much. Yeah, I still do things old school. I write my notes down so I have them handy when you need them most, because the old memory bank sometimes can leave you stranded. My feeling is that the risk of severe storms in the Red River Valley of North Dakota is decreasing with every passing minute. A couple of the models did show that the stuff rolling out of Manitoba might induce some pretty stout storms, so that's good. Thank you, Beth, for passing along and tagging friends in this broadcast. If you have friends that live in Duluth, if you have friends in Grand Rapids, if you have friends in St. Cloud, tell them Hutch is here. A lot of these people don't get the coverage that they deserve or want sometimes because they're a long ways from the Twin Cities, right? Are you important? You darn straight you're important. Your towns count too. And on Hutch's Weather, we'll keep you up to date with the latest. Elbow Lake, just north of you and just north of Wendell, we have a hail core right now. Sizable hail from that. This one here also has that split kind of thing on the front edge of the storm there, that little, what we might call a V-notch, okay, which would indicate this might be one of them mother ship type looking cells. Let's see if we can take a look at what we're seeing, because I do have access to some cameras, and let's look at them right now together. Now, normally a lot of these are pointed at the road surface, so let's keep that in mind here. I can't yell at the DOT. I'm really glad they have this resource here for us to see what these storms are looking like. Again, we're going to start in Otter Tail County, so I'm going to zoom right in here, and I think I'll move my hunky mug here for just a second, and I'll take it off so you can see what's going on. Okay, this is the area where the warning is. We got a couple cameras not far from the site. I'd love to be on the south side and look off to the west. And there we can see just a heavy downpour. Maybe what we would call an HP supercell, high precipitation type event with all of the humidity and dew point in this. That certainly could be the case. By the way, I want to point something out, so I'll put my mug back up here. Where you see this, that's the rain shaft coming out of the thunderstorm cell. When that hail and rain pours out, it dumps, and all of that mass hits the ground and it spreads out. And sometimes you can see a wind or a rain foot on one end. If you see that, it's a pretty good indication that there's some very, very nasty straight line winds with the storm like that. This is over a hill, so we're not going to see what's going on right on the ground there. But it's beautiful that we have this view for you here from the DOT. So thanks to the Minnesota DOT, some more storms. Here are some funky looking storms, right? A lot of folks might take pictures of a cloud that looks like this and say, is that a funnel? No, not necessarily. And in fact, this cloud right here isn't even attached to the main thunderstorm. These are just growing inflow feeder type clouds that are forming by warm air rising up into the cloud. That's it. They take on funnel shapes. Sometimes they can be rolling a little bit too because the winds are changing direction with height. Really cool example there. Let's take a look now at one more view from this storm. It looks as though, let's see, I'm going to take a look from the north. Let's go back up here a little bit closer. Okay, things are a little bit more robust. This is a Fergus Falls view. This is that I-94 area out there. Fergus Falls, I-94 near milepost 61.5. We've got a bin out there and some darkening skies. Another view from that same location shows, as we look off here, we can see some dark skies as well. I'm not seeing anything particularly astonishing from these clouds, but again, from these cameras, but again, I cannot always see everything we need to. Dangerous storms, they're warned, and the hail producers, and I'd appreciate your reports of severe weather. And if you're not going to report it to Hutch, measure the largest stone when it's safe to do so. Call your local authorities. They also pass that along to the Weather Service office. Let's look at what we got going on. We got a camera out here on the east side of this warning here, not far from Chamberlain, Minnesota. Oh my goodness, I see some trees. Sorry about that. I'm getting a call. I see some trees out here. We do have some pretty nasty conditions going on out there on the north side, and it looks like those trees kind of limit our view of what we're going to be able to see. Obviously, when we get into Hubbard County, we get into some beautiful country as well. Let's see if I can see anything from this one here. This is the Osage area. This is Minnesota 225 as we look across. And yeah, there's some pretty dark skies out as we look off. This view is, they just say view 4. I can't tell exactly what direction that is, and I'm not necessarily perfectly familiar with that intersection to let you know, but some dark skies for sure. That's a look around the region at what we have going on. We do have a tornado warning now up in Winkler, so I want to get to my viewers up there in Winkler that may be watching. And again, you're watching Hutch's Weather. Thank you for your trust, and thank you for your reports of severe weather. Okay, let's take a look up here in that Winkler area at the latest radar. We do have a tornado warning issued by Environment Canada. Let's get the latest on this particular storm here from what they are saying from their forecast office. Hazard, golf balls to baseball size hail and a tornado. Environment Canada says they're tracking a storm capable of producing a tornado. It doesn't have it in their text. It's very short. It's very sweet and to the point. At 5:02, so just 5 minutes ago, they saw this storm, intense rainfall and large hail possible from this cell and a tornado. Let's go ahead and analyze this at the latest, closest radar we can get to. Right near Manitou is where it is not in Winkler, so that's the good news. This is a long ways away from our radar site here, and it's pretty fair piece down the road from the radar in central parts of Manitoba as well. But I'll take a look at the velocity here. I'm not seeing, let's see if we get, let's see if I can change radars. Let me go up here. There's a tornado warning by Brandon, Manitoba as well. Let me turn on these radar sites here so I can see them. Let's turn this one on. This will be closer to Brandon. Now I can see this one. See this little notch taken out of the storm in 2 different areas? That's a pretty nasty storm there, and possibly could have some tornadic signatures right there near Brandon. See, we do get some greens next to reds right here and right here by CFB Shiloh out there. So again, there's some rotating storms, and sometimes these can get outside of the warned area as well. So storms are firing pretty quickly. The radar out in the area near, near Russell and in Manitoba, they're not able to capture too well what's going on out here in Manitou. Yes, we see greens next to reds, but they're not next to each other left and right here. So again, there is rotation in this storm. There's a tornado warning if you are on that Highway 3 corridor there in southern Manitoba between Manitou and Winkler. You should be seeking shelter in a sturdy structure in the lowest level from that storm there. Active warnings do continue in our neck of the woods. I'll turn on the Mayville radar so we can see a little better. I will look at the velocities in here, see what we're seeing with regards to these storms that are making their way through. Yeah, not far from Elbow Lake, we have a little weak shear or spin with this storm. Let's go ahead and look at that. Main threat does look to be hail. All the rain these are producing could throw out some pretty nasty and gusty winds as well. No trees to obstruct the view in North Dakota. That's true. We can see a lot farther. One time I watched Pedro running down the street. He might have been 5 miles away. Not really, but I think the saying goes you can watch your dog run away for 2 weeks in North Dakota. So this storm, northern parts of Grant County, north of Elbow Lake, heading into the Ashby area. It's got some hail right over Highway 59 right now. This storm moving off to the east. It's moving at about 35 miles per hour. I'm going to type in a 39 to account for the delay. It'll be in Ashby in 14 minutes. That puts it into your area about 20 to 25 minutes after the top of the hour on towards Melby in only 20 minutes. Evansville by 24 minutes. It'll be pushing in. Looks to stay north of you in Alex, by the way, but it is going to cross over the I-94 corridor right now in the next coming moments. So that'll be in less than 14 minutes, so about 10 minutes or so away. The hail core and the hail signature on this remains. It's not quite as strong as it was a few scans ago. That's some good news. Let me take a look at this one from the other radar down here in the Aberdeen area here. Sometimes gives us a little bit, but nope, it's a little weaker view actually. So back to the Mayville radar we go. There we go. Okay, so that one's heading into Douglas County, heading in towards Alexandria, and is crossing over the I-94 corridor momentarily. It is severe. We do have a decreasing strength to the storms that are approaching the Park Rapids area. We're not seeing as much pink. on the radar. That's a good sign over the last couple of scans. The warning does continue for your area. As you see here, it's moved over the Arago area. That is a considerable damage from golf ball sized hail as was expected. That seems to be decreasing over the last couple of scans. I'll let you know. But if you are in that Emmaville area, and if you're in the northern reaches of Hubbard County up towards LaPorte and on towards Akeley, storms moving in towards Nevis as well with a hail threat. Now, as we look in on Walker here, just outside of Lake George, this cell is pretty strong still. We had one hail core move through the Wilkinson area. This one's moving in the general direction of the northern shores of Leech Lake. You can see it right here. So this hail core making its way right into Walker. Seek shelter, interior room, away from windows. There's a smattering of thunderstorm cells out here, and all of them look to be capable of large hail, including one heading right into Walker right now. So that's what we have going on there. Out towards Grand Rapids, we have a storm that's making its way in. It is making its way towards Cohasset right now. So the paper mill's out there getting ready to get some significant sized hail from this particular cell. Latest from Duluth says ping pong balls and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Pardon me, the warning is in effect until 5:10. Or at 5:10, excuse me, 2 minutes ago, moving east, 40 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour gusts and some hail from this cell is what they are expecting. We switch radars. Here's Duluth. Look at this north of town, Deer River. So the Duluth radar is picking up some stronger echoes. And this cell is going to be making its way right in that general direction of Coleraine right now. And it's going to kind of follow the north side of the highway. If we loop this, you can kind of get a feel for the movement of this. Look at that. It peeled off of the main storm, and this is what we would call a left mover. So this left mover is peeled off from this main one, and then this one says, nope, I'm going this way, partner. This one continues southeast, and this left mover here is one to watch. Now, sometimes those left movers can have a little spin. We'll take a look. There is a little weak shear with that system not far from Deer River. No tornado warning. It's over the Bass Lake area, moving towards Bass Lake and Deer Lake out of Deer River. There is some shear associated with the storm on the south side too. Notice that we have greens and reds next to each other here, and it's pretty close together. It's not super strong. We don't have the bright reds next to the bright greens, but it's there. So it's a rotating thunderstorm. Both of them show signs of it, and this one peeled off from the main event down here. So that's what's going on up there in that Grand Rapids area. So severe thunderstorms in the Arrowhead of Minnesota near Ely, and we do have a severe thunderstorm just south of you in Fergus Falls. The Fergus Falls area, you're in the warning, but the main event is just down to the south of you right now. Battle Lake, you are in the warning. Lime-sized hail is expected from this storm cell, but it's mainly in the southern part of the county. And the latest scan here showing that that's diving just a little bit farther to the south. So that particular cell now is out of the Fergus Falls area. I would go ahead and venture to say you're in the clear from this particular storm, and it's heading in the general direction of Wendell and Elbow Lake with its gusty wind and its hail potential. Notice that the blues here, the larger hail cores. Thanks so much, Sherry. I really appreciate all of you sharing stars, your reports, your photos. In fact, let me take a look at my other channels here and see what we got as far as any more incoming reports from you. And I'm going to check the Weather Service channel here and see if I've got any more reports coming from them. Okay, very good. I don't see anything new there. I got a lot of great pictures that are coming in, and these are stormy storms that are developing out there. Thank you so much. A.D. Anderson, Roseau County. You guys are in the track for a potential developing storms, but right now we don't see anything in your area. Let's go ahead and take a review of your forecast here. So severe thunderstorm warnings continue. It does look at this. They've added into the Douglas County area for you folks in Alexandria now. It's going to be moving right along the I-94 corridor from Evansville right into Garfield and Brandon, Minnesota, not Manitoba. And this cell is making its way to the south and east. The threat there, sizable hail. $50 sized hail, says Chan Hassan in the Twin Cities from this cell with a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust potential from that particular cell. Those cells are moving off to the east-southeast. It's going to really track real close to the I-94 corridor. It's moving close to 40 miles per hour to the east-southeast. I'll put that number in. 35 to 40 mile per hour movement means Evansville in about 18 minutes it'll be near you. So you can take a look at the time and add about 20 minutes, then subtract 2. Okay, so 24:34 minus 2, 32 minutes after the hour, it should be close. This is the hail core. You're going to get rain before that. On towards Brandon within about 25 minutes. Off to charge the phone. Thanks, Brenda, for watching. And I'm going to recharge the batteries as well as these storms are continuing in the area. We have some new development to let you know about that I'll be watching here. But we do have some Otter Tail County storms starting to fire up here near New York Mills. So these could quickly escalate. Notice this is the big Otter Tail Lake area here. A couple of storms firing in that general vicinity. Storm cell moving out towards Long Prairie here. So if you're in that Todd County area, the central part of Todd County, seeing some storms. Sisseton, we have a cell starting to fire up down here near you. It doesn't look very impressive from the Mayville radar, but we get down here in Aberdeen, it's a little more stout. So we're going to have some Sisseton area storms here moving out of the hills, moving and drifting off to the east. We have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect until we get to the 10 o'clock time frame. Environment Canada has active tornado warnings for the Brandon, Manitoba area, as well as near Winkler, but it does not include Winkler. In orange, we have thunderstorm warnings from Environment Canada. So if you're in Manitou, there is a tornado warning for a storm that is in that general area, working its way to the south and east. Oh, we got new development now moving out of the Winkler area and in towards the Walhalla area. This storm is not severe at this particular time, but we'll be watching it. Notice the temperatures here, 70s. It's 79 in Walhalla right now, 79 in Cavalier, while it's closer to 99 in Fargo, a 20-degree difference in temperature out there. So the storms up north will not have quite as much buoyancy, but it's that cold air mingling with the warm air that's causing some issues tonight. All right, Hutch will keep you updated on severe weather as we go through the evening hours. It does look like our risk for severe thunderstorms, the main risk tonight is hail. This main event is heading into Grand Rapids area. Another look at the very latest forecast model. We'll do that as we take a break from the active storm coverage right now and show you a little bit. Cruise night in DL, you coming? Is that tonight? I'm a little busy right now. What night is that? That's got to be coming soon. Okay. Sherry, let me know what night cruise night is because I love going to cruise night in DL, but I'm going to be a little preoccupied if it's tonight. So here's a look at the latest model of the hourly updating forecast, and it's showing this cluster of storms that we have now racing off towards Duluth, and this is as we cross into around that 7 o'clock time frame, and the activity that's moving out of Manitoba will continue to spread in towards Roseau County. So if you're in Roseau County, you look at this, that's 25 minus 5 is 20. That in hundreds of hours at 8 p.m. So between 6 and 9 p.m., it's already 5 o'clock, but probably closer to that 8 p.m. time frame, there's a chance of some Roseau County storms. Up by Red Lakes, we could have some storms moving through, and then the main event will be shifting off into areas not far from Duluth as we carry our way through the time frame tonight. This model says, bing, 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 bing. It kind of falls apart just a little bit more as we go later in time. I'm going to look at that other model I was looking at a little bit earlier. That's this guy. This one is coming in now. Oh, we get a new version of it too. Oh my goodness. Okay, so this one, as we carry through ourselves in time here, has activity in the northern and western quadrant of Minnesota happening now that's not there, and it doesn't have the stuff firing now off to these, and it has a blow up as this low pressure center leaves the valley tonight at 2300 hours. So we subtract 5 from that and we get 18. So that'd be 6 o'clock tonight. I see nothing that looks like this except what's going on in Bemidji right now. That's going to keep moving to the east. This model has not gotten better. So I don't think I'm going to go by that model. And so as I just talk right in front of you, I'm looking at models to see which one fits the current situation the best and which one might be doing the best job for you in the forecast for tonight before I really go into the details here. So here's this model showing that as we go through noon, those storms exit. Here we go with more development a little later this evening. So again, we cannot rule out some development according to more than one model, but a couple models in northwest Minnesota here carrying its way out through in towards Grand Rapids. But again, this model doesn't have the stuff going on right now in Grand Rapids, so I'm not too confident this one is really good with what it's showing Hutch either. So I'm going to stick with that. Let's look at a Canadian model, shall we? I think we should, eh? Let's do it. Okay. Shazam. Okay. So you can see, let's see. I think the new one is just now coming in, so maybe it's not. There we go. There we go. Okay. So here's the newer one. It has everything kind of exiting. And again, the greatest risk in the far north with the stuff moving out of Manitoba, I buy that. And also the Canadian model says what's going on now in Grand Rapids heads up into the Arrowhead of Minnesota. That I buy. So that's a quick look at your forecast. I'm going to do, and I have done some reels. So look for Hutch's reels on your forecast. We just went over the very latest on that. I'm going to pop up your 7-day planner right here so you can take a look at that in real time, and we'll have a look together. A couple of things that are fairly interesting I'll do in another video later, but I'm going to get off of this channel now so you can get back to your business at hand. And I'll continue to cover storms that are working their way through Hubbard County now and exiting towards Grand Rapids. Oh, I've got a couple hail reports to pass along to you too. 79 tomorrow, and it looks like morning gusts and sunny after that. We hover near 80 degrees, which is a nice cool off from the nearly 100-degree day today. Friday and into Saturday. Now, only spotty spits, says Hutch. Spotty spits has a ring to it, doesn't it? Late storms will be possible, but not widespread, in particular on Saturday. It looks like to Hutch that Saturday night and into Sunday we'll have a chance for some storms, so very early storms, maybe even pre-dawn on Sunday, and then pretty nice for the rest of your day. That allows us to heat up on Sunday. 86 sizzlers out there. I got another 9-0 on the forecast here. May have to raise that a little bit based on what happened today. Wowzers. Check it out. We do have some storms that are working their way through. Monday into Tuesday look to be widespread storms. So as you look at Hutch's bottom line, there's a strong storm chance from Sunday right through Tuesday daily, the way Hutch sees it. So a very active pattern with some locally heavy rain again. That's not necessarily a good thing for those producers out there. Rich says the rain in Richville and none of the other cams. So thank you for the update. Rich, why don't you put in your link again? I think I have it right here somewhere. And then that'll be helpful. Rich, in charge of the Northern Transcom Railcam site. I got the link. I'll put it up there for you, Rich. Thank you for sharing that. I appreciate your insight on that, and thank you for letting me share it with my viewers here. You can check out these cameras that are associated with different rail personal cameras, and they're live, so they're moving. So you can go in, check them out, and you can see what's going on around the area and see what's going on for you. Another last look at that radar, and then we'll bow out for now. But it does look like we do have some significant hail being produced by these cells moving into the Grand Rapids area. A couple of reports I'm seeing. This little tiny 1.5, you can't maybe read it. That's right on Highway 2 there. That was reported just a little bit earlier near the Bena area. That storm had some blue in it as it made its way through. In and around the Walker area, I'm not seeing much in the way of reports, but this hail core is now moving its way right over Leech Lake and moving out of Walker, as you know, the western reaches. So appreciate you, Rich. Thank you for sharing your update. And I don't always have time, nor do I think of all of the resources I have available, and that's a wonderful one. Park Rapids, things are in Nevis, heading into Akeley right now. This is a stout storm. It remains severe. It remains capable of large hail. It's moving off to the east at about, well, it looks like east-southeast rather, at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. That's going to cross over the Highway 31 corridor there. So if you're in Bacchus and Hackensack, that's fun to say. Get ready for a strong storm to be making its way. Hail over Emmaville right now. Rose, thank you very much. I appreciate your report. So as we take you in just a little bit farther, wow, Emmaville right now, there it is. So there's some hail. Notice that the radar that's looking up high says not a big deal of hail, but that's because it fell out of the cloud where the radar can see it. So now we have a collapsing hail core that just dumped on Emmaville. Would love to hear a measurement when you have an opportunity to do so safely. Mantrap Lake right there. That's probably getting some of the hail now. And that is Cub Scout Camp, if I recall. And as we take a look at the Nevis area, Wow, that's some hail up at cloud level. It doesn't mean it's falling on the streets of Nevis, but that could be dumping down as we go into the Highway 64 corridor there near Akeley. Small hail south of Perham right now reported. Remember that little cell I just showed you? Wow, that's moving into New York Mills. So some small hail that's just moving out of the Rush Lake area, heading in towards New York Mills. Thank you for your report, Sue Nelson. Ottertail Lake, get ready for the potential for some small hail. These cells, that one moving towards New York Mills briefly showed some pink, and then it basically collapsed out of it or whatnot, with the main event down south here heading right into Alexandria as we head into the evening hours. A look at the rotation on this storm. Oh, that's a little far away. I don't think that's very useful. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, that too pretty far away, so it's looking very, very high up in the cloud. And that is one of the problems with some of this these in-between radar site locations. So you got the Mayville radar here, new tornado warning up in the northeast corner near Ely. New tornado warning has been issued by the National Weather Service office. Radar indicated tornado, 2-inch diameter hail from this very nasty storm. Let's go ahead and go to the closest radar, but I will get the text up for those of you. If you do have coverage out there, or if you know some folks out near the boundary waters or whatnot, pass along the good word. Let them know Hutch is covering the weather for them too. 6 o'clock is the duration of the warning. So for the next half hour or so, a tornado and hail up to 2-inch diameter. It's moving southeast at 40 miles per hour, and it was near Ely, the tornado. So let's go ahead and take a look at the latest radar from the Duluth radar. Here's the tornado right here. You can almost see this little cutout on the storm. So as a tornado rotates, if it's rotating tightly, it can throw like a centrifuge all the rain and hail drops out. So when the radar beam gets in there, it don't see rain. If it don't see rain, then we get a blank spot in the radar data. So this could be the area of rotation. It's likely associated with it. That's what we're seeing. It continues with the latest scan just coming in right as your eyes see. It's right over Highway 16. Now we can look at the velocity data, and yes, we have reds immediately next to greens with no white in the middle. That is rotation. So that's what the National Weather Service is seeing. It's not far from Ely. That rotation is now moving just over the White Iron Lake area and Highway 16 right here and Highway 1. So that's where that particular storm is. That's making its way to the south and east through rural portions of the county outside of Ely, heading towards and near Birch Lake out here. So if you know anybody out in these parts, you may send them a text. It's going to be heading in the direction of Isabella, and it's moving off to the east-southeast. Let me get the latest on the movement of that particular cell again. I neglected to pay attention to that. It's moving at 40 miles per hour southeast. So Hutch will take a look at that and analyze the time for you folks out here near Isabella and Ely. Moving southeast, I'm going to put 43 miles per hour. And we are going to see Isabella in 30 minutes. That would be at the end of the warning time. So the storm will go, the rotating part of the storm is what I'm analyzing here. And it's moving towards Isabella, and it'll be there in 30 minutes. So right near 6 p.m. is when it will be in or around Isabella. The population out here is pretty rural, by the way, but it's a tornado warning nonetheless. So that storm remains pretty dangerous as it works its way off. Tracking a storm on the camera now. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. See if I can pull this up friendly style. As we get through, let me get to it one moment here. Thank you very much, Rich, for the heads up. This is a little bit closer. This is Wadena. And yes, he's got a good shot of it. Thank you so much. Now let me see if I can zoom my camera in on this. I'm just going to go to it here. Let's go to screen left. It's going to take me just a second to maneuver around on the screen, but you can see the storm that Rich has the Wadena cam located. This is the Burlington Northern San Francisco Staples substation there on the Northern Transcon. And again, that storm cell is making its way through. Now, I'm examining the radar here while I'm talking over this. So if it sounds like I'm wandering, I am. I'm just kind of multitasking here. So in and around Wadena, we have a couple of thunderstorm cells. They're not severe. You're in a watch area. And this is what's coming your way from around the Perham area where there was some hail reported. Now, south of there, I'm not sure if you're pointed south, Rich. South of Wadena towards Long Prairie is a pretty stout one that could have some hail. So I don't know if you have a view of that area, but that's the one there that looks to be the most active on the radar. So I'll slip back down to the radar here and show folks that. That's what we're seeing on the radar. And Rich sharing us this view from his Railcam network. And again, we put a link up here in the comments so you can check it out as well. Here's a look at that radar. And again, from Wadena, which is right up here by Hutch's banner, boom, this long prairie storm is pretty strong out there, and it's just been warned for. So if you are in Browerville, Clarissa, this storm's moving in a southeasterly direction, east-southeasterly direction. Yeah, straight east. East-southeast. It's moving right into Browerville now and Clarissa with the hail core. You're getting rain, but the main hail core is just off over what looks like to be the highway. So there we go. All right, so we definitely do have some stout storms. There's a severe thunderstorm warning for this part of the county. Ping pong ball-sized hail is being expected from that one. The warning is in effect until 6 o'clock tonight, and that's for your area. That is for large hail, ping pong ball size, and gusty straight-line winds. That's south of the Brainerd-Baxter area and heading in the general direction of Little Falls, by the way. So that's what we're looking at there. And it looks like, thank you so much, Rich, for sharing your view from your camera in the Wadena area. It's what makes Hutch's Weather fantastic, and an ability to kind of tag team together to see what we have going on. Looking at all channels here, trying to make sure we don't have anything else escaping Hutch's attention. So let's minimize that. Okay. Let's go back to the radar here in Mayville. And we got that tornado warned storm now in Winkler. There is a warning for you in Winkler for a tornado. That's more the Morden area. The radar in Mayville is a long, long ways away. Let me take a look at what it's seeing. Do you see this green next to the red? This is way up high in the sky. So if we're seeing the rotation this high in the sky, we can't tell you exactly where that would be on the ground because the storm could be tilted in one direction or the other, but there's an active tornado warning. The rotation showing up from the Mayville radar here is located as the crow flies just off to the southwest of Morden. Oh, latest scan, more almost due south, but it's southwest. It's only 6.5 miles south of Morden. And this is going to be moving in the general direction of our areas in and along the international border. So this rotating storm is heading in the general direction of Walhalla, which is this little measurement station right here. Let's see if we can take a look at the movement of the storm. Rotating part of that storm is drifting very, very slowly to the southeast. Let's see what Environment Canada says. Damaging wind, hail. It does not give me a movement coordinate. So here's what Hutch is going to do. I'm going to make it. We'll look at the last. Okay, here we go. We're going to look at the time on this 4:51. Okay, so this is almost an hour. The rotating part of the storm went from here to here. Pardon me while I measure. I'm going to do some measurement here. I'm going to get you a speed in 1 hour's time or just under an hour's time. It's moved 28 miles. So I'm going to use 35 miles per hour because it was just under an hour. 35 miles per hour, and it's moving in this general direction. So here's where this storm is moving, as we look in on our area here along the international border. So it is moving in this general southeasterly trek. Notice it's going to clip just to the north. Walhalla, you may have a view of it, or it may skirt fairly close to you. You may be able to see some of it now, unless it's raining, of course. Looks like there's some clouds over you because the radar sees some. I'm going to put it up here at 35 miles per hour, as I mentioned, and boom, here we go. It's about 49 miles away from Bathgate and Netchie. That's where this storm is moving. So the Bathgate and Netchie area along Highway 18, there's Netchie, Gretna, Blumenort. That's a new one. I have not read Blumenort before. Kronthal, those areas are in the direct path of the rotating part of that storm. So if you're in southern Manitoba right now, anywhere from around Winkler south towards Altona and Gretna, this is the track of this rotating thunderstorm. And again, a tornado warning has been issued by Environment Canada. You should be seeking shelter in an interior room. Stay away from windows and get to the lowest floor possible. You know, basements are nice because basements offer us protection from the flying debris. If a pen is thrown through the air at 200 miles per hour, it can stick in a tree or the wall of your house or go through a window. Okay, so by being below the level of the ground, you're below the level of the flying debris. You give yourself a better chance to survive storms like that. So here's what it looks like on the radar. Doesn't look like it's impressive, but it's rotating, and the rotation is right on this southern flank of the storm. That's moving in the general direction of, as we talked about, Altona and points south along the international border near Netchi. This is just garden variety shower activity making its way through, meaning you can't see it if this rain is hitting the ground up there now. So tornado warning in Manitou and Winkler for storms working their way through. We also have a tornado warned storm, it looks like, up still to the south and to the east of Brandon, Manitoba as well. So we're talking about that area near the Carberry area. So that's what's going on. We have an active tornado warning in that Ely area. That one is not confirmed. It was Doppler indicated. We do have a hail report here from the Wahpeton area. Let's get a look at that. That was earlier. Wahpeton hail happened at 4:30 this afternoon, so an hour ago. Thank you. That's quarter-sized hail, and a photo was reported to the broadcast media. Let me see if I've got a hail picture. Just sent 2 photos. Ooh, some towers out there. Thank you for your photos, Jen. I do appreciate you very, very much for sharing those. And again, let's take a look at your reports. Tracy says, hi, watching from Bronson. Anything bad around Lake Bronson right now? No. So there was hail for the storms that formed right near the Wahpeton Breckenridge area. It was about 1 inch in diameter as it made its way through. This storm is now carrying its way off into the Alexandria area and Evansville along the I-94 corridor. We may have a view of it from a DOT camera, as a matter of fact, down there. So let's go ahead and take a quick peek at that. Just because we can, and just because it's prudent to do so, because we have that ability to have a look-see in on the storm as it's going through. So I'm going to zoom in, and we're zooming in on the area of, well, let's see, I can get right into the Garfield. Let's take a long look into the storm from Alexandria. See if I can see, oh my goodness, there you go. Now on the top here, you got this fancy looking cloud. You got a gully wash. So here's the rain-free base of a storm. This rain-free base is where the updraft mostly is. That's the rising humid air, the hot, humid, nasty, sticky, sloppy, just air you can wear is rising up and feeding and fueling the storm. And it's that rising air that makes raindrops and hailstones. And here, where you can't see the ground, that's where it's collapsing out of the storm. So we can get a good view on that from this I-94 camera at the Lake Latoka rest area. Okay, so that's what's going on from that view, and that's a little ways away. Let's take a look and see if we've got another view. That's from the same rest area. It does look like that road might be a little bit on the damp side. Oh, indeed it is. When was this shot taken? This looks familiar. May 24th. I think that's old information. That's old news. We don't want to look at that. We're going to go look at another camera. Okay, let's get in on this storm a little bit closer here. And let's see what we can see from Evansville. We got a gully washer of rain, and looking the other way, it's like you're looking at a different picture altogether. So indeed, we're on the edge of the storm here. You're on I-94 westbound. You're looking west into the storm. Look at the tracks here. Somebody went off the road, okay? Got stuck in some muddy mud, and that's what we're seeing there from that particular traffic cam. Now let's take a look a little bit deeper into that rain, and let's see if we have any other view. This is view 1. Let's go ahead and sneak through and see view 2. Oh boy, that's some big raindrops. You can see on the edge of the road here the big splashes it's making. So we got some pooling water on the side of the road. I don't see hailstones. That's good. And traffic there from this view on I-94 near Evansville, showing just heavy rain at the time. And it's moved through Evansville, and it's on its way to Alexandria as I look at the latest. So I'll see if I got another view here. No, I do not. Not by Brandon. Nope, it's not until we get further in. So that doesn't do me much more good. There, we've taken a look at that storm. Let's zoom in on this other storm, shall we? There's a warned storm near the Little Falls and Long Prairie area, but I don't have any camera. Let's go to this one. This camera right here. Okay, so now we're looking. This is the Long Prairie, Browerville storm, and we're looking at the pavement, and it's sunny as can be as the storm has exited the area. Just look how fast it changes there. That storm exiting, leaving behind what looks like to be very wet. Oh, there you can see the ominous dark skies as that storm exits US 71 near Clarissa. So that's a view by the DOT cameras out there. Joanne, thank you for the stars. Thanks, Barbara Ann, for the stars. Dustin, thank you for the comments. Between myself and Reed Timmer chasing, it's great content. Good to know. Those are mighty big names here surrounding Hutch with. So we're trying to keep you up to date with the latest. Let's go back to the radar, and I'll tell you, in Fargo, I think the risk of severe weather is quite lower. It's lowered here a lot because the main event is off to the east and heading east, okay? The models I've looked at, none of them are doing a great job. I'm going to tell you right now, it's like a bucket of warm spit. Not very good. I'm sorry. At any rate, oh, we got a tornado warning. Tornado warned storm right here. This storm is near Cavalier. Let's see. If you are in the path of this storm here, this is in the Northern Valley heading towards Drayton near Cavalier. Right now, a new tornado warning has just been issued by the National Weather Service office. It's radar indicated. Let's go ahead and take a look at the very latest text. And again, I'm gonna go back here. I'm gonna deviate, and I'm going back to my page now. Let's see if I can get my stream copied. Okay, pardon me while I do a little bit of research here. This is a tornado warned storm. It's until 6:30. This was just issued a minute ago, moving east at 22 miles north of Grafton, located near Hensel. And rotation on the Doppler radar is taking place there. And I got to say, E-dub, good call. All right, here we go. Take a look at this as we go through. Yes, we've got the storm here. It looks very, I don't want to say insignificant on the radar, but it's a long ways from the radar. So we're looking high up, but there is some radar indicated rotation with this cell. And let me show you exactly where it is. Here it is. It's right here near St. Thomas and Glaston. See the greens next to the reds? It's not far from Cavalier. It's on this side. So in Cavalier, you get in the rain part of it. You're not going to see it. From St. Thomas, you may actually be able to see the rotating part of the storm. That's moving in your general direction. Let's go ahead and look at the loop of radar data here. So I'm going to rock it back and forth. So I'm going to go back in time. There's the movement, and it's moving very, very slowly south and east. According to the National Weather Service's warning here, let's go back to that and look at the movement on it. Moving east at 25 miles per hour. So that's the general movement of the storm. East, 25 miles per hour. So in this particular area, I think it has a little southeasterly bend to it. So I'm going to go this way. I'm going to go about 28 miles per hour to handle buffering and non-live stuff. And again, pass the word here that Hutch's weather is live. Here's how long it'll take to get. Here is the current time, 34 minutes to Bosemont, Drayton by about 38 minutes. It's a ways away. It's going to cross just to rural areas north of St. Thomas the way it looks. That's where the rotating part of the storm is. And what I'm going to do now is kind of try to help friends who are not watching realize that there's been a tornado warning issued and to check with Hutch. So that's what I'm going to do right now because that's what I like to do. So give me one moment while my attention wanders to make sure I can get the word out to as many people. You can do the same and help me out here by tagging a friend in my live stream here. If they live up in Northeast North Dakota in particular, that is what I'm looking for. We need to get the word out to those folks. A tornado warning has been issued in the Cavalier area. It's basically just to the south of Cavalier, moving east-southeast. It's moving at about 25 miles per hour. And it's going to be moving in the general direction of Drayton. So that's what we have going on there. And we have ongoing coverage right here on Hutch's weather. I'm going to go ahead and grab my stream address. For those of you watching, you're going to see a post on my stream right now. And this is going to be a post to everybody else that they need to watch the live stream. So tornado warning near Cavalier, North Dakota. Live now. Boom. Okay, there we go. That'll get some more people kind of tuning back in if they're concerned or interested in that particular piece of information. So thank you for allowing me to deviate from my broadcast here. We got a rotating storm. It's making its way in toward the highway US 81 corridor right here. Highway 81 corridor up near Glaston. It's really close to Glaston. That's where the rotation is picked up. Let me take a look at the North Dakota DOT cameras real quick and see what we can see on this side of the river. A little bit more open country up there, but still there are definitely those Cavalier Hills on Highway 5. Absolutely beautiful country. We're going to be able to look from that DOT camera. You know which one I'm talking about if you live in the area on Highway 5. It provides a beautiful view of the rolling hills up there in and around Cavalier. So here we go. And this is it. Now you can see off in the distance here, that's going to be south of this area. So to the left of this road, look at the sunny skies after the rain has moved through. There are the dark skies. We won't be able to see it because from Cavalier, you're going to look into the rain. And another view from that camera, providing quite a few views, as a matter of fact, of that particular storm for us. So we'll back through. Again, you're seeing the dark on the left edge of the screen here. That is the rain shaft that's working its way through. There is more rain that's making its way through. If you are in the path of this storm, it's dangerous. It does have signs of pretty tight rotation working its way. It's near Glaston right now. Again, that's a long ways away from where the radar is located. So the radar is looking high in the sky. And as you know, tornadoes can sometimes snake down through the atmosphere and touch down in different areas than they show up on the Doppler radar. So that's one view of that particular storm. Let me see if I have one from the south. I might, but it'll be a long ways away. Let's go to the Edinburgh camera here and see if we got any sky. There's a little sky in that shot there. There it is. There's the darkening sky on this side. And again, these are DOT cameras. DOT folks are worried about the road surface and the conditions, not necessarily keeping Hutch informed about where there's nasty weather moving through the sky. So that's why we can't see it. And it's good that we have these cameras available to keep our eyes on these storms. Look from one more camera view, just real quick. This is in and around the Langdon area. It's a long ways away, but sometimes we can see the dark skies. And in this case, nope is the answer for that. Did I look at this one? It should be, yeah, we did. Okay, so then this would be a long, long ways away again, looking at the I-29 corridor here. And again, we're just looking at the road surface. So that's the best my DOT cameras can do. Let's go back to the radar here. And again, we have an active tornado warning up in northeast North Dakota for the cells moving out of Canada. And actually this one just developing. I'm going to turn it back to regular reflectivity mode. And I'm going to loop this so you can see where it's moved over the last hour or so. There it is. Okay. It also had a little bit of a hook to it right here. Boom. Okay, so it's moving east-southeast, and it's heading in the general direction of you folks out there not far from St. Thomas. So it's in Glaston. Here's the little hook right now, and it's moving off to the I-29 corridor as we speak. So if you have eyes on that, and if you have a report to share, thank you so very much. Thanks, Lisa. Appreciate you. Hi, Nathan. Good to have you on board. Kathy from Fergus Falls saying, could that stuff by Drayton initiate more storms coming south along I-29? Jeremy, that's a wonderful question. Most models don't show that. What we have going on, that's why we have the watch in this area, I do believe. Once this line drifts over here, then I think our risk is all but done. Notice a northwesterly flow to the winds from Minot in this area. This is drier air. Dew points are in the 40s. This is not the humid air. That's not bone dry air, but it's really dry air, okay? So clouds and thunderstorms just don't have a chance to get rooted at the surface here. But as we get into this more humid air, 60s are the dew points. That's 20 degrees warmer on the dew point temperature. That's some juicy air you can wear. So these storms are drifting this whole line out of Winkler, through Winkler, heading in towards Walhalla. We just talked about this tornado-warned storm to the north here. That one is north of Walhalla right here. Excuse me, please. This one is Schanzenfeld. That's fun to say 12 times. This rotating thunderstorm and a tornado warned storm from Environment Canada is drifting into southern Manitoba now. Is going to be heading in the general direction of you and Gretna. So if you're in Cavalier County near the Netchie area, that is the area of concern for the storm moving out of Manitoba. If you're in Altona, that storm is going to be skirting very, very close to you. Hopefully you'll be on the rain side of it and not the tornado side of it. So that's what we have going on right now. Let's get an update for you folks. It looks like this Grand Rapids storm here has really produced big time hail reports. So heading through Grand Rapids right now, we got a 1.7 inch, 1 3/4 inch size hail in Itasca County rather. That was reported at 5:44. So just minutes ago, we had some golf balls falling out of the sky there, 1 3/4 of an inch. That's some huge hail. That's moved through and south of Grand Rapids, heading right towards Blackberry from that hail producing storm. As we look off to the west, we got more heaters out here. The storm that's collapsing near Hill City now, when it was over here, see this little orange dot? This is by Iguadona. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. I was a lot gooder at science and math than English and pronunciations. I'm doing my best. 1.5 inch diameter hail reported there. That was at 5:09, so some time ago. That storm's hailed out, but another one is on the doorstep to the same place. You could have in and around Wabito some more large hail heading your way. South of Walker, we have a pretty big storm here showing some big echoes moving out of Bacchus and heading into areas near Little Pine as well. That's a Warren storm moving southeast. It looks like it's moving at about 40 miles per hour, still 45 miles per hour, says the National Weather Service. Ping pong balls falling from the sky there. Thanks, Lisa. Wadena. Okay, my friends in Wadena there keeping their eyes on the prize. Let's see, I'm looking at the rail cam there. Oh, well, we got a pancake up in the sky up there. That's a big time storm. So moving into the Wadena area, we have this little backwards C shape here. This is going to be a windy storm. It's not warned right now, so it's lower than severe criteria. Briefly, it had some hail just south of New York Mills as it was not far from the Rush Lake area. That's probably falling out of the storm near Bluffton here soon. So anywhere between Bluffton and areas just south of New York Mills, a hailer's moving into Wadena right now. I know I got a DOT camera in Wadena. Let's take a look at what you got going on right there right now as we take a look at that camera in Wadena. From the DOT, we got that street view right there. So let's slide our way into Wadena here as we take a look at the strong storm working its way in towards you. It's not severe, not wet yet. Okay, as we take a look at the camera views, we're looking out at the skies above and the road below. And again, just a few dark skies showing up, but nothing too ominous there as you look into, this is Highway 10 at Royalton. So that's a little ways away. Storms heading in the general direction of Wadena are non-severe. We do have severe ones, though, working their way into, let's say into southern parts of Hubbard County. Look at this. Nevis reporting 1 1/4 inch diameter hail at 5:41 just moments ago. Go back and get the DOT camera off the screen here so you can see this. Okay, so just moments ago, 1 1/4 inch hail reported by the public. This was in Nevis at 5:41. Public relays photo, and that was via social media. So thank you for your reports. And again, we got just to the east of Nevis by 3 miles, another report of 1 inch hail. So Hubbard County getting some pretty good sized hail, and I don't know what they had up there at Emmaville and that area near the what is it called there? The lake. There it is. I can see it. I can't read it. Mantrap Lake. Yep. There was a possibility for some hail there north of Akeley. It looks like we got a hail cell there. Those storms are no longer warned. The warned storm is now right near Pine River, heading into the northern reaches to areas near Emily. And this is a real big hail producing potential storm here as well. At the National Weather Service saying ping pong balls and 60-mile-per-hour winds possible from that particular storm. Okay, I'm looking at your feedback here. Thanks, Marianne. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Laureen from Park Rapids. Good to have you on board. I love the fact that you reported to me what you saw. That does definitely help. Moving into Alexandria now, we got a new warning for you. Severe thunderstorm warning in Alexandria. These storms for your area, let's see, I'm not seeing a history of hail, but we do have some DOT cameras in this area. It's right over Brandon right now. Do you see the pink on this? Thanks, Josh, for your stars. This storm is making its way. Oh, now we got some blues on the radar here display. So between Brandon, Garfield, and the Alexandria area, this one really has, you see this little notch taken out of the storm right here? I can't say that that is a hook echo, but it kind of has a hook echo-ish look. So I'm going to take a look and see what we got. Yeah, it looks like it might be some new development on the south side. Hopefully it's not a spin up. Let's take a look then at the velocities in that area. See if it matches up. Nothing there. That's good. So far away from the radar, but I'm not seeing any terrible velocities. But again, this storm is a long ways away from the radar. For Alexandria, we got $half size hail potential. We got 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and it's moving right down the interstate to you at this time. So you have time in Alexandria to make sure you batten down the hatches. You're going to get the rain now in town, right? It's on the north side of town where the lakes are, and lakes are, you're getting the rain. This hail is going to go right into the north side of Alexandria toward the lakes area. So if you're in near Carlos, Lake Carlos, that area does stand a chance at seeing some of the impacts from this and right into town. It's moving off to the south and east. Let's see. I'm going to take one more look at the Weather Service's interpretation of the movement. 35 miles per hour. So we're going to analyze this for you right now. We'll take a look at the timed moving right into Alexandria now on the western side. At least aloft in the sky where the radar is seeing the hailstones. Those hailstones are moving over you folks in and around the Alexandria area. So we pop in the movement, and in 5 minutes, the hail core will be over you. The next scan takes about 6 minutes or so for the Doppler radar to do a full volume of scans. Pea-size hail in Garfield. Thank you for that report very much. It helps. Emily, I appreciate that. So as we take you in, there's Garfield right there. We got a pea-size hail report. I'll pass that along to the National Weather Service. This is the National Weather Service in Minneapolis out there in Chanhassen. So I'll pass that pea-size hail in Garfield. Thank you for letting me know. Aloft above the storm, that's making bigger hail than that. So see, we got some peas. Okay, thank you so much for your report. You passed it to me. I immediately passed it to the Weather Service office, and I'll keep looking for your reports here. Thank you for that. Let's see what else we got going on here. Okay, and we're going to look at the Grand Forks office, see if we've got reports there. Okay, the Weather Service says, thanks, Alexandria, that in northern North Dakota in the Cavalier area, they did have confirmed tornadoes from Environment Canada from those storms up there. So confirmed tornadoes in Canada, in Manitoba. And those are moving in the general direction of places like Netchie right now. We'll go analyze those in a second. Here is Alexandria. We got a hail core moving into town. This is a pretty big one, and it's going to be in town in about 3 minutes. Now, this storm that is working its way off to the east, let's take a look at it in 3D. Okay, so this storm moving into Alexandria, we got two wedges here. I'm going to move it, and I'm going to tilt it. So what we're looking at here is just the hail core. And let me turn this analysis off. Now, in 3D, we can zoom into the cells that are right down here in Alexandria. Oop, there we go. So we got to move this over just a little bit. And we're going to look at these south end storms here. And this is the hail core. So the reds you're looking up over here by my ear, that's how tall this storm is and how high in the sky those hail cores are punching. So that doesn't mean the hail is falling down right now in Garfield, right? We got a report in Garfield of some pea-size hail, but the cloud is making big-time hail just above the ground. It may drop in Alexandria. So if you're in Alexandria, or if you have friends there, let them know Hutch is covering this live right here. I appreciate you tagging friends and letting them know. Let's go ahead and take a look at this then again. Let's close the 3D view, even though that's a very interesting storm. Let's see if I can... It's very touchy to maneuver around on this display. I'm trying to get the storm of interest centered and then zoom into it here. There we go. Okay, so there is a look at the storm. And again, that hail core shooting way up high in the clouds. So the possibility and probability of hail in and along I-94 between Alexandria and Garfield right now is imminent. So very large hail there. Tornado sirens going off in Cavalier. Thank you, Alan, for that. I sure do appreciate it. That was at 5:59, so 1 minute ago. Well, I'm going to get you right back up to Cavalier now. If you're in Alexandria, prepare for large hail. I'm going to close this window so we go back to the normal view on the radar. And let's see if we can go ahead and re-loop this and get rid of, here we go. That's the view we want. Large hail heading into Alexandria, and my hunch is right. It's on the north side. This has some spin in it, folks. You can almost see this leading edge stuff rotating this way near Bell River. I wonder if there's a little hook going on right there. I'm going to take one more look at the velocities on this cell on the latest scan. We'll take a look. So we got some different wind speeds going on right here. It's a long ways from the radar, but there is a chance for some shear in these storms moving toward the Alexandria area. Tornado warnings, another one for Cavalier and Drayton. Let's take a look at the latest on these. Tornado warnings going off, sirens going off in your area. Let's go ahead and cover this. We got a new tornado warning for Cavalier. This one moving out of Manitoba and their Bathgate. In fact, this one rotating pretty good at the upper levels of the atmosphere. Thank you for your report, Alan. I appreciate you sharing with me what you're hearing in town. The tornado warning sirens are for a reason. This is a rotating storm. I'll loop it so you can see where it's moving and how it's moving. These have been kind of drifting in this east-southeasterly direction, and that means it's going to be very close to Cavalier. Notice that this warning box goes all the way out towards Joliet. So here we are with the storm. It's kind of flashing on and off. It really has just developed. Okay, so this storm has just developed as it's working its way. It's very close to Cavalier. So this storm is dangerous. If you're in Cavalier, if you're in Hamilton, you'll want to seek shelter in the lowest floor of a sturdy structure. Get out of things like manufactured homes, mobile homes. The latest scan looks like that spin could be even a little bit stronger now at cloud levels, so it continues to have strong shear. This other storm is moving in the general direction of Bosemont right now. That tornado-warned storm continues with a risk for a tornado as it moves right over the Red River Valley here shortly. So let's go ahead and analyze where this storm is heading and when it will get there. So the tornado-warned storm that is just north of Cavalier, I'm not sure if you guys have visuals on it or storm spotters on it, but the sirens are going off in Cavalier. It's skirting the north side of the highway right now. Because the rotation is shown on the north side doesn't mean that's where the tornado is on the ground. They can kind of, drift or float through the atmosphere in a lot of different directions. In Cavalier, seek shelter, get out of mobile homes, manufactured homes, get out of campers, and get into sturdy structure. This is going to cross Highway 18 here momentarily. You see one lightning bolt there in the most recent scans. These are not the toweringest, tallest storms, but there is spin in the atmosphere up here. And if you watched Hutch's analysis from this morning, we talked about that. This is moving off to the east-southeast, moving at about 35 miles per hour. We'll put it at that because there will be a little bit of a delay in our broadcast or Hutch's broadcast here. This is going to be moving in the general direction of Hamilton within about 13 minutes. It's right over or near Cavalier right now. Well, pardon me, within a couple of miles. So thank you for that. Let's see, looking at other information coming in. 3 miles north of Park Rapids, just got rain, but looks a little. Yeah, thank you for your report. It's very dark. That is a mothership photo there, Emily. Thank you for sharing that view from underneath the clouds. That was in Lakes Country near the Park Rapids area. I can't show those to you unless I get permission, so I need to get explicit permission to show them, and that's what I'll be looking for. Tornado warnings for Cavalier. It's right near town right now. I'm going to take you to the latest DOT camera because I can in real time take a quick peek for you at what we're seeing from the Cavalier DOT camera up in that area. Now here it is. It's right in that area. You're going to look along the road. We just looked at this a few minutes ago. And again, I'm looking at the cloud bases. So here's what's interesting on these cloud bases. They look pretty high off the ground, and the reason is this air is a little drier. So this storm rotating, it's dangerous, seek shelter, but the clouds are a little higher off the ground than they are off in parts of Minnesota right now. That is good news, but these storms are nasty at the same time, and we do have reports from Environment Canada of these storms putting down tornadoes. Here's another view, but this is Cavalier. This is fairly current. So we got these clouds rolling in. See these little scary looking clouds here? SLCs, scary looking cloud. Okay, that's a scary looking cloud. These are in and around Cavalier right now. They're moving towards Hamilton. They're moving at 35 miles per hour. It'll be in your area in about 10 minutes. So that's a look at what we're seeing from that DOT camera. Now we're going to look at this storm near Drayton. I want to get right back to the radar. This one's increasing. the spin showing up here right now as it gets closer to I-29. So we do have it's weak spin. It's not huge strong, but that's what we're watching. That's the spin moving out of St. Thomas, moving east right over 29. As the crow flies from Drayton, not sure what you're seeing. It's northeast of you. Let me see if I zoom out just a bit. Now I can measure. So from the Drayton exit, we're looking at about, oh, jeepers. There we go. 7 miles. So from Drayton, this rotating part of the storm is 7 miles to the north and east of you. This will be moving in the general direction of Kennedy. So we're going to take a look at the movement of this storm now and analyze this. If you're over the river valley and into the general direction of Kennedy, this storm's moving off to the east, southeast. It's moving at about 35 miles per hour also. If you're in Pittsburgh, 6 minutes away from now, about 10 after. So it's literally going to be crossing the interstate here shortly. Kennedy, 27 minutes away from you. That's way over here. Who knows if it'll still be rotating. Let's see if we've got a DOT camera not far from the Drayton area, and I'll take a quick peek at what that storm looks like if we can view right into the north, from the south side to the north. So again, answering the question somebody asked just moments ago, will these storms expand to the south? And the answer to that question, quite frankly, is it's not really likely that we're going to see a huge extension of these storms to the south. This is Bozeman exit. Let's see what else we got here. I can't look from the north. That's not going to be helpful, but let's get down here. Okay, here's Drayton. This should be the camera's out. Okay, so let's go to the Minnesota side of the river, see if we can see it from there. If at first you don't succeed, then try again is what they say, and Hutch believes in that, so let's do it. Okay, here we go. These are tornado-warned storms up in the Drayton area. We're going to get right into that. Then I'll get right back to the storm that's heading into Alexandria with huge hail potential right now. Here's a view. This is from the Donaldson Highway 11 exit. We can see some darkening skies out there, but that's the only 3 shots we got. And if we're looking basically to the south, we're not going to see much but clear skies. So I think that that's the only view we got. And I'm not have any shots to the north from that particular view. So we're going to ditch that. We're going right back to the radar coverage. Let me take this moment to get back to the radar, and I'll give you a regional view. And we have 2 tornado warnings, one for Cavalier, sirens going off. Outside Drayton right now. Okay, so outside of Drayton, that is like a interesting looking view from your area. There's this pancake looking cloud with these low fingers hanging out of the bottom of it. I do have permission to use. This is from Kristen. Thank you so very much. Let's go ahead and show you this. So these don't appear to be, if these are the same storms, I'm not sure what direction you're looking, but based on the, are you looking north because of the light coming off the cloud? Let's get you to this view real quick. Okay, let's see if I can move it around a little bit. Whoop, there we go. Okay, so here's the view from that Drayton area. I'll put my little mug on here, and I wanted to point something out to you. Okay, I'm going to move the wrong thing. Okay, so we got this little rain-free base right here. We can't see how these tops kind of stop. They're not super duper tall ones here. So if you're looking north here, Kirsten, after taking this picture, north of Drayton is where one storm is, and that indeed does have some spin on it right now. So you're looking at these lower clouds down here, and there are some lowering portions of those clouds. Thank you for the view. I'm looking, and there is something. It's very hard to see. Let me see if I can zoom in on this. I'm going to do a control. Oh boy. So here we go. And now I've zoomed. Oh, I'm moving me again. Got to try to coordinate my movements here. All right. The reason I'm taking the time to do this is because these clouds and pictures do have some pretty good value here. Oh, I got to move down on the screen. There we go. There we go. Now we can see what I was looking at. Flat. Thunderstorm bases are flat, and we don't see rain over here. This is the updraft part of the storm, and there's a lowering of the cloud base just right there. It's off in the distance, and that's a wall cloud. That's the one that I think is making its way right over you. And again, these clouds are definitely not towering cumulonimbus type clouds that are 40,000 feet in the air. And in fact, we'll go right back to the radar now. Kirsten, thank you very much for giving me the permission to share your photos online. Here's a look at the radar. Again, these areas are under tornado warnings, so I encourage you right now to be seeking shelter in your tornado shelter areas. Kids, if you're home alone and it's summer, it's 6:10, and you don't know the safe area is to get out of things like mobile homes and manufactured homes and get into something more sturdy. You want to get into a home that's attached to the foundation. So again, no campers or mobile homes, and get to something sturdy. Put as many walls between you and the storm. This storm continues to show signs of rotation right here as it crosses over the Red River Valley, and it's going right over I-29 right now. So that storm is making its way across the Red River Valley, I-29 right now north of Drayton. The storm north of Cavalier, is it continuing to show signs of rotation? I'm going to rock this back and forth and see what this is showing me. That rotation was evident here, right here. And the time on this scan, I can't show it to you because I've got it in a different mode. There we go. There we go. So 6 o'clock. So at 6 o'clock, we had that rotation there. Now it moved off to the east as it's moving off over Hamilton. That rotation is still evident. It weakened a little bit, but you should be seeking shelter in your interior room. It's over Bathgate, as a matter of fact. So this whole area of rotation is still over the Bathgate area. Now, in Manitoba, these are now thunderstorm warnings for the Winkler area and Altona, rather. These storms continue to show some spin in them, but again, northeast North Dakota, we're talking about you folks in Cavalier and near Drayton and points north. There's a tornado warning, 2 active tornado warnings. This is for Pembina County in the central part. There's a couple of different storms producing signs of rotation, moving east at 35 miles per hour. So seek shelter from that storm. Those are dangerous storms. And now back to your comments and questions. Do the towering cumulonimbus clouds, are they more dangerous or tornadic storms than the lower clouds? We can have a shallow cloud produce a tornado, but those were higher off the ground and they have a harder time making their contact with the ground, usually. That doesn't mean they won't be dangerous, but oftentimes less strong than the stout ones. The towering cumulonimbus clouds that go up 40, 50, 60,000 feet have much more potential for damage and much more potential, like the storms moving through Alexandria right now, for really taking rolling air like this and pulling it up, because that updraft is so strong, it can cause a rolling tube of air to get bent right down to the ground, and that's how we can make a tornado. All right. So much hail, says Jessica Beth Ness. And Jessica, where are you at? Okay, I'm missing a couple. So far, okay, just hail and wind. Thanks, Megan, for your report. I'm reading a couple of reports here. Hankinson, any thoughts? Hankinson, most of the storms there, Barbie, have passed your area out. I don't want to say it's a zero risk, but most of the threats now to your east. What you're looking at is some wind speeds right now near the Osaka storm. And what this is showing is the Mayville radar. And I want to look at the wind speeds. Now, where you see white is zero wind speed. That doesn't mean it's necessarily zero at the ground, though. This is up pretty high. Where we see the darker reds, we have some stronger wind speeds. Let's look at the hail risk. This thing looked like it was producing some big potential hail as it moved through Alexandria. It's speeding up, and it's now towards Osakis, and it's moving in towards Sauk Center now. This pink area here, the DBZ that has this backwards C shape, if I could draw a line there, that little backwards C shape is called a bow echo. That means this storm is likely packing a windy punch when they bow out like this. The rain and hail hit the ground, and that wind goes somewhere, that mass goes somewhere, and it blows out in all directions, and it causes the storm to actually grow in the direction it bends it. So this is where, at the apex of the bow, we could have some very strong winds south of Long Prairie. Also, some sizable hail with the pinks that you see there. Yes, looking north, just left of there. Kirsten, thank you very much. So those are some shallow clouds. We'll confirm this by Doppler radar right now. That's cool. Now we get to play meteorology here just real quick and actually do real meteorology. And let's look at the echo tops. How high are these clouds? The colors that you are looking at now are indicative of the cloud top heights. The oranges and reds are higher. Let's see what the cloud top heights look like up here. We'll go to the Mayville radar. And these cloud tops are all blue up there. Okay, so those shallow little clouds that you saw, I want to call them little clouds, are like pancakes up in the Mayville area, excuse me, north of Mayville, Drayton. So the cloud that just you took that picture of, Kirsten, the radar is estimating the cloud top at 30,000 feet. We don't often see clouds that are that shallow having enough upward vertical motion to really have a prolonged or really strong tornado. But that's not to say it isn't dangerous. It's not to say it isn't producing a tornado. These storms produce tornadoes in southern Manitoba. They just don't have the vertical extent, so they probably are shorter lived and maybe weaker tornadoes as far as on the tornado scale. But the weakest tornadoes on the tornado scale have winds of near 100 miles per hour, and that's no picnic, as you know. Cloud top heights. Hamilton, Cavalier, same thing, about 27,000 feet, estimated by the Doppler radar. Getting up near Winkler, we have some high 35,000 foot cloud tops heading out of the Brandon, Manitoba area. How about the cell that's making its way out of Alexandria and heading toward the Twin Cities? We're talking about a 55 to 60,000 foot cloud top there. That 55 to 60,000 foot cloud top there, that storm, because it's so high, it gives you an idea of the upward motion in the storm. The upward rising hot air balloons, the parcels of air, are punching into the upper atmosphere and actually challenging what we call the troposphere. And those can really support some really ginormous, gymongous, big hailstones. So this storm, because it has 55,000 foot cloud tops possibly or greater, let's see, the highest I see 55,000 feet in that storm. We have some reds showing up in this one. This one has a history of hail heading toward the Pine River, Pequot Lakes area and points north, 53 to 55,000 feet. What time might the friends in Wisconsin get the storms? Oh, we might take a little break to look at the forecast for these. Let's go to the Duluth radar. This Duluth radar is going to be a little closer. It's measuring 50,000 foot cloud tops from these storms moving in to the area. And the tornado-warned storm that was in Ely, look at this. We have a tornado-warned storm now. We'll take a look at this. This is on the North Shore, folks, and the 40,000 foot cloud top estimated by the Doppler radar in Duluth. Here's the reflectivity. This is what it normally looks like on radar. The pinks, of course, the heavier rain and hail. The oranges, gully washing, raining cats and dogs rain. This storm has some signs of rotation. Let's see if it's a Doppler indicated tornado. This tornado warned storm here is radar indicated, ping pong ball size hail. And this warning expires in 27 minutes. I'll take a look at the velocities in this storm. It looks like to me, if you put a mark where my finger is, that's where one rotating couplet could be, and this is another one. Those are areas where it looks like there could be some spin. Now we'll look at the velocity. Is there spin in those areas? There is very strong red and green in area 1, but not in area 2. So I am seeing some pretty strong evidence of some spin in that area. Let's look at another type of velocity. Same area right here, only weak as we look in the Schrader area. So if you're on the North Shore, prepare for the possibility of a tornado moving out of the hills. And Taconite Harbor, Kramer, those areas. Kramer, you're right in the path of this. Let's see the movement of this rotating couplet that starts here. Here it is. You can just track it. It's been persistent. This rotating couplet has been persistent, moving near Isabella and to the south and east. And the National Weather Service says that is moving southeast at 40 miles per hour. So I'll go to the latest scan here, and we'll time this out and let you know some areas in the path of this particular rotating thunderstorm right here. Doppler indicated tornado moving toward the North Shore right now. I'm going to increase or enhance the speed by a couple miles per hour, just because sometimes folks watching have buffering going on how they're watching. And if there's buffering, it'll get there slower. 7 minutes from 6:18. We'll put it at about 6:25 in Kramer. So that rotating part of the storm is moving right towards Kramer, and we'll be near the Taconite Harbor area in about 15 minutes, which would be just after 6:30. That's a dangerous storm there. So we do have more rotation on the northern flank of these storms right now. New tornado warning has just been issued by the National Weather Service in and around the Brainerd Lakes area. So if you're in Nisswa, Pequot Lakes, a warning has been issued by the National Weather Service. This is a strong rotation. Bright reds next to bright greens. This one is probably the strongest couplet and rotation that I've seen throughout the evening hours. This storm is located right here. The rotating couplet is right here. It's moving south and east. The general rate of movement has been about 35 to 40 miles per hour, and that's pretty strong, moving out of the Pine River area. This is a radar indicated tornado. There's not a confirmation of it. Let's go ahead and analyze the movement. The Weather Service is saying here is 55 miles per hour on that. That's fast. The analysis was done just a moment ago. Ping pong ball sized hail and a tornado warning from this particular storm. So if you're in the Brainerd Lakes area, please pass along to friends of yours that are in the Brainerd Lakes area. Hutch went to high school in Brainerd in that area. So yes, it's going to stay north, but it's heading towards Mille Lacs, Crosby, Pequot Lakes. Here's the latest scan. Where you see all of the oranges next to the greens, that is the area of concern for tight rotation there. Now, as we take a look at the movement to the south and east at about 55 miles per hour, I'm going to pop that up to 58 miles per hour because of the reasons I've been mentioning throughout the evening. Mission. It'll be in or over Mission in 11 minutes. It will be in or over the Trombled area in about 15 minutes, and Crosby within around 19 minutes. The current time is 6:20. So 20 minutes is 6:40 near Crosby. It stays north of Nisswa, but it's not too far. It's now very strong. The latest scan is showing an increase in the strength of this rotation as we look right here. We've got the greens and reds. It looks like it's right over the lower Whitefish Lake and upper Whitefish Lake, Sunset Bay Trailer Park. If you're in trailers, if you're in mobile homes, get out of places like this if you have time and seek shelter in a more sturdy structure. Cross Lake, it's heading right towards you. If you're in Cross Lake, please seek shelter in an interior room on the lowest floor. A basement is best. Not all the time do homes in Lakes Country have basements, but you need to get as low as you can. I'm going to look at some other evidence here with you, analyzing this storm with dual polarization Doppler radar. We're going to look for other evidence that this thing might be tornadoing. One thing you're looking at here is called the how much are the raindrops alike? If it flings debris up high in the sky, then sometimes the radar sees the debris high in the sky, and the debris doesn't look anything like the raindrops. So the correlation is low, and we see blues. In the area of the tornado, I'm seeing some blues, even blacks. That's very low correlation. This could be indication that we do have some debris kicked up into the atmosphere. I say could be. Let's look at another factor with this storm. Looking at the dual polarization data, we're going to look at how different the horizontal versus the vertical beams are seeing, and the more different they are, if you have debris that's different shapes and sizes being flung into the air, then you're going to have high differences between the horizontal orientated or polarized beam and the vertical polarized beam. And we do see some reds here. So lower Whitefish Lake and this whole area here, I'm seeing that. There could be Doppler radar evidence right here that we're looking at now of lofted debris, possibly. So this is a long ways away from the radar. It would really have to pick that debris up and suck it pretty high into the sky for us to see it on the radar this far away. But I am seeing evidence in the same spots that we're seeing the rotation with this particular storm. Here's high resolution relative velocity. We're looking at this now, and we're seeing some pretty intense wind speeds with this storm here. 145 mile per hour winds toward the radar and 100 mile per hour winds, 50 mile per hour winds away from the radar. This is near Lakewood Court. This is making its way into the Golden Harbor area. Remember, this whole area we potentially saw some lofted debris. Now, this is, let me look at just flat out right into the beam velocity here. And this is a meteorological thing. Hutch has some experience with analyzing Doppler data from the beginning of my career. I started out using Doppler LiDAR wind instrumentation. LiDARs can measure winds. This wind is aloft. Sometimes the wind speeds we see aloft can mix down to the ground, particularly in thunderstorms that are raining, because it brings this fast wind down closer to the ground. Now, if we're seeing wind aloft that's 105 miles per hour, straight line winds with this storm could be just nasty as well. Let's see what we got here with regards to what the National Weather Service is seeing. I'm seeing very strong wind speeds with very strong rotation right here. And again, a very dangerous storm. This one right now, north of Nisswa, it's going to miss Nisswa at this time, but it is moving in the general direction of Crosby. Weather spotters reported a funnel near Jenkins, according to a source, quote unquote. Thank you, KR. I appreciate KR Kruger for the compliments. Paula, good to have you on board. This storm moving toward the Aitken area and Crosby area right now is very dangerous. It's showing some very tight rotation. The analysis of the storm, I'm going to do minute by minute, scan by scan. You don't have to wait for a crawl on your TV screen. It's as the crow flies, it's 16 miles outside of Crosby. It's moving at 55 miles per hour. That might be a mistake. I'm going to double check that with my own analysis because that's really fast. Reports of a funnel cloud near Jenkins. Thank you very much. I do see that in the National Weather Service report. 55 miles per hour is really fast. So you don't have much time in Crosby. So let's take a look and analyze this funnel cloud producing storm, making its way out of the Pequot Lakes area and just north toward the Crosby area, moving at 58. I do that on purpose. It's faster than 55, I know, but it gives you time to prepare. 9 minutes mission. Trommeled 15 minutes from now, and the current time is, I've covered the time up, my apologies. The time is 6:25. So 15 minutes from now at 6:40, that storm is going to be in and over Trommeled. Crosby, 17 minutes away. So you got 15 minutes if you're in these areas. That's lead time warning. That's what this system is made for. This system is made for you to seek shelter and not become a victim. Now, if you are in the path of this storm in Lakes area, this is Lakes area, Brainerd Lakes area. If we zoom in, the rotating part of this storm here, let me get this off of here. The rotating part of the storm is right here. It's over the lower Whitefish Lake, Sunset Bay Trailer Park, Cross Lake area, Lakewood Court area. These points near Breezy Point, you're right on the premises of this. This is fun to say. Aswanamaki Lake. If I pronounce that correctly, that's right where the rotation is. It's moving over you now. If you're in Crosby, you have time to prepare. You want to get out of things like mobile homes, manufactured homes. You want to find a more secure structure to seek shelter in, and you want to get as low as you can. And you want to be in a basement if you can, because you'd be below the level of flying debris. Speaking of debris, we did see what could possibly have been a debris signature on radar. I'm going to go right back to that now. Dual polarization, Doppler radar data. You're looking at what we call correlation coefficient. It's a big fancy, how alike are these particles that we're seeing? How alike are the radar, is the radar beam picking up the raindrop size things where the horizontal beam and the vertical beam look exactly the same? If they're highly correlated, you're going to see red in here. I'm going to have to turn off the tornado warning thing now to see red, because I don't think I'm seeing red, but that's not the red I want to see. There we go. Now you can see the lakes. So the blue indicates a low correlation. Low correlation means the raindrops are not alike. So either we got raindrops here that are pancake shaped, because pancake shaped raindrops are usually flat as they're moving down. So the horizontal beam picks up more energy than the vertical beam does. But is there debris in there? It could be debris if it's blue or gray or black. Now let's look at this. Let's look at the differential reflectivity. How different are they? Where we see reds, that can be debris picked up in the sky. That's outside. Now, that's not too far outside the area that we're concerned about. It is a little bit. So there may be some evidence and has been some evidence of possible debris with these storms. And this is a very tightly rotating tornado-warned storm with a history of a funnel cloud. As I look in on the latest data from the National Weather Service office in the Twin Cities, north of Osakis, rotation continues in the mid-levels. We'll be moving into a better environment, so we'll watch it closely. Okay. And it's also moving closer to the radar beams. So we're looking at this from the Duluth area. Again, these are dangerous storms rotating tightly. I'm going to turn on the regular reflectivity once again. Look at all the history this thing has of huge hail too. 1 3/4 inch diameter hail right over Highway 2. Grand Rapids had a smattering of hail reports as high as 1 3/4 of an inch just southwest of town. And as we look at this hailstorm in Emily now, you got this notch taken out of the storm here. This storm, if we loop it, you might get a feel for the actual movement and the rotation within the storm itself. So yeah, you've got this area right here. This is the rotating part of the storm. That's the hook echo. The hook echo correlates with where the spin is, and that is the storm that's also on the north side producing one heck of a hail core in the pinks there. That tornado-warned storm moving southeast at a ridiculous clip is heading right towards Crosby right now at 55 miles per hour. On the radar gun, literally on the radar gun. Now, Alexandria, the warned storm is moving out of your area, slowly creeping and crawling into Sauk Center and Long Prairie. Is there rotation? This one looks more like a gusty wind front type system. The backward C shape here, like I've got my hand shaped, that's a gusty wind from the northwest behind the storm. Straight line winds from that storm are the most likely concern, along with very large hail. I'll look quickly for any rotation in that storm. There is a little bit of weak spin in this storm. Okay, it's pretty unorganized. How about the warnings up by the Cavalier area? Those shallow clouds we were talking about earlier have really dissipated as they've moved off to the east. So you're looking at the velocity that we were watching with the Cavalier storm and the sirens going off. There it moved out and weakened. Those storms are collapsing storms right now. To Hutch here, what about the risk of severe storms or tornadoes or anything like that in the Red River Valley for Grand Forks and Fargo? The main event is east of us. Active tornado warning in the Nisswa area. This is mainly moving into Crosby, not Nisswa, north of Nisswa, Crosby. Severe thunderstorm warnings pushing into Duluth. We have a tornado warned storm on the North Shore right now. That storm heading in towards and north of Silver Bay. That storm also showing tight rotation as indicated by Doppler radar from Duluth. So these storms rotating and continuing. Now this one's getting ready to move out over the North Shore Drive there, right? Highway 61, and we'll be pushing out over the big lake here shortly. That's moving to the south and east. In fact, there's an advisory, special marine advisory for any marine activity in that area, just downwind from the Toft area and Lutsen. Okay, so the Lutsen to Toft area, those storms severe, and it's tornado warned over land. And we'll see what happens as it moves over water. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for the Babbitt area and points south near Hoyt Lakes. That storm capable of some sizable hail. Let me turn on the normal look at the radar here. See the little hook on the backside of this puppy? That's kind of concerning to Hutch as we look at the movement of this storm. Okay, it's two storms moving together here. This isn't just one storm like it looked like. This storm intersecting with this storm. That's why it's got that hook shaped. We'll see. Sometimes when storms collide, they cause each other to fizzle out. Moving out of Virginia, Evelyn, and a home of hockey, and moving in towards the Babbitt area right now. That storm has large hail potential. Evelyn, you got another storm moving in on you and crossing the Highway 53 corridor shortly. Gusty winds from that. But at this time, it is non-severe. All right, new thunderstorm warning for northern portions of the county here. This storm has the tornado possible tag. Let me go to the radar here, and then we'll look together at what's going on with this particular storm from the National Weather Service Forecast Office in Duluth. Storm moving east at 55 miles per hour is near not far from Big Sandy Lake. It's 11 miles east, moving east at 55 miles per hour. Ping pongs and 60 mile per hour wind gusts are possible from that storm. And it does say tornado possible. Let me show you where the rotation is to the best of my ability from the Doppler radar out there near Duluth. We have a tight little balsam couplet showing up right here, a little spin up there. These gusty wind producing storms can cause little, what we call gustnadoes, or quasi-linear tornadoes along the leading edge of the wind. So Balsam, you have a little evidence of some spin there. We got some north of town too. But by Ball Bluff, we've got a little area here that could have some also areas of spin. So there's numerous areas of spin showing up near Ball Bluff, and as we go south just a little bit closer to the Balsam area, within that particular severe warning storm, heading in towards the Floodwood area. So again, tornado is possible as tagged by the the National Weather Service in Duluth, and it is for portions of Itasca County, Aitkin County, also St. Louis, and Carleton counties, all those very big counties, but it's just for this polygon area that you see here, mainly near the Highway 2 corridor, not far from floodwater. Tornado warning storm continues to very tightly rotate, showing a couplet or potential couplet in and around this Mission area right here. There's one here, then there's one back here. So there is a couple of areas of tight rotation possible. There's the latest scan. Does look like we got some ridiculous wind speeds in this particular vicinity as well. Where you're seeing the oranges, I'm going to go just to flat out velocity and look at these values. They've come down a little bit. That's good, because remember, we were seeing 100+ mile/hour winds aloft. This is up in the sky, the Doppler radar is looking. So I don't see the wind being as strong as it was just a couple of moments ago. I'll get you back to the big bright colors that we were seeing moments ago, and you can certainly see, I'll have to rock back here. As we crossed into this area here where we saw the oranges and reds, those are some pretty stout wind speeds associated with this particular storm that were upwards of 100 miles per hour toward the radar and away from the radar. So at any rate, it does look like the wind speeds with that particular storm aloft have weakened a little bit, and that could mean that there's been a weakening of the rotation at cloud level. See how the reds are not directly next to the greens over here and the blues? That would indicate that there's a more broad rotation with this storm. So it's a huge rotating thunderstorm, but the couplet nature of it, it's an observed tornado now. It's an observed tornado now. Confirmed tornado near Cuyuna, 16 miles northeast of Brainerd, moving east-southeast or southeast at 55 miles per hour. Confirmed tornado was near Cuyuna. So let's go back in and take a look at this latest radar display. Okay, so if we go in just a little bit closer, Cross Lake, rotation showing up just next to you right here where we got greens right next to the reds. Let me go back to the storm relative velocity. And this is some very stout winds. Maybe in that general vicinity of Wolford, Mission, we also have that rotation. So there's very tight rotating couplet right in this area moving southeast 55 miles per hour. That is moving in that general direction of you folks in Crosby. So an update for you on the movement of that particular tornado warned storm with impressive velocities. 55, that's a fast moving tornado, and you would not have a lot of time to prepare a mission, about 2 minutes on towards Crosby in 9 minutes. Okay, so 9 minutes away if it continues at its current rate of speed. So that puts us at about well, just after 6:42. So about that time frame. The Cuyuna area in about that same time. So this storm definitely has some shear and some spin to it. Let's take a look at your reports right here. Seems like we got some damage here showing up from a couple of spots as well. Okay. All right. Confirmed on the ground, Karen. Thank you very much. I appreciate your report there. So as we take a look at the National Weather Service's text, ping pong ball sized hail, observed tornado on the ground, and it was located over Cuyuna, or 6 miles northeast of Brainerd. So the rotating part of the thunderstorm is not lining up with exactly where we're seeing this. So if we take, whoops, sorry about that. If we take a look at the Cuyuna area here, that's where the tornado was over the top of just moments ago. It does look like so it's spreading out in this general direction. So it's over Cuyuna, but the rotation aloft is showing up over here. So here we go. We've got this right in this area. That's where the tornado is. It's near Crosby and Cuyuna right now, and it's moving in the general vicinity of the Aitkin area. It does look like that rotating part of the storm is a little bit farther to the west of you folks in Aitkin. We'll take a look. You are in the warning area, though, so you should be seeking shelter from this very strong hail-producing storm with a gusty straight-line wind potential, but it also has a observed and confirmed tornado. I'm going to take a quick peek and a gander at any DOT cameras that might be in this particular vicinity so we can cover that for you as well, as this tornado warned storm is in this general vicinity right here. I'm not seeing a lot of cameras and a lot of trees out here near Cuyuna. So as we take a look at this is going to be making its way right towards Serpent Lake as we speak, Crosby, and also near the areas just south of there near the, what is that, Deerwood? Yeah, Deerwood. So these areas are in the path of the rotating storm and the tornado, as well as the hail. Let's see if we can see it from here. This is a long ways off as we look generally along that Highway 210 corridor there. That was a live cam shot at the street making its way through. Let's see what we got here. We're just not going to see anything but road surface. There is a little bit of evidence of the Tamarack area on Highway 180, or excuse me, 210. So some stout thunderstorms working their way through with a confirmed tornado on the ground in this area. I will look at this camera we're just going to see rain here. You're looking in the Emily area, milepost 29 on Highway 6. Just an inundation of rain. There could be some hailstones that we're seeing there on the road surface as well. You cannot see very far because of the rain that's moving through on the north side of the storm near Emily. The warning, you have a severe thunderstorm warning in Emily, and you're looking right through the rain and the hail towards the storm that's making its way in towards the Cayuga area. Now, here's a look at the storm view. That's the camera just must have been moving moments ago. So I see dark skies, and that's all I can see from this DOT set of cameras there. That was a little bit closer down towards the Bentonville area and the Mille Lacs Lake area. So this storm is rotating very tightly. Tornado warned. A new tornado warning has been issued for that storm. Let's go ahead and get you the latest on that. It does include Mille Lacs. Tennis ball sized hail now. Hail and tornado. Tennis ball sized hail with this cell. Where's the hail core with this puppy? Let's go ahead and analyze that for you folks. So different communities may be in the path of the tennis ball sized hail versus those communities in path of the rotation. This is a pretty well-defined couplet on this storm here. Let's get right back to the radar and show you that we have this couplet right here. Another tornado warning has been issued now. This is near the Moose Lake area. I'll get to that. It's right by my ear here. This little cutout area is the rotating part of the storm. So there was a tornado not far from Crosby associated with this area right here. Okay, that was confirmed and on the ground, but we got a new development now up near the Mission area. So we could have a storm here that's producing a couple different areas of rotation. Sometimes storms do, and it goes through a cycle. So let's take a look at the velocities that we're seeing. And yeah, we do have some weaker shear in this area. There was a confirmed tornado in this area moving southeast at 55 miles per hour. And this is just ridiculous amounts of wind speed being picked up by the Duluth National Weather Service Forecast Office's radar. They're right over Highway 6 in the Mission area. So we have some more rotation associated with that couplet up there. Now the hail. The hail, tennis balls falling from the sky, likely in this pink area right along Highway 6. That's what we're seeing as we look in towards Pine Knoll and Little Pine. A nasty storm there. Big picture. Fargo, Grand Forks in our area, very quiet right now. Let me change the radar back over to Fargo, Grand Forks, and we see not much. We do have active tornado warnings in and around Manitou for this storm that's making its way through. to the south and east. It does not look all that impressive from Mayville, North Dakota, but it is a long ways away. We're looking at the very cloud tops here. This storm capable of producing a tornado. There have been confirmed tornadoes in Manitoba tonight, so please keep that in mind. Again, a confirmed tornado in and around the Brainerd Lakes area, mainly north up towards Crosby. We have a warning now that is in effect for Glen, Malmo area, and also the northern shores of the Mille Lacs Lake area near Garrison, near Nichols and Cutler. A very strong tornado-producing storm is heading in your way right now. It's going to be moving over the Highway 210 corridor as we speak. One area of rotation is already probably moving through that area. We have another area of rotation that's on the other side of this storm out near Mission. I'm going to have to get to the closer radar here. Tennis balls. All right. So now let's take a look at what we're seeing with this other tornado warning south of Duluth. This one's mainly moving on the Highway 210 corridor towards right now. As we see that little notch taken out of the storm, that would be the indicative area of where we would typically see rotation with the storm. Let's see if that's confirmed with regards to what we're seeing here. Yes, right in that area, we have a very tight couplet moving right towards right. If you are in Wright or Cromwell, you'll want to be seeking shelter in an interior room away from windows. What speed is this one moving at? The threat is for a lime-sized hail, 2-inch diameter hail, and a tornado that is radar indicated. This storm is moving to the southeast, and it's moving at a clip of 40 miles per hour. It's located near Tamarack, and it's moving southeast at 40 miles per hour. So let's go ahead and time this for you. Here we can see the rotation right now. It's moving into right. If you're in right, you should be seeking shelter in an interior room away from windows. If you're in Cromwell, do the same. Get to the lowest floor possible. Get out of mobile homes. Get out of manufactured homes into something more sturdy. This thing is still 20 miles away from Barnum. It's about 20 miles away from Mattawa and Moose Lake, about 22 miles away from you. And now as we take a look at the speed of this system moving at about 40 miles per hour, I'm just looking at the rotating part of the storm. So if I click that here, whoopsies. Sorry, it's taken me a hot minute to get this out of the way. There we go. There. I'm going to have to zoom out. Turn that tool off. Turn this tool on. Rotating part of the storm. 45 miles per hour. It's moving at 40. We're going to allow for a little bit of extra time here. Barnum, by 27 minutes from now, will be in your area, so it'll be close to 7:10, okay? And then on towards the Mattawa area at about the same time, 7:10. So it's moving right towards that Interstate 35 corridor as we speak. We'll take a look, but we've got 2 active tornado warnings for northwest Minnesota. This is where the risk was going to be, with the greatest risk for spinning in the atmosphere tonight. As we go toward the late night hours, it should be diminishing. We have a new tornado warning north of the Drayton area here. New tornado warning for Drayton. Let's get on that for our viewers right here in the Red River Valley. This is pardon me, this warning, let me get to the latest from the National Weather Service forecast office here. A radar indicated tornado, and it's showing a Kitson County tornado until 7:30 is the warning, and it's moving east at 25 miles per hour. It was located basically over Robin, or 16 miles northeast of Grafton, moving east at 25 miles per hour. I'm going to go to a closer radar here so we could see a little better. This is it. This is the Mayville radar. And this is the best I can do for this storm. Remember, these are very shallow storms, but again, this is a radar indicated tornado, and it does look like, as we take a look at the storm relative velocity, right back here near Drayton, that's where we're seeing that rotation as we go through. Now, as I loop this for you, and I'm going to check my my viewers' feedback here, because a lot of you folks have been getting, thank you, Bob, I appreciate your kind words. A lot of you folks have been giving me and sharing with me some feedback, so I'm going to kind of check that channel here right now as well. Pardon me. Getting a drink of water. So, Kirsten, there's another tornado warning in your area. And Kirsten was the one that showed the the pancake-shaped cloud, not very tall, but it's rotating. You see this little red area next to the green? That's kind of moving southeast. So it's moving out of the warned area. That particular rotating part of the storm is. So let me take a look at the other storm's reflectivity data and see if I can get any more information. They can quickly move out of the area. See this kidney bean shape here? This is likely the area where we do have some possible rotation with this storm. It's kind of sliding out of the warned area. Not unprecedented by any stretch of the imagination. These storms can sometimes maneuver and make their own movements. I'm going to take you to a North Dakota DOT camera real quickly here, and we'll see what we got going on in that particular area. So here we go, Drayton, looking to the north. Let's see if I can get right in. Now, I don't know if I'll be able to see it from the north. Nope, there's no camera available there. Well, we're too far south. Let's see what this one sees. It's a long ways off from Bosemont, but we'll take a look. Road surface. That's not going to help me too much. From a long ways off at Edinburgh, let's take a look. Green grass grows. Dark skies likely out to the east, and that's what we're seeing there. So unfortunately, I'm not able to get too much with regards to the confirmation of what we're seeing in Marshall County out there. Excuse me. This is Kitson County. My mistake. So southwest Kitson County, the radar shows we do have a storm. It has a very unimpressive radar display right here. It's moving towards Donaldson, Stephen, and Argyle. Right here and right here are the two areas of rotation that are showing up with this storm. That active tornado warning is in effect for 40 minutes. We'll take a look at what happens with that as we go through. But if you have a report that you want to share with Hutch on my platforms, do so now. Let me catch up with my viewers who are watching on and around. Well, let's see. Someone's asking about Moose Lake. Got to tell you, Kathy, thank you for your questions. Sean, good to have you on board. And again, I appreciate all of you watching on this channel. If you're watching on the YouTube channel, you can find me on YouTube by searching Hutch's Weather. So please do that there. And if you do like it, give me the likes. That really does help. And please consider subscribing. Let's take a look at the big picture here. It's been a little while since we've done that. We do have active tornado warnings, 1, 2, 3 of them. And now we have a post-tornado warned storm that's wreaking havoc on the North Shore outside of, outside of places like, for the Grand Marais area and Lutsen. So just off the Lutsen and Tofty areas, active severe thunderstorm warnings for huge hail out near Virginia and south of Ely. We already have reports of 1.5 to 2 inch diameter hail in numerous locations. Active tornado warning taking place right here, making its way off to the east of Cloquet, heading right towards the Barnum area. This storm is very stout. I'll take a look at the closest radar that we have here. This is radar indicated from this particular storm. Oh my. Okay. Do you see this little notch right here in this spin? You can almost see the storm spinning on the radar display here. We're going to take a look at the reflectivities and watch it just spin in. You can almost see it sucking and wrapping in. That's the tornado. That could be a debris ball that's getting picked up on the radar right there. Moving into Wright, moving into Cromwell. An extremely dangerous storm is working its way in. It's radar indicated, but boy, the indications from radar are pretty intense as we take a look. Here is a look at that too. The intensity of the spin is right there in the same area as we saw what could be a debris ball showing up on reflectivity display. So this really is a dangerous storm. It's moving right over the Highway 210 corridor between Wright and Cromwell. This could be either or location because we're looking higher up in the cloud here. So if you're in Cromwell, if you're in Wright, you should be seeking shelter in your interior room. If you're watching from your phone, why don't you let me know where you're watching from right now on the comments here on all my channels. Are you watching on Facebook? Are you watching on YouTube? Let me know where you're watching from. Is it on your cell phone? Are you on the road? One of the beauties of Hutch's Weather is you can take it with you wherever you go. So I hope I'm reaching the right folks with this broadcast live in real time. Now, here is a look at that rotating couplet. It's strong, and I don't have a confirmation of a tornado on the ground at this particular time. But again, looking for your feedback if you do have any. Will any storms refire over western counties? John, I don't think we'll see storms refiring over the North Dakota counties anytime soon. The watch does remain in effect, but all models kind of showed things moving out. Let's go with this storm here. This tornado is moving southeast. It's moving towards Barnum. It's moving towards Moose Lake. You were just asking about that on YouTube. Let's get it to you. Are you streaming your YouTube to your television? I'm streaming in HD, so it should look very, very good to you on your HD signal on the TV as well. Barnum, 24 minutes away. The time is 6:53. So you can do the math. It's going to be really close to around 6:15 to 6:20, moving over the Interstate 35 corridor between Moose Lake and Barnum. That storm looks nasty to me. Facebook Live, Jessica says. Wadena on Facebook. Cell phone on the road east of Park Rapids, Jessica. Let me tell you what you're up against there. Don't know what road you're on, but I'll tell you what. Heading east to Park Rapids, there's some nasty storms that have moved out of your area, as you know, with hail, and these are now tornado-warned storms. This one here is very stout also. This one kicked out a confirmed tornado, I think, that cycled through, and now we have another area of tight rotation showing up here between Aitkin and Crosby. So if you're in Deerwood, if you're in Crosby, if you're in Aitkin, you remain in a tornado warning. Let me get the latest from Duluth on this. Tennis balls, folks. Fallen out of the sky. I see the tornado watch got issued. Scott, thank you. I'll take a look at the big picture. Sometimes I get so in depth with things that we got to watch that. I think that might be for southern Minnesota. We'll keep you up to date. Tornadoes and tennis balls. At 6:39, the warning was re-updated. Tornado was located near Cuyuna. There's not been an update since. This is a long time. That particular warned tornado has cycled, and I'm not saying it's gone, but if it's still in existence, it's got to be way down towards Malmo right now. Now, as we take a look at what the radar is showing Hutch, we got still this huge, tight, rotating monster of a thunderstorm. It's just north of Crosby, and it could be kicking off another tornado right here. So the warning area is the same. And the first tornado that we saw confirmed crossed the 210 area there near Cayuga. And now we've got another one up there north. Latest scan, just in. Boom, right here over Highway 210 between Aitkin and Crosby. So that's a dangerous storm. That one was moving southeast at 55 miles per hour. But if you've seen the last couple radar scans of me covering this, that storm system has kind of redeveloped more storms. The rotating part of the storm is near Crosby now. It will be moving towards Glory within about 20 minutes or so, and that would put it there by about 7:20. So that's the very latest on that particular warned storm. It remains nasty. A new tornado warning. What? A new tornado warning. Okay, let's go down here. Little Falls. Okay, let me go to a different radar scan and see if I can get. This is an observed tornado, folks. Let me read it. Let's read it. So on Highway 10 out the side there north of Little Falls, we've got a tornado that's been observed on the ground. The National Weather Service in Twin Cities says that the observed tornado was near Camp Ripley, not far from the Brainerd Lakes area. It's northeast of Little Falls by 7 miles. It's moving east at 30 miles per hour. A damaging tornado. Weather spotters confirm the tornado. This is a tornado on the ground. Tornado watch has been issued in the red counties you see here. So we're replacing thunderstorm watch with tornado watch. St. Cloud, Duluth, Minneapolis, St. Paul, the northern suburbs in particular. It doesn't look like Bloomington is involved in that at this particular time. But anywhere from Brooklyn Park up towards St. Cloud, Pine City, Frederick, all the way through Sandstone and into Duluth, a tornado watch has been issued. That tornado watch is in effect. We get the latest on that. It expires in 3 hours, so sorry about this. Takes a little bit of time. Just issued until 10 p.m. So it has the same cutoff time. It's basically for the spin that we're seeing in these storms. Watching from the northern township north of Bemidji and YouTube. Thank you so very much for telling me where you're watching from. FM area watch canceled. Scott, thank you for your update. Okay, there you got it. Hutch's gut was right. We did keep the watch, though, in the northern counties for this stuff moving out of Manitoba, right? Those continue to be tornado-warned storms. So there's still a watch up in the northern valley right now, the northern Red River Valley, and all the way out towards Roseau County. And I had a couple models that I showed you earlier that showed that we could see those storms making their way through. My daughter lives near Beaver Bay, south of Silver Bay. Is that storm still active? We'll get there momentarily. Thank you for your question. I really appreciate it, Linda. Let's go ahead and tell you what's going on. So the watch in Fargo, Grand Forks, done. Hutch's gut was saying done. We done. Now, as you look up here north, there's stuff moving out of Winkler. Can't rule it out. Still a watch in effect for the Southern Valley because this line here could still develop 1 or 2 cells. See these guys here? Once those clear, I think we're done. 90 degrees at Moorhead's Airport still. It's a ridiculous heat. We're not going to get relief from these storms yet, but the northwest winds are going to cool us off and dry us out a little bit. Pardon me. Answering your question about the Bay Area. Silver Bay, Grand Marais. These storms are all severe up here. A whole line of them on the Iron Range. Those are from north of Hibbing, where we did get 2-inch diameter rocks falling from the sky and 1.75-inch hailstones in Chisholm. Let me see that 2-inch report. 2-inch report, St. Louis County, ping pong balls and, hen egg size hail. That's a lot of hail. Okay, those storms are continuing to work their way across the northern shore. Let me get the radar turned off so you can see these storms. Here you go. And let me put it in normal radar reflectivity mode so we can get you covered here. We have all of these storms continuing. The one storm that was tornado warned that moved off the Tofty area is now over the Big Lake. So Lake Superior seeing this storm making its way over the lake. So there are marine advisories there. So as we look down and towards Silver Bay here, these storms are all drifting off to the east. We do have some storms moving in that general vicinity. So they're still around the area, but they're mainly to the north right now. What's going on down to the south? These storms are more moving in a southeasterly direction. So the whole line is moving towards Silver Bay generally. It could still get split, but you still have the risk of storms in and around the Silver Bay area. That takes care of that. Reed Timmer live with one by Deerwood. Dustin said, so let's go back into that area. We got a couple of different ones out here. I do want to get back into this area of the confirmed tornado down here observed. Let me get a closer radar view here, if I can. Not much of a good radar view with this particular storm. Let's go back with the reflectivity mode here. So this is the one that was observed near the Camp Ripley area, and this storm continues to move off to the east. So from Belle Prairie near Freedom and Lastrip, that's where that storm is rotating, and it looks like it's actually a little closer to the Piers area there with some rotation. So it's still a dangerous storm. It's still working its way in that general vicinity. Also, St. Joe's seeing some storms making their way down towards Sauk Rapids right now. There's some spin or shear in this, but this has a linear look to it, and this could be a very, very strong straight line wind gust. But right in here, not far from Holdingford, there is some rotation in and around that particular storm. And now let's get up into the Crosby area. This storm here near Aitkin, this one is still showing rotation now near the Aitkin area. And again, look at this. As we zoom in just a little bit closer, let me go to a closer radar. Still tennis balls, still strong rotation. It's right over Highway 210 and near Deerwood. So this would be the one that's being covered by our friend in that Dominator thing, dominating the Dominator along Highway 210. Something told me I'd see that vehicle around here tonight. So this storm generally moving off to the south and east, and it's very, very strong and has shown a persistent rotation and likely has cycled more than one tornado through the area. They have trimmed out the areas up to the north there near Emily out of the tornado warning. There's a little bit of rotation on that little cell just off to your south, so we'll keep our eyes on that for you. But if you're in Aitkin and Crosby and areas in between on Highway 210, that is one very nasty storm out there. Tornado confirmed, Atkin, Reed Timmer chasing that puppy. Okay, thank you for the report. That thing is in trees too. No fun to chase in the trees, because if you've ever been in the lakes area there, this is heading to the north shores of Lake Mille Lacs. So if you're in that Mille Lacs area here on 169 Wealthwood all the way towards Garrison, now is the time to batten down the hatches. This storm is rotating. You can kind of see it's almost not moving southeast anymore. It's kind of taking a little bit of a left curve here. That would put it toward the northwest point here, a little bit closer to you folks near the Malmo area and Wealthwood with regards to where it's heading on the Big Lake. Now that can change, but you can certainly see that it's bending in this general direction towards Wealthwood and 169, working its way across. So tornado warning, nasty spin. We have had confirmed reports of tornadoes on the ground near Aitkin. If you're in these areas, rural areas between Aitkin and Glen, if you are in Bennetville, if you're in Glory, any of these areas, seek shelter, interior room, lowest floor, and cover your head and wait for the storms to pass. You're going to have the gusty wind, rain, and then hail, and then another batch because of the way these storms have been pushing and surging through the area. If you watch the loop of radar data in Aitken, you've got rain and hail move through one batch, two batch, and now three. This storm is cycling one tornado, two tornado, and it's just continuing to hit and buffer the same areas with potential tornadoes. I'm not seeing the tornado report icon just yet from there. Little Falls, we did have that report of a tornado not far from you. I saw the last rotation near Piers, and that storm continues to move off to more of an easterly direction towards Platte. Okay, so the tornado warning does continue, but if you are down in the Alexandria area, you're all but done now, for the main event has passed you by. We do have a new tornado warning here in that St. Joseph area. Let me get you to a closer radar. This is a radar indicated tornado, I-94 and north towards Albany, north of Albany, heading towards Sartell. So in the Holdingford area, that's where the Doppler radar is picking this up. It's a long ways away from the radar here. Let's get a look at this. Okay, do you see this little notch right here? That's it. That's the indication of the tornado, reds and greens next to each other. We have another area over here, storm cycling along the leading edge there. So this is a dangerous storm. We could have a tornado just north of Albany. Let's read the National Weather Service radar indicated tornado. Let's see where they're seeing it. This was updated. It's until 7:30. Stearns County, of course, at 7:01. They just updated this. The tornado was near Holdingford, 20 miles to the southwest of Little Falls. It's moving east, due east at 35 miles per hour. So that's the area where we have the potential tornado near Holdingford. I'm seeing another evidence of some down here. Holdingford tornado. Possible spin down here on the edge, right here, just north of Avon, near St. Anna, just off the interstate. This one also showing some signs of spin. Along a leading edge of a line of thunderstorms that's blowing out, we could get these quasi-linear type tornadoes forming in different spots. I believe this event is becoming one of those in this area. This storm here is continuing to move towards the Lastrup area. Much of the Warren storm and the rotation has moved kind of out of the box, and it's here by Piers. So if you're in Piers on 25, south of Piers, there's a rotating couplet moving in your general vicinity. Remember, tornado warnings are issued for the area where it looks like the storm is moving. These things can have minds of their own. This one has dove south of that warned area. If you're in Lastrup, if you're in Piers, the rotating part of this storm is over you right now. So thanks for all of your support. We appreciate you guys. I appreciate each and every one of you. There's touchdown near Crosby, says Kimberly. Okay, so let's get back on that storm. Here's the Crosby area storm. We have a touchdown there as well. 1 minute ago, I got that update from you. Let me go ahead and observe tornado, tennis ball sized hail. We've got an observed tornado near Crosby, with touchdown near Crosby, and the rotation on the thunderstorm is showing up here near Aitken. So we've got one area of rotation here, one area of rotation here, again, cycling through. Again, dangerous storm. Deerwood, Crosby, all of these areas are in the path of the storm, and it's all heading toward the northern and northwestern shores of Mille Lacs Lake. So if you're on Mille Lacs Lake, get the boat off of the water. You may want to, with the wind and hail from this storm, get the boat and into protection, the car into protection. You don't have a lot of time. It's moving southeast. So if I'm going to go to the National Weather Service here real quick and get the latest from them. Tornado warning, Stearns. All right, let's go to Duluth. Latest message. Sorry about that. There's a lot of information coming in. Okay. 5 miles north of Crosby, extensive trees down near Wolford. Tornado between Crosby and Aitken, where confirmed via Storm Chaser video, where I was talking about between the two. Sent me video from Crosby, same thing. Gentle rotation. Okay, very good. So this area And now it's showing up right over Aitkin. So if you're in Aitkin, it looks like to me that rotation is right over you. We have a couplet there. It's moving off to the south and east. So let's give you some general guidance as to where this thing is heading so you can take precautions. I'm going to stick with the 50 mile per hour-ish speeds. Glory in about 10 minutes from now, 11 minutes from now. So you can see 18 minutes after the hour, it'll be near you. Glen, 15 minutes away. 7:07 Central Time is the time, add 15 minutes, and that's when the storm will be in your area. And again, it could just clip the north and eastern shores, northeastern shores of the big lake, Mille Lacs. So get off the lake. Now is the time to do that. Get out of mobile homes, get out of, or at least know where you can go if that tornadic storm moves closer to you. On the north shores of Mille Lacs Lake, gusty straight line winds could be very excessive with this storm as well. With that southeast movement, let me take a look at something here. I'm going to do some head scratching and look at a couple things. Not going to get good straight line wind measurement from this, from the Duluth radar, but I'll take a stab at it and tell you what I know. Straight line wind velocities measured from this storm are impressive over Aitkin. And if we're getting tight rotation here, we should be able to measure some of the straight line winds that are being measured with this. So yeah, we got inbound winds of over 70 miles per hour. This is very high in the sky, and outbound winds, weaker magnitudes there. But the storm is all moving south, so it's across the beam. So it doesn't give me a real good measurement of what the straight line wind potential with this storm would be. Now I can look at the Minneapolis radar, and it might do a subtly better job of straight line wind measurement, but it's a little farther away, so I have to be careful with that. Let me see where the bright reds are. Yeah, it's a little bit crosswind. We got 40, 50 mile per hour winds measured aloft above the ground. Let's get back to the rotating part of the storm and the reflectivity. Aitkin, storm right over you. It's moving into Glen. It's moving into Wellthwood and Malmo. If you're in these areas, seek shelter. That is a nasty tornadic storm working its way towards you. Okay, just taking in more information and reports from the area. I do want to talk a little bit about the tornado warning has been canceled for the storm that was just up here in and around the area of Drayton. So the Drayton-Warren area had another tornado warning storm that has been canceled. Much, much weaker. That cell does continue up here, and it still has this little hook shape to it right there. So that storm, I mean, if it puts down anything at all, like a little a funnel cloud, a spinner, if it's sighted, it's not the type of tornado that usually causes catastrophic type damage. But if it produces a funnel or tornado, get away from it. It's dangerous. Even weaker tornadoes can produce 100 mile per hour winds, and it's heading into the Stephen area with this little hook shape to it. So again, I just saw a question for this area, and I wanted to not forget about you and let you know we still see the rotation right near the Stephen area. What are you seeing? Looking for your reports. Thanks again for your reports. I do appreciate all of you by providing them right on my live feeds. I'm checking them all right now with 3 of them going. Confirmed tornado Aitkin. Appreciate the updates. Thanks, Wendy. Tornado near Crosby, says Mary. Okay, so Crosby and Aitkin. And if you're in the Stephen area, let us know. But that storm is showing some spin on it as it's making its way through northern parts of Marshall County across 75 right now. All right, big time tornadic storms heading in towards the area of Crosby and Mille Lacs right now. Let's go back into the reflectivity and let's go here. Got to get to a closer radar. Tennis ball size hail still an issue. Here it is. Here's where the rotation is. Right here. It's south of Aitkin. That is where we're seeing one area of rotation right there. Boom. There is some evidence that there might be some on the other side of the storm, on the backside too. But nope, that's more rolling than it is shear. So, and again, that would be the opposite direction. So this would be, if this is a tornado, this is kind of an interesting thing. Thank you, Maria. Confirmed touchdown being reported in and around the Crosby area, near Crosby. That could be this one. Is this one showing me the signs of clockwise rotation, right? Away from Duluth toward Duluth, that's clockwise. That's not impossible. Those do happen. New tornado warning just issued as I'm speaking now. This is for, as I've been talking about, it looked like it's taking a little turn. And if you're in Wellthwood, if you're in Malmo, that storm is heading toward your area. The rotating part of the storm is right here, right now. This is the tornado This has been observed on the ground. That's where the tornado warning is. There's still reports of tornadoes in and around the Crosby area with confirmed touchdowns there. On the backside of this storm, it's a mess, folks. Anywhere in these red areas, you should be still seeking shelter because this storm is producing shear up here by where the original warning was issued, still some shear here. I'm just hearing reports, I will call them unconfirmed, of a Crosby touchdown, but Mary says a confirmed touchdown. So I haven't confirmed it, but I'm looking for those confirmations from my spotter network here on my radar and from the National Weather Service office. Extensive trees down near the Crosby area, 5 miles north, still a report. We are getting intense increase in spin there as well as we look back here where the reds and the greens are starting to line up again. But the main event's right here. This is a nasty tornado. It's heading right towards Glen. If you look at the bright colors here, you can see where the rotation is. We're getting very bright colors here. And again, with its movement to the south and east, where the rotating part of the storm is moving in the general direction of Glen, let's put this in here. I'm going to put it close to 50 miles per hour. It's 48 miles per hour. And it will be near Glen in 8 minutes. You have 8 minutes to prepare. This has confirmed touchdowns, confirmed tornadoes on the ground, confirmed damage and trees down in the Crosby to Aitkin area, and it's moving towards Glory in about 2 to 3 minutes. It will be in Glen in 8 minutes and Malmo 12 minutes. Wealthwood, it will be very close to you as well. You're right on the edge of this storm. I would be seeking shelter and I would make sure the vehicles are in the garage. There is a huge hail potential with this particular storm as well. Checking in on the other tornado warned storm. Let me get over to that. That has been allowed to expire near the Barnum area. See this backward C shape right here? This thing has turned into a linear wind event as it's working its way towards Barnum. The strong rotation has died. I'll loop it. You can actually see it right here. Okay, it's still right here. It's basically stayed. It became rain wrapped. Can't see it. Not hard to tell that. It's right here and it's wrapped in rain. There's lightning all around that tornado core. It's right here still. There is still evidence of spin in this storm. It's just weaker. It's near Big Lake. Okay, if we zoom in a little bit closer, it's right over Perch Lake, if you're in Perch Lake. So that's the Corona area, Sawyer area on Highway 210. So that storm still has some evidence of weak spin from the original tornado near Wright and Cromwell. Okay, so that is now a severe thunderstorm warning with the rotating part of the storm moving east right in toward Cloquet. Okay, and the wind outflow from the storm heading towards Moose Lake. That's what's going on in Moose Lake. Let's see here. Twin Cities, see what they got going on. I got to check 3 weather service sites. Do not plan to reissue a Morrison County tornado warning. Okay. Very good. Thank you, National Weather Service Office. I appreciate the coordination there as well as we take a look at persistent rotation, most recent near Bathgate, and that's Grand Forks. Okay, so persistent rotation still on the storm. That was a while ago. I'm not seeing any more updates from Grand Forks. Okay, I've caught myself up on my information here. We do have very strong and active storms working their way through. Any damage in Breezy Point and Cross Lake Heather? The damage reports are not in to me yet. Now, if there's storm chasers on the ground there, there may be. Let me take a look at something here. I may have to turn off my feed of this because I do not have, nor will I show without permission chasers stuff. But let me see if we have active chasers here in the area. Yeah, we got a couple. Okay, so I do see we have some active chasers in the area. That's good. A couple of them keeping their eyes on stuff near the Aiken area. Right in the track of the storm is this person. I cannot click on his thing. I'm going to do it off camera right now. So I'm going to put up the 7-day planner for your viewing enjoyment while I see what this person is seeing and reporting here. There we go. Okay, now I'm going to be, my eyes will be wandering here to see what this person is seeing. Aitkin, Minnesota. Okay, no report from this individual. Let's go up to the other individual and the storm network there near Aitkin. No report from them either. Okay, so that's good on that network. Okay, and now I'm looking at another network of chasers and information. Okay. All right. Time to go back to the overall view. Radar. Tornado warning north of St. Cloud. Tiny little area. Little tornado warning continues for the Mille Lacs Lake area. The tornado warned storm that's heading towards Cloquet, the tornado was just allowed to expire. But it still shows some weak signs of rotation as it's moving in on the Cloquet area. That rotation is pretty weak, though. So the thunderstorm warning continues. Heavy rain, hail, gusty straight line winds in excess of 60 miles per hour will be possible from that storm as it works its way into Cloquet now, heading towards Duluth Superior now, and in the next few minutes. Now, the tornado warned storm should be over or very close to Glen. It is. There's the hail core just north of Glen on 47. Thank you, Pam. I appreciate it. This storm is working its way in the general direction of Mille Lacs Lake right now. Here is the rotating part. There's a cut taken out of it right here. There have been reports of tornado on the ground with this storm, and we have another couplet and another storm forming on the backside of this at the bend in the road here. So we take a look. Where is that? South of Emily. This is near Pine Knoll. So that one has a little hook shape to it as well. Another storm on the heels of this one. If you loop these, you can actually see that we're seeing a situation where we got one storm moving through the area and another one training on the same track, training. So the rainfall amounts and the flooding potential is going to be there in central Minnesota, turning into a line indeed. Thank you very much, Scott. And in fact, we got a train starting to make its way through the Aitkin-Crosby area, kind of adding insult to injury. They've expanded a severe thunderstorm warning for a huge area for all of these thunderstorms that are on the backside. I do want to take a look at, it does say tornadoes possible. So any of these thunderstorm cells are in an environment where it's rotating. So there could be tornadoes, but golf ball size hail from this cell that's now going to be making its way right back into Crosby and the Aitkin area in the next few minutes. That storm has also got the possibility for a tornado, says the National Weather Service. So let's get back to the velocities. Let me show you where the concerns are. Oh, can you find it right here? There's concern north of Crosby. Remember, north of Crosby, there's already trees down. There's another storm starting to rotate on its way towards you. Here is the main event heading into Glen right now. Here's the rotation, strong motion towards Duluth, strong motions away. This right here near Glen and the Wellthwood area is a tornado that has been confirmed on the ground. Now, whether it's lifting or not, I don't have any more updated information on this, but it's still evident on Doppler radar. It's near Glory. If you're in Glory, if you're in Glen, it's past time. You need to be in the shelter. Stay there. This storm is moving right over Glen and will be heading in the general direction of Malmo fairly shortly, and the Highway 27 corridor, basically into rural portions just off to the east of Mille Lacs. So once it gets into that area, it'll be very rural, right? So let's take a look at the Glen area. It is rotating. It is making its way right over you now, moving southeast, 48 miles per hour. This storm is going to be in the general direction of Glen in 3 minutes. It's likely right over you. What we're looking at is a radar beam that goes up into the sky. And the farther we get away from Duluth, the higher in the clouds it is. And so what's happening near the ground, we can't tell because we don't have a radar in Glen or at Mille Lacs. But what we can say is up at cloud level, there is tight rotation on this side of the storm, and it's moving into Glen right now. So Glen, momentarily, the rotating part of the storm will be right over you. That also includes you folks at Mille Lacs Meadows. If you're in that area, get out of mobile homes, manufactured homes. If you're in a park trailer, get out of that into something more sturdy. This is a tornado-producing storm. It'll be near McGrath in 24 minutes and Solna in 27 minutes. Not a lot of population out here, by the way, but on the northern shores of Mille Lacs, a lot of folks probably out there camping. If you're in the Crosby area, there is another severe thunderstorm that is making its way towards you, showing some signs of rotation on it. So please, just stay in that interior room. That rotation looks to be increasing a little bit with the latest scan you saw just come in. As the crow flies, that storm is located basically only 5 to 6 miles northwest of Crosby. Okay. All right. If you're not familiar with me and you're watching in these areas, what about Crookston? Doris says, Crookston, I believe the watch has been canceled for you. You're in the clear for the rest of the night. Enjoy your evening. There's one renegade thunderstorm cell up here in the Marshall County, Minnesota area that has been persistently rotating for some time, and it continues to just meander with this little hook shape right here. From time to time, it shows evidence of rotation. It's a pancake cloud. I want to thank all of you who have sent me pictures of it. It's amazing to see you give me real-time ideas of what's going on. In Canada, Morden, Winkler, Schazenfeld, those areas. Yeah, it's a rotating storm, even seen from Mayville. That storm is heading in the general direction of Walhalla. Okay, I'll keep my eyes on it. We've had see that? It's moving in the general direction of Walhalla. Netchi, again, you're going to be in the path. You're at that little bend or crook in the river there as you look in Bloomnort, that area, also in the path of this tornado-warned storm from Environment Canada. There have been confirmed tornadoes on the ground in Canada tonight. Okay, we've got a lot of hail reports in our area, a couple of confirmed tornadoes. Thank you very much. You bet, Doris. I'm glad to answer your questions. That's what makes Hutch's weather, I guess, exciting and new, and it's a way for you to track what's going on and ask your questions. All right, I got a lot more coming on in here on my stream on YouTube. First of all, if you're watching on YouTube, thank you very much. Tornado warned storms heading through southeast North Dakota. A new tornado watch has been issued for a line of storms moving in that general direction. We do have a confirmed tornado that has been and did cause some damage not far from parts of Crosby and Aitken in the Brainerd Lakes area. North of there, that's moving into the Mille Lacs area right now. That's a very dangerous storm. That's the synopsis. If you like what you see on YouTube, you can really help Hutch out in a lot of ways. You can like the video. That really helps. Drop me a note. Let me know if you're watching on your big screen TV on YouTube or if you're watching on your cellular device, on your mobile device. It's awesome to basically be able to carry Hutch with you wherever you go. If you don't know who Hutch is, I have been broadcasting here in the Northern Plains for the better part of 30 years. Fargo, Bismarck. I've worked in the Central Plains in Colorado. I worked in research meteorology for the better part of 5 years. I have taught college-level meteorology for the better part of 20 years over my career. I love talking about weather. I love showing you and answering questions. I love telling you some inside baseball about what it is we're watching for, and basically letting you know that even as scary as storms can be, and as difficult as they can be to forecast, having the best and latest information at your fingertips can give you the best information for making important decisions. So thank you for everything you do. If you subscribe to my YouTube channel, I'd love to see that. So hit the subscribe button, hit the little dingle bell that says notify me when Hutch is going live. Also, for all of my viewers, whether you're watching on Facebook or for YouTube, I do promise you I have a very, very exciting announcement coming very soon. Hard work is being done. I'm doing it in between times of covering severe weather at length on nights like this, or the past Sunday when we had outbreaks of severe weather. So keep in mind that I am going to be expanding and letting you know about this expansion coming up very soon. Now let's get back into the tornado warning coverage here. This is the tornado warned storm. Radar indicated tornado right now. We do not have confirmation from the Weather Service in Duluth. Southwestern Aitkin County is in the warning until 7:45 for the next about 15 to 20 minutes. At 7:12, so this is an older update. I'm not even going to go into it, but it was moving southeast at 35. I will show you the latest radar information, though, and we will show you where the storm is right now instead of reading a crawl on the bottom of your TV screen is helpful. But this is why this is even more helpful, in my humble opinion, because you're looking with a meteorologist with real-time feedback. Still a nice cutout on the storm here. This would be similar to a hook echo. This would be where I would expect to see rotation on the storm. The hail signature is reducing a little bit with this particular storm. That's good news, but the rotation is still there. Let's take a look at the velocity, and in and near Glen is where I would expect to see it. Guess what? That's right where it is. That's where the hook was. Now we have velocity in that area. Now let's look at the base velocity and see where that is. Oh my goodness, this is strong, folks. Okay, if we look at these wind speeds that the radar is looking at here, this is picking up, what did it say? 50, 60 mile per hour winds going away from the radar, and it's next to winds that are 60 and 70 miles per hour moving toward the radar. So there is some pretty strong shear here, pretty strong spin evident, and it's right near Glenn. So in and around Glenn, in the surrounding areas, that is where the rotating part or Doppler indicated tornado is. The beauty of Doppler radar is it can give us advanced warning as to when a tornado may touch down. So even if there isn't one now, the storm that is over you, it's doing that. It's spinning in a counterclockwise direction. So that's what's going on. Now, where is it moving? It's moving towards Malmo. A lot of color going on here because we have 2 thunderstorm warnings, huge ones. Look at this. It's not ridiculous. It's just huge. This is a huge, ginormous sized area for a thunderstorm because it's this long line of severe thunderstorms. Duluth, Superior, you're in the thunderstorm warning. It's moving into northern Wisconsin. It's going to move into Duluth, these line of thunderstorms. If you're down near the Twin Cities, we still have a active severe thunderstorm warning not far from St. Joseph. These storms are working their way towards the Princeton area. Let me turn on the reflectivity so you can see this. So again, they don't look impressive here because the radar is so far away. Jason, Reed Timmer got video of the stovepipe across the Cross Lake area earlier. Jason, thank you for that. You know, Reed goes out there and catches it, and it's because of trained storm spotters that know what they're looking for and can do this safely. We get information on these storms, on which ones are producing and which ones are not. From my office, I can't see the rotation in real life, but folks that are chasing can. So to all of the folks viewing on the YouTube channel, thank you. Thank you for your feedback. I just got that report in from Jason. Thank you so much for that report. Checking in, we do have, no more new information in my email box. That's good there. I'm going to check the other email box, and I'm going to check your video reports here on Facebook. Can tornadoes spin both? Yes. Rex asks if they can spin clockwise or counterclockwise. We have video evidence of both types. The counterclockwise are more common, but they can both happen. Think of this. Let's see. If you have a rolling tube of air over a city and a thunderstorm forms with an updraft, it can bend that rolling tube of air in both directions. So we can have a portion of the thunderstorm that's rotating clockwise and a portion of the thunderstorm rotating counterclockwise. So yes, it can happen. The aerial coverage, the size of the tornado warning has shrunk a little bit, and it is outside of the Malmo area. And if you're in the Wellthwood area, you are now outside of the tornado warning. But Glenn, we just showed you that area is in the tornado warning. Looks like a shelf cloud on the St. Cloud area storm from one of those chasers. Yep, so there's probably some shelves moving through. That's the St. Cloud area. Let's show what we got going on here near Glenn, though. This is still tornado warned. Let me get to the closest radar. Tennis ball size hail is still what they're saying. The Doppler radar indication of hail size seems to be coming down a pinch. That's the good news. Seems to be coming down a pinch. If I loop this Doppler radar, let's go to the Duluth one here. That might be a little closer. It's kind of halfway between. Okay. You're going to see that, you know, about an hour ago, we had a lot more pinks on here, and those pinks are starting to collapse out of the storm. It's still spinning. This is what we would call a mesocyclone. It's a rotating thunderstorm, and it's actually becoming a cluster or group of thunderstorms rotating. So that is a sign. Upwind from that, we still have strong storms forming near Pequot Lakes and floating through the Crosby area that have spin and signs of rotation. Those storms that are rotating there could possibly produce a tornado. We have 1.7 inch hail, 1 3/4 inch hail reported in Aitkin. That was at 5 o'clock. It's now 7:30. We have another hailer heading in that general direction. Although the good news is some of the hail potential does seem to be waning just a pinch from those storms. On the North Shore, in the Arrowhead of Minnesota, I haven't forgot about you. We do have some heaters up there. These are pretty stout near Babbitt. We got a strong storm that's moved out of Babbitt, and it's moving up in toward the Grand Marais area. See the backward C shape to these cells here? That's going to be a windy line of thunderstorms. I do believe that wind might be the main risk. $50 sized hail possible from the storm earlier. Looks like some of that may be collapsing, but the radar is far away. And it does look like 60-mile-per-hour gusts. It's what the National Weather Service is expecting. Oh, I forgot to look at the speed with this particular cell. Moving off to the east at 50 miles per hour. Let's time this for you if you happen to be in Grand Marais. I'm going to go from the leading edge of the gust front. Now, you got some rain. That's going to be moving at you at about 55 miles per hour, and that's going to be in Grand Marais shortly. So the heavy rain starts in 15 minutes. But what about the hail? That's and the gusty winds. Here's the gusty wind part of the storm heading towards Grand Marais, 55 or 50 miles per hour, 30 minutes away. So as we approach 8 o'clock, the gusty winds will be pushing towards Grand Marais. So keep that in mind. We have a very strong storm up here in the boundary waters. See if I can give you some identification as to a location. Up in the boundary waters, it's really tough. It's east of Ely, so tough on reception for everything. It's about 13 to 14 miles due east of Ely in the arrowhead of Minnesota. So that's what's going on in the Northland tonight. Severe thunderstorms continue. A smattering of hail reports that approach 2 inches in diameter this afternoon. Look what's going on in and around St. Cloud. Severe thunderstorms moving into St. Cloud, Sartell, St. Joseph, Albany. These storms here, as I take a look from the radar in Chanhassen, I got to switch them over, are in an environment where there's a tornado watch in effect. Now we got a little hook on the backside of this one, maybe between St. Joe's. There might be some evidence of that as well. Let's see what these warnings say. Severe thunderstorm warning for 1-inch diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts for those of you in and east of St. Cloud. This is for Mille Lacs County. This is for Benton County as well as Sherburne County. It's until 8:15. We're expecting 45-mile-per-hour movement from this cell, moving 45 miles per hour to the east. So I can go ahead and time the general movement of this core of storms. It's going to be moving north and out of the Highway 10 corridor. And I'll go ahead and put this in here for you. And you can see that it'll be near East Brook, or Estes Brook, rather, 18 minutes. Brickton by around 28 minutes, and Princeton by around 29 minutes from now. Now, that's the leading edge of this line of severe thunderstorms. Where's the stuff in St. Joseph and the St. Cloud area going? This particular warning expires and is in effect until, well, it was updated at 7:18. That's a little while ago. So until 7:45. So for the next 9 minutes or so, this one is moving east at 40 miles per hour. It's all associated with this same cluster of storms. So we still have new development on the backside likely going on, as we do have a more linear system right here, and it's kind of developing some more. So you're still going to see on the west side of St. Cloud, near St. Joseph, near Albany, some strong thunderstorm activity. The hail risk, though, in my opinion, appears to be diminishing on the last couple of scans right as they move into Sartell. So that could be the collapsing of the hail aloft. You're probably getting some big hail in and around Sartell. Northwest Minnesota, we got a tornado warning. Thank you, Scott. I appreciate your coordination here. This is very helpful for me too. It's good to have a set of eyes on the prize, so to speak. Now we have heat, new tornado warning. Oh, yep, Marshall County. Remember that storm I keep telling you about? Dun, dun, dun. This little guy is a pesky sucker. See the hook echo right here? It's very faint on the radar, but let's read what the Weather Service says. Did they get a report? It's radar indicated. It's got the hook shape to it. It's in an environment that has produced some tornadoes before. Tornado warning for central Marshall County. I'll show you who's impacted. 29 miles northwest of Thief River, east at 25. It's indicated tornado warning. If you're in the path of this storm in rural portions of central Marshall County, Minnesota, seek shelter. It's moving in the general direction of Middle River. Here's a look at the radar. Look what's moving out of Canada here, by the way. Oh, my goodness. I got to slide this down. Look at this. If you're in Walhalla, if you're in Netchie, this tornado warning storm is crossing the boundary in towards you. That's a tall, powerful storm. This little puppy here, though, this pesky little storm continues to put down tornado warnings. Okay, so this storm spinning near Fodal, and then as we look at the Newfoundland area, it's moving east. Let's take a look at the velocity from the National Weather Service radar in Mayville, and we're seeing right here, greens next to reds. It's pretty close to where that hook echo was, and that's what we're seeing. And that's been pretty persistent from Argyle on. So if we look at that, I mean, it's been there the whole time from Stephen, Argyle, and Highway 75 right into Fodal. It's in rural parts of the county. So if you're in the path of that storm, don't mess with it. If it does put anything down, it likely will not be one of those violent type tornadoes. And by that, I mean an EF2 or greater, but it could be one that does some damage to trees, outbuildings, and even things like manufactured homes, because even weaker tornadoes can produce winds upwards of 100 miles per hour. This storm here is rotating still. It's moving out of the Canadian border area. It's moving out of Rhineland and Blumenort and heading right in towards Netche and the river valley here. So that Netche river is working its way through right there, just off to the east of you in Walhalla. So this is a rotating storm. Environment Canada has a tornado warning for it. It's not warned by the National Weather Service here, but it still does have that threat for a tornado as it's moving out of. The rotating part of the storm is moving out of southern Manitoba. So it's right here where you see the greens next to the reds. I'll go ahead and highlight that with Hutch's pencil. Reds motion away from the radar in Mayville, greens motion towards. So there's some spin in that moving into the Walhalla area. Take a look here at the greater picture, see if there's anything new. And now we're going to take a look around. I'm going to start with the Minnesota DOT cameras. And actually, no, let's start North Dakota. Let's see what's coming across the border from Cavalier, shall we? Right quick. Why'd I go to the drought monitor? There you go. There's a look at the drought monitor. No more drought, folks. My eyes are picking the wrong thing here. Let's go to the North Dakota Roads Report. Here we go. Boom. Okay. This area here, looking north, this is near Clyde. See if we can move north. We got a couple cars out there probably watching from a distance. I see field work going on, or maybe it's a storm chaser out there keeping their eyes on these systems crossing the border. We need storm spotters to keep their eyes on things. This is from Highway 5 near Clyde. I'm having a hard time depicting exactly what direction I am looking here. But do you see this area here of darkening? That could be in the general direction of the storms crossing the border near Clyde. Those are some stout storms. So let's get a little bit closer to the Cavalier area. Here's what we're seeing in Cavalier. Ow. Okay. Low clouds. Very dark skies approaching. Okay, so now you're looking at some of the stuff that's going to be approaching from the west and northwest. And there is a look at the clearing on the opposite side. So generally from this area, what we're seeing, I'm going to take a look at the next camera that's fairly close. This is from the Langdon area, and this is very clear skies, sunny skies with fair weather cumulus clouds in one direction, two directions. We spin it around. I cannot see what's going on, but I can tell you the direction we're looking because of the shadows. So with the shadows stretching this way and the sky or the sun getting lower in the western sky, we're looking east here. So that's looking east. And then we could take a peek at, the road surface. So that's good. It's a DOT camera. We're supposed to be looking at the road surface. This looks like the best I'm going to be able to do. Let's see what we can see from the Pembina area. Look at that. Wow. Okay, so we're looking off to the east of Pembina, west of Pembina rather. And you can see what's coming out of Canada here from the Pembina border crossing. Those clouds are pretty low. There is an updraft part of the cloud right here that's where you see the sunlight coming through. And that's what's heading out of Canada and into the areas near Netche, Walhalla, and not far from you in Langdon. Okay, now let's see if I can find some Minnesota DOT cams here because I want to take a look at that little bugger that's going on in Marshall County and see if we can see anything on that. Let's start there. Let's go here. And now let's take a peek at what we got. Thanks for your feedback. If you're seeing anything out in these areas, I do appreciate it here. We continue with the coverage. The closest camera I may have, let's look from the Thief River area. That's a long ways out, and I'm not sure I'll be able to see much of the sky there from that. No. So not able to see too much from the Thief River area. That's an awful long ways away. I'm expecting the same here from Warren. That is an awful long ways away unless I can get a shot of the sky off in the distance. I am not seeing much evidence of anything there, but I'm not in the friendliest location in central Marshall County either. Let's go out a little bit farther to the east here. Let's check it out from this area here near Gatsky. Okay, so now maybe we're seeing a little bit of evidence as we look in from the Gatsky area of, well, I'll tell you, it's kind of an interesting little feature there, that darkening cloud over the sky. That might be it. That cloud base is really high. So if it was going to produce a tornado, it's so high in the sky, it has a lot of air to get through to make contact with the ground. So keep that in mind. You have a tornado warning out there in central Marshall County. That warning is in effect for you folks for the next 16 minutes. There is rotation being picked up by Doppler radar. But moving into the Walhalla area and the Netche area up here, there is even stronger rotation showing up on the radar. Let me get you back to that radar right now. Is Detroit Lakes in the clear? Let's look for you right now. I like to address questions right away if I can. Here we go. The watch continues. The main threat is to the east. I don't think the stuff that we see up in Marshall County is a threat at all. Where this stuff moving out of Winkler is a threat, and it's very strong. It's a stronger cell. But no, I think for the most part, unless we see some rapid development, but we've all seen our winds shift to the northwesterly, and the risk of the post-frontal storms by any and all models have been almost near zero. Look at the dew point drops. Fergus Falls. The air at the surface has seen dew points in the 60s to near 70s, and now it's in the 40s. That's dry air. So in my opinion, my humble opinion, it's 92 in Fargo now. 50 is our dew point. That's still a little on the humid side in Fargo. We could see maybe a thunderstorm form, but if a storm forms with dew points in the 40s, it's a pretty dry, high-based thunderstorm, so the risk of severe is much lower. So look at this map, and you see the dew points in the 60s and the 60s and 70s. That's your sticky air. That is where the risk is. Moorhead's in the clear? Yes, Bob, it looks like the watch has even been dropped by the National Weather Service Forecast Office for that area. So we do have a new tornado warning. Hutch was just talking about this, and this is for the storm making its way out of Canada. This is right over Netche. The rotating part is where the green and red is next to each other, so it's right near between Bathgate and Walhalla. This has been moving to the southeast straight out of Canada. Let's see if there's been a report with this. Radar indicated tornado is what they're saying. The storm is moving from out of the international border area southeast at 60 miles per hour. Is it really moving at 60 miles per hour? That's really, really fast. So what I'll do is go back here, go back an hour, mark it with the T, see where it's at now. Boom. I'm doing my own analysis here if you're wondering, and it has moved. No, it's not moving at 60 in my opinion. It's moving at 38 miles per hour. Okay, so I'm going to go with 45. I'm going to trust my gut on this. I think the tornado warned storm is moving closer to 40 miles per hour. 40, but I will closely monitor this with you. This tornado warned storm is heading in the general direction of Cavalier. In Cavalier, you are under a tornado warning. If you are in Bathgate and Hamilton, you are in a tornado warning, and Joliet as well. The rotating part of the thunderstorm is right here where the greens and reds are next to each other. This is a long ways from the radar, I might add. And because it's so far away, where the actual rotation is near the ground can be different than what we're seeing up at cloud level. Keep that in mind because you can have a tilted updraft going up into the storm. This storm, I'm going to use my measurement, moving in a southeasterly direction. And I'm going to use, I measured 35. I'm going to use 40. I do not think it's moving at 60 based on the last hour's worth of data from the radar. We'll keep our eyes on it. Hamilton, 18 minutes. And the Glaston area by 26 minutes. It looks like Cavalier, you're not in the clear. You're in the warning. You should be seeking shelter in Cavalier. Scott says confirmed tornado near Mimo. Okay, thank you. Another confirmed tornado on the ground out there in the areas of Minnesota. So here we go with this warning. If you're in Cavalier, seek shelter in the interior room away from windows. We just tried to look. Yeah, I wish that tornado, I wish that thing would work for us too. That the Canadian radar out there is pretty far up north. to protect Brandon and Winnipeg, right? So near the border is radar no man's land. Okay. Looking for information. All right, checking my sources here. All right, so Cavalier, we're going to take one quick look, and then we're going right back to the confirmed tornado out near Lakes Country. In Cavalier, looking at the DOT reports up here and the roads, we're going to go ahead and pull that open, and we're going to zoom in. And we do have a camera in Cavalier, sometimes that one or near Cavalier, and it sometimes can show us some good information. Sometimes it's hard to see because of the hills and the terrain, right? So here we got the terrain. You can see some clouds as we look from Cavalier. Looking off in that general direction to the west. That's the wrong way. If we can look north, we might have a view of it. You can certainly see the dark, low cloud bases here for this rotating storm. I don't know if we'll get a better view than that. Nope. It may cross this view here in just a little while, and we'll be able to see it. But between this view and the next view, that's where that particular storm is moving. So again, tornado warning for the areas of Pembina County there. That does include Cavalier. It does include you folks in Glaston, heading right towards Glaston right now, as a matter of fact. As we take a look at other areas in the path of the storm here, Bathgate, Hamilton, Cavalier, all in the path. Please seek shelter in that interior room on the lowest floor. So get to the basement's always better. Get out of things like mobile homes, manufactured homes. All right. Let's go back. We got a confirmed tornado on the ground, Glen, okay, in the Glen area. So let's take a look. There's Malmo. That's where there was a tornado reported. Now let's go ahead and turn the radar on out here. It's an observed tornado now again, as the Weather Service says. This is very interesting. If you take a look at what's going on the backside of this system here, we do have some spin returning to the area. There's Glen. We were talking about that live and in real time earlier, and now that's moved south and it's stayed away from Mille Lacs Lake. But if there was a confirmed tornado near Malmo, it likely was just north of town, and it just skirted the Mille Lacs area as we talked about. Now that rotation is right here. So it's right here, but there's more on the backside of this thing. So this is an ugly storm, and it has produced confirmed tornadoes. Okay, so we do have another tornado confirmed. Let me go ahead and go back. Report of a funnel cloud from Walhalla is what the Weather Service is saying. So good information on that. Storm is moving southeast. And now let's go back to Duluth. Let me get to the latest information from them. Holy smokes. The hail in Cross Lake is ridiculous. Holy smoke. It looks like bigger than tennis ball. It's baseball to maybe softball size hail. I'm looking at a picture of. I do not have permission to share. Damage reports, trees down, Wolford. Emergency vehicles. Tornado near Glen, Aitkin County. Multiple touchdowns from Aitkin to Glen, still ongoing. So that report was made at 7:39, and now that is right here. Okay, so what we saw in Glen, which is right here, is now right here. Okay, and now we've got new spin and new rotation in that, so the tornado warning does continue for now in that area. You're looking at the closest radar that we have in the area. That's the Duluth radar, so that would give us the best look. And indeed, we do have some near Solana and Arthide. Pardon me. Those storms are rotating pretty tightly in those areas. So definitely a continuation of tornado activity in the area. Hold on. Okay. So the tornado warning storm is making its way toward the I-35 corridor right now. It is right here. This has multiple tornado reports from the storm. We have 1 3/4 inch hail reported, but I just saw a picture of what looked like it could be baseball to softball size hail, which would be over 2 inches in diameter from that particular tornado warning storm. So this whole area that does still include Mille Lacs. It still includes the areas on the north shore of Mille Lacs and Crosby. We still see some rotation in this. The warning here is for a rotating thunderstorm, and it says tornado is possible. And this would be an area of concern again. Back in the tornado area, Glenn, you got another one coming in your general direction. Aitken, it's right over you as well. New flash flood warning for this entire area that you see surrounded in the bright green. Areas south of Duluth towards Cloquet, all the way out to northern parts of the Brainerd Lakes area in Crosby and Nisswa. The radar estimates of rainfall, I'll go over that real quickly, probably are berserk. Hail can skew these a little bit, but sometimes a lot of bit, especially with the size hail I was looking at here. Let me get to the radar estimates of rainfall. So in this area, we have rainfall estimates of Doppler radar anywhere from Pine River and Emily and south towards Crosby and Aitken, okay? If you see some of these orange and yellows, we have rainfall estimates of 4 inches of rain, okay? So anywhere on these roads, turn around, don't drown. Do not try to drive across roads with rapidly moving water, ponding water. It's dangerous. And in fact, more people lose their lives to flooding and flash flooding and severe weather events than any other severe weather threat, tornadoes and lightning included, on many years. 50% of the people that lose their lives in flood lose them in their car. So if you're listening to Hutch in your vehicle, don't go driving through because you think your car is good enough to get through it or your SUV is big enough to get through it. Don't do it. Turn around, don't drown. Flash flood warning, Glen, McGregor, Crosby, Aitken, all the way out towards Willow, Sturgeon Lake, Moose Lake, up north towards Barnum, and it does extend all the way out towards Holyoke and into Parkland, and in the southern areas of the Duluth Superior metro area, just south of Cloquet. Huge rainfall amounts in that area. We've had gully wash and rainfall up in parts of the Iron Range in the North Shore here, 1 to 2 inches of rain. Up in Babbitt, 1.75 inch hail and 2 inches of rain estimated by Doppler radar. So these are some very wet thunderstorms too. And again, flash flood warning in the areas heading into the Duluth area. So that's what's going on right now. We do have an active tornado warning on the international border area. I'm looking at all modes and means of information to keep you informed here. Yes, Lakes Country, out near the Brainerd Lakes area, you continue to see severe weather in your area. I do have a picture of some rotating supercells making their way into and near the Twin Cities. So keep that in mind. Sauk Rapids, Sauk Center, these are some mothership-looking storms making their way in. All right, let's get back to the tornado warning in the northern Red River Valley right now. This is rainfall moving out of Winkler. Let's get back to the velocity and see if we still have spin. Here's the spin. Remember the 60 mile per hour thing. Again, if I take a look at where it is now and where it was, let me see if there's been an adjustment to that. It says 60 miles per hour. Weather spotters reported a funnel cloud, okay? And this storm is located near Highway 18 right now. It's just north of Cavalier, but a little bit off to the east of Cavalier, moving southeast, okay? So we definitely do have some stout thunderstorms that do have a punch, do have a history of tornadoes in southern Manitoba. Moving through Cavalier, just for giggles, I'm going to look at the echo tops. How tall is this thunderstorm? This is a shallow thunderstorm, 35,000 foot cloud tops. That's pretty shallow for thunderstorms this time of the year. It's indicative of the temperatures that we have up here, a little cooler, not as much oomph, upward vertical motion, what we call CAPE in meteorology, convective atmospheric potential energy. All of that said, this tornado warning does continue. Pretty neat cloud west of Grafton. Here's another one. Let me see. Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Kirsten, once again for sharing your photos. These 30-foot thousand cloud tops spinning like a top, though. Okay, so they're not as tall as the monster storms by comparison that are taking place out here near Duluth. These have had 55,000 foot cloud tops. They remain at 45,000. They're reducing a little bit into the evening hours. That's a good sign. So our risk of severe weather in Lakes Country isn't zero. This guy's got to move through. There's another one in Winnipeg, but these are lower topped clouds that are in a rotating environment. But the farther away this stuff gets from us, the more unidirectional our wind will be, and the risk should be diminishing out in these areas. I am going to tell you that this storm here in the area near Mille Lacs, this entire cluster of storms, this one moving through Crosby again, that's another 45,000 foot cloud top. And if we take a look at the reflectivity near Crosby, we've got 60 to 70 dBz. These are some hailers out here, Glen to Aiken. Moving into Glen, there's a little hook. There's a tiny little hook there. They're not very pronounced, but they're there. The verbiage from the National Weather Service is tornado possible. Near Glen, I'm not seeing as much rotation, but there is some. And there's still some near Aiken. And south on 69, as a matter of fact, there's a little bit of weak rotation. They've just trimmed the size of the severe thunderstorm warning. It extends from Crosby and Aiken straight to the south. It does go out towards McGregor as well. Still, let's see if it says tornado possible. Still, it does. It also says that it can expect 2-inch diameter hail and considerable damage from this potential tornadic storm. So again, a look at the tornado warned storm. Where is the tornado? There was a confirmed tornado on the ground near Glen that has moved, and here's that rotating part. We could walk it through and watch it in the loop. The tornado warning continues for 15 minutes. It's an observed tornado. If we loop it, you can actually see. Okay, you can see the area of spin with this storm as it's working its way through that storm relative. Let me go to the base. Might be a little more clear. Yeah. So that's all the way up here near Finlayson now. So the tornado warned part of that storm, there's some there, there's some there. So boom, moving here right on the edge. And now we'll see if the Weather Service decides to continue. There is some very strong or quite strong rotation continuing to show up. In fact, it's increasing just off to the west of Willow River right here, right here. That's where Hutch sees some spin. So I'll pause it, and I'll circle it. This area right here, as the crow flies, that's next to the Willow River area. And as the crow flies, it's 8 miles due west of you. Okay, so that rotating part of the storm is still rotating. We'll see if a warning for tornadoes does continue. So we have active tornado warning at the international border in North Dakota. We have an active tornado warning in Lakes Country near Mille Lacs continuing. Storms capable of producing tornadoes in and around the Mille Lacs area continue in Crosby. We do have a smattering of nasty storms working their way into the Twin Cities area. I'm moving out of St. Cloud right now. I'm going to take a look at some of those as we look through, but first I want to double check your reports. Okay, Troy, thank you for your report. Scott, thank you for your reports here. Basically, that the storms moving out of St. Cloud toward the northern metro area are still on track. They're still very strong. And your questions coming in on YouTube. I don't want to forget about you. So YouTube viewers, thank you for watching. Do you, for Bemidji, see anything tonight? Bemidji, most of the storm risk has moved to the east of you. Personally, I think the risk is rapidly waning in these areas. So I'm not going to speak for the Weather Service. There are watches still in place until 10 o'clock. It's now 8 o'clock. The main threat is moving into the tornado watch area in red. That's my opinion. And we do have a tornado warned storm up near the border. It's a 30,000 foot cloud top. These main event storms are 50,000 foot cloud tops. So you're welcome, Craft 1138. And Gorilla Hail says Carr. Carr, where's your Gorilla Hail? Let's see. Bemidji. Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Jason, for your report from Reed Timmer. A lot of activity out there tonight. Gosh, just crazy thunderstorms across Minnesota. More activity moving off the north shore from Grand Marais straight down into the Tofty and Lutsen areas as storms moving off the shores are causing problems for mariners. There's a marine warning for the storms moving off Grand Marais. There is a whole nother line coming as well. This one, a hailer. This one likely has some potential for severe hail north of Isabella. It's not a warning right now, but it's strong. And in fact, I think it could be producing over 1-inch diameter hail. We'll keep you posted. Tornado warning does continue. Look at these little hook echoes. I almost said hookers, but I meant hook echoes. They're hooking thunderstorms. The storms forming in the same area, moving towards Mille Lacs and right towards Malmo and over Glen, have some reflectivity evidence that they could be spinning. There's still velocity evidence that there could be spinning. It's not nearly as strong as the monster storm that moved through the area before, but it is still there. So these storms, you should seek shelter, stay away from the windows. There's even some shear moving over the Wealthwood area. That is moving in over the northern shores of Mille Lacs right now. And here's the main event tornado warned storm, part of the storm that is moving out towards the Willow River area. And the tornado warning for this area has been allowed to expire from the National Weather Service out there in Duluth Superior. So that's good news. And they have a lot of eyeballs on that storm, including some pretty, pretty, what would you call it, experienced storm chasers out there with Reed out there. Okay, we do have, let me just double check all of my avenues and modes of information. I am going to look in my email here while I take a peek here. Okay, no new report from anyone there. Okay, so how did the monster storm not steal all the Cape from that area? Wow. Well, if you're talking about the cities, St. Cloud storm, the southern flank and the southern storm is often the one that we see take a lot of the Cape. This storm's moving into the Twin Cities area, Coon Rapids, Oak Grove. That one's a stout thunderstorm, and it continues to blow. We got a windy line of storms moving into Dairyland right now, and that's moving out of the Moose Lake area. You can see this red line here. This is the outflow from the storm. It's hard to measure from the Duluth radar because the wind is blowing this way, okay, from these storms. But essentially, we got a gusty straight line wind that's going to be associated with those storms, pretty much moving over Highway 35 into parts of, that we're pushing into Wisconsin now, aren't we? Here's a look at the regular reflectivity that you're normally used to looking at. We do have these spinning thunderstorms up here in the Mille Lacs area and points north. They are exiting the Brainerd Lakes area, so that's good news. Pardon me. Confirmed tornadoes have been reported. We'll probably hear and see more. How's Thief River looking? For now, you guys look great. North of you in Marshall County, we have a little thunderstorm that has prompted a couple of tornado warnings. You can't see it now because I got to switch radars. It's so small. The storm has been persistent, though, and it's just north of Thief River. Let's see if we can see it from our Thief River DOT cam, because that one can show the sky up there, if I recall. A lot of stuff going on tonight. And now that it's moving off into Wisconsin for the evening, it does look like the main risk is starting to wane. The cloud top's coming down from 55,000 feet to 45,000 feet to 35,000 feet to this little puppy north of Thief River right now. That thing has prompted 2 or 3 tornado warnings, and it's only like 28 to 32,000 feet tall. So as we look, there is a look around the Thief River Highway 59 cam, and I'm just not able to see too much from the sky on that storm north of you. It looks to be, for lack of better terms, fizzling. Okay, there's no warning on it right now, and it's very weak looking, even the rainfall from it. Now let's take a look from the Emerson Pembina area here. As we take a look, there is a look at the storm that is off to the west. There's rain, there's thunder. There's rain in and around the Emerson area as shown there. Let me see. Oh my goodness, look at this tornado warned storm is what's moving in. Let's look from Cavalier. I got to go back to North Dakota here real quick. Tornado warned storm on the radar looks like this. Look at this puppy. It has some hail potential with that, and it's making its way off to the east of Cavalier. If you're in Hamilton to Joliet, love to hear your hail reports up in that area and towards Glaston. And if we loop it, you can see that the movement of the storm is to the south and east. This could be a pretty windy one as well. It does have this backward C shape to this line, and that would indicate some strong straight line winds out of the north and west. And if I take my pencil away here and look at the rotation in this storm that's moving towards Joliet, we can see where it's at. It's still here. So it's moved from here, the top of the county, to here in the last half hour or so, and it's making its way towards Hamilton. So near Hamilton is where the rotation is showing at cloud level. At the ground, whether a tornado is there, there were reports of funnel clouds up that way, so we'll take them seriously. You should too. Seek shelter in the interior room in rural portions of central and eastern Pembina County, near Cavalier to St. Thomas. So again, I'm going to rock this back and forth so you can follow where the greens and reds are next to each other. And when you can do that, you can get a feel for where the rotation was quite tight. See how the reds are bright and the greens are bright and they're right next to each other. And then as we move here, the brightest reds and the greens are separating and the greens aren't as bright. So I'm not saying there's no tornado risk, but there's a good sign towards a general weakening of that spin, but it's still there and the risk is still there. How's it looking for Fertile, Christina? Fertile, the watch has been expired and canceled. This cell here is moving off to the southeast, so it could clip northern parts of Polk County if it still persists. Some storms like this do tend to collapse. Let's go right to your forecast. Okay. There is an active tornado warning. We'll continue to keep you up to date. We do have damage reports in and around the Twin Cities. We got a tree damage reported in Sauk Rapids. We have more tree damage reported up the road not far from Melrose. This is in the Albany area. Train spotter. 50-foot tall trees uprooted. Trees, plural. That's not good. Okay, so we've got some nasty storms that are heading in through St. Cloud now, and they'll be heading into the northern part of the metro area, particularly Princeton and Cambridge. There are some shots from the DOT cameras there. Let's go to the Minnesota DOT. Hi, how about Bemidji? Bemidji, I think you're not totally in the clear, but the main risk line has escaped to your east. That's my thought on that, Clarine. Thank you very much. Here's a quick look at your forecast. What Hutch is going to do here, and I'm talking in third person, I realize that. Hutch is going to complete coverage with my forecast. And then I am going to be done for the evening. Okay, so I will do the complete forecast for you. I've got all my graphics prepared. I was a good soldier, and I just did all of my work early, and that got done. Now, as we take a look at the cameras moving into the Twin Cities, you can see what's kind of coming in on the north side here. So let's take a look at this one. That one looks like it's looking up at the ground. That's looking up at the sky. All right. Let's take a look at this one. Dark skies, low clouds. You can barely see the contrast difference, but there's an updraft part. There's the downdraft part of the storm. This is in the Princeton area on 169. So the storm is approaching that area. Also very dark skies as we look off in this direction of Princeton. So definitely there are some nasty storms moving that way. Now looking here, let's see if I can get a different view. Look at this. Highway 10, mile marker 169. Look at that leading edge. It is attached to the parent thunderstorm. So this is a Shelfie-McShelferson cloud. That Shelfie cloud is moving along the Highway 10 corridor. You can see an awful lot of construction going on there. So we're looking at around that. I'm going to guess it's around the Becker area near Elk River, not far from Monticello. As we take a look at that. Wow, that's amazing. Okay, so looking at other cameras in and around the Northland here, this is Armstrong, zooming in on Thurston, Greenhaven. Okay, a lot of roads. Let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on from the skies on the radar, and I'm going to pair it up with what we see. Okay. St. Joseph, man, there is another one moving in north of town for you guys. So I'm going to go right up here and I'm going to take a look at this. Okay, we got some wet semi tractor trailers there, and there we go. Okay, so look at the higher cloud bases out here as we're looking away. This is I-94 westbound. So it's looking at the westbound traffic here. And if you look off to the west, those cloud bases are a lot higher. That's rain. That's a good sign when the cloud bases get higher. That means there's some drier air down near the ground. Now, that doesn't mean you're not under the risk of some nasty weather, but certainly different cloud bases than what we saw as we looked in on the Twin Cities area. What was that? Let's see. Okay, so we've got this rain shaft that's right here, and on this edge of it, it's kind of spreading out. That's called a rain foot. Okay, so some gusty winds from these high-based thunderstorm clouds will be possible. Now, as we go along Highway 10 towards Oric, as we go along Highway 10 towards Becker, see if I can pop a camera in and around that general area here. So I got on the east edge. Let's go here. Okay, so let's see what we got. Lots of trees. Okay. There's that same view. Still amazing. So this is Highway 10 near mile marker. Another highway, 169 northbound. Oh my, that is just amazing. That's a lot of clouds out there. They're moving in the general direction of the Twin Cities. Let's get back and take a look at what's coming down in towards the Princeton area, south of Princeton. Cambridge, we have what looks like a windy echo on the radar here. And so let's go up there and see what we can view north on 35 as we go out towards, say, Princeton. Yeah, they just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for this one. Let's see if I can see it. I'm not seeing much. A lot of roads. There we go. That's a nice sky shot looking the other way. And we got more roads. And let's take a look at another camera. 65 north. Okay. Yeah, same thing. All right. So there we go. There's some trees in the background. But again, the radar here, our DOT camera is pretty much blocked by some of this. It says, how about Isanti, Brooklyn Park, Benson looking? Yeah, those areas in the northern metro area are going to see a line of storms. Let me get back to the radar here. Those line of storms are moving from St. Cloud right into the Twin Cities area in the northern metro. Here's the good news I have for you. You're in a tornado watch in these areas, but the tornado watch stops at the northern metro. And the other thing to keep in mind is these storms have weakened substantially with regards to their hail risk. They're still severe. There's one severe thunderstorm warning in this area here, and this is in Cambridge and Braham and North Branch. Okay, in Princeton, you're in a severe thunderstorm warning. Oh, we got a tornado warning now for Cambridge, just issued. Okay, this tornado warned storm, let's go to the, see, is this for is that another tornado warning? No, okay. So the radar indicated tornado. It's not an observed tornado. And we'll go ahead and read the National Weather Service warning for this. Isanti and Polk counties until 8:45, and 45 mile per hour moving tornado near Cambridge. So if you see where this little notch is right here in the storm, and then there too. Let's take a look at where the velocity display is showing us the best information here. And we can give you the latest. So yeah, we do have this whole area of shear along this Cambridge area right here. And that's going to be moving out towards North Branch, moving east at 40 miles per hour. So that's the tornado warned part of the storm, is the rotating part of the storm. And as we take a look at where it's moving off to the east-southeast at 45 miles per hour, this is where I expect it to be. It'll be pushing in towards Stanley in 2 minutes, Stark in 8 minutes. Look at all these towns here, right? You're skirting the northern metro area. North Branch, about 15 minutes from now. I've covered the clock, so I should put that back up there for you. So 15 minutes from now, we'll put this at 8:30. So it's going to generally be near Harris, North Branch in around 8:30 time frame, sunrise 21. And this is a measurement from the rotating part of the storm. So keep that in mind as we go through the evening hours here. We'll continue to keep you posted. Tornado warning has been posted for that. Looks to be right on Highway 95 and heading right towards Interstate 35 near North Branch there. So, Yep, you called it, Scott. That's one of these linear storms that produces a tornado is called a QLCS tornado in meteorological terms. So that's definitely what I would call this particular thing. But it's Those tornadoes are not typically the type that are long-lived and on the ground for hundreds of miles, but they can pop up here and there, and they can be strong. So heed the warnings in this area. Again, the Cambridge area all the way out towards Harris, Sunrise, and North Branch, a tornado warning's been issued for your area in the northern metro. We do have an active thunderstorm warning that continues. This one here, wow, let's go to a closer radar like the Duluth radar. We've got flash flood warnings in this area. We've got a thunderstorm warning with tornado possible. If you look at Willow River here, we're seeing a shear evident in the storm right there. Thunderstorm warning has been issued for Marshall County, Minnesota. We'll get into that. That's the storm in North Dakota, exiting North Dakota into Minnesota as well. Oh my goodness, it's just a very active night of weather. A lot of this activity is pretty muddled though. We're seeing a little bit of red and green next to each other here and there. And that means that there is some areas within this whole line of thunderstorm activity right now that we're seeing in and around the Mille Lacs area here that could be producing hit and miss areas of brief tornadoes. So these storms moving off to the east, severe thunderstorm warnings continue. This one here looks like the strongest north of McGrath. The hail potential from that cell could be significant. Let's get back up into North Dakota. Here's your thunderstorm warning. This is for you in Marshall County, Minnesota. This is for you in Kitson County, Minnesota, as well as portions of Walsh and Pembina counties up in the North Dakota area. This is for the tornado warned storm. Let me turn the radar on here so you can see. There's still tornado possible tag. Ping pong ball size hail now from this puppy as it's crossing the Red River right now. So if you're in Hallock and Kennedy, this storm is making its way in your general direction right now. Let's see what the motion is with this. Earlier they were saying 60. This storm is now moving off to the east-southeast at 30. That's probably more believable in my opinion. Okay, so moving to the east-southeast at 30 miles per hour. This storm has the capability of some sizable hail. Look at the pinks and the blues in there. So this is some pretty high reflectivities. This is not, on the other hand, a high base thunderstorm. So it's making these hailstones that are potentially large. And it isn't even reaching 40,000 feet at last check. So let's check that cloud top height. Thunderstorms capable of real huge hail sometimes punch through and get a little bit higher. These cloud tops here crossing the river are estimated to be at about 35,000 feet. So again, lower top, rotating thunderstorm is what we have here. Okay, so that low top supercell thunderstorm is pushing its way right into the Hallock area right now. Let's get a time for you when it may be making its way towards you. Joliet, it's moving out of that area and heading in the general direction of Kennedy. Here is the hail core. You're going to get the rain first, but the hail core moving to the southeast. I'm going to go 38 miles per hour, and the reason is there could be a delay or buffering in your viewing of Hutch's weather. In Bosemont, it'll be there in 5 minutes. That's the hail core. It won't take long. And Matson, 10 minutes, and Donaldson, 28 minutes. Rural parts of Kitson County will be experiencing this. Probably can see it. Probably could see this from the Drayton area. Now, what about the tornado warning? Let's get the latest on the relative velocity here. We still see a couplet, is what we call it. This is a rotating part of the storm. We do have a camera in North Dakota that might be able to look there, but I'm going to look at your information here. So let me take a look at what you're reporting to me. Pretty neat cloud west of Grafton. Thank you very much. That's awesome. Yep, I got that. Kirsten, thank you so very much. I appreciate that. We do have, Ville for hail can be a pretty nice little indicator as well for hail and where it is. Let's take a look at my inbox over here. Good. I've cleared that. The National Weather Service. We've got rotation moving into the Twin Cities. Let's go to the National Weather Service in Grand Forks and see Pembina hail, ping pong, 70 mile per hour winds and a tornado tag possible. The tornado part of the storm is right here near the I-29 corridor right there. That's where the rotation is. Near Bosemont. Okay, so there is the rotating part of the storm, and it's heading right over I-29 right now. Then as we look off to the east near the Joliet area, moving in towards the Red River Valley there, just north of Drayton, that's where we have a chance for some sizable hail with this cell. So here's a pink core right there. That's the latest between Fleece and Bosemont, moving towards the Matson area. This is where we could be seeing some ping pong balls, okay? This is some pretty large hail. Let me turn on the Doppler radar estimates of hail here. Okay. All right. There we go. Just coming in. So the Doppler radar here is picking up some 1-inch diameter hail, maybe a little larger, moving southeast at 52. Now, the Doppler radar is picking up an estimate because the cell it's tracking is still developing. So this hail core just developed in this storm in the last few scans as we take a look at it. It was stout when it moved over the Canadian border, but it's really picked up its hail propensity crossing the Red River right now. Maybe one of the reasons it's doing that is because of the dew points. Look at these dew points. It's coming into air with a little bit more. This is a 63-degree dew point in Grafton. Off to the west here, we've got dew points that are falling into the 40s. Okay, so there's very dry air over the Devil's Lake Basin right now. So as it's running into some more moisture-rich air over here, then that is likely fueling it. We do have dew points in Thief River near 58 and 60 degrees. That's a high enough dew point to support some stout thunderstorm activity. So see this forming more thunderstorm activity to the north? I think it's this southern cell that's going to continue. Do you see this line moving out here? That is an outflow boundary. You're likely seeing a cloud working its way into Park River and Lankin. If you're in those areas, that severe thunderstorm is pushing a gust or burp of cold, rain-cooled air your way. Okay, this could cause more storms to form along this line, and we may see something move its way through. It's not unprecedented. But again, these cloud tops are not nearly as high as what we're seeing out across Minnesota. Here is a look at the tornado-warned storm once again as we go back into the northern metro area for the Twin Cities. And again, we're seeing some rotation in the storm. The warning says that 8:15, that's 7 minutes ago, it's still capable of producing a tornado, 45 miles per hour to the east. Let's get a look at the latest location of the velocity. Okay, so there's definitely some spin. It's on the southern edge of the warned area. So again, sometimes the rotating part of the storm, okay, can take a little meander down to the south, and that's what it looks like this one has done. There's been an extension to the thunderstorm warning all the way down here. See this area here? This is a linear outflow of the storm. That's some very gusty straight line winds heading into the Twin Cities. The Twin Cities radar is down here in Chanhassen. It's not going to have a very good direct measurement of how fast those winds are. We'll have to rely on in situ measurements from stations that are positioned there to give us a better look at the wind speeds that could be coming out of this storm here. But again, some potential based on how high the cloud tops are and the collapsing of the hail core. Some 60+ mile per hour winds are going to be possible from this line of storms. These are going to skirt through the northern part of the metro area. If you're in the southern metro area, the risk for storms is a little bit lower there. We do have the active tornado warning. Oh, we don't have an active tornado warning. It's now a severe thunderstorm warning. The tornado warning in North Dakota has been allowed to expire. However, this storm, if we move this down just a little bit, you're going to see the National Weather Service is leaving the tornado possible tag. This storm is still rotating. We just showed you that. Okay. We'll continue to cover this storm over here, and the storm's moving through the cities. The Mille Lacs Lake area storm here moving in towards the McGrath area again, not far from Malmo where we did see some storms. This is clearing out to the east rather pretty quickly now. The risk of the severe weather continues. These still have the capability of some hail. They still have these little hook shapes to them. They're still rotating. They still have had evidence of rotation with them. Tornado possible tag does continue. The risk for you folks in Glen is done the way it looks now. There is a flash flood warning, Crosby, Aiken, McGregor, all the way out to very near Cloquet and south of Duluth Superior for upwards of 4 to 5 inches of estimated rainfall from this line of severe thunderstorms. Twin Cities, most of it's heading to the north. Let me take you through a walk. Not in the park, folks. This is a walk in the forecast land. Let's take a look at our area. Let's take a look at the, I'm going to use this map right here. Let me clean this up just a bit. I'm going to turn the warnings off momentarily. We are also going to turn off all of the severe weather reports momentarily. And then we are also going to turn off temperature reports momentarily. Okay. Now Hutch sees a much clearer radar view. We're going to turn off the Radar display. Okay. Now Hutch is happy. Now what I'm going to do is load this up with the most recent hour-by-hour forecast. I want to take a look at a hour-by-hour forecast from a model that's convection allowing and updates every hour to see if it's handling this stuff out of Canada now. This is just updated. Let me see how far out it's gotten on the model run. It's got a fair wink through the night. We like to see that. Let's take a look at it together. So this is Hutch forecasting in real time. This is something I do. Let's go to model guidance. Here's your model guidance. This is what you need to know. We're going to pause this, and I'm going to go back to the beginning. So you're looking at 8 p.m. The time now 8:28. Has the Winkler storms diving down. It has the St. Cloud storms in space, and it does have storms heading towards Cloquet. It does not have the Mille Lacs storms too properly located, but for this, we'll call it a go. We're going to sneak it through. Roseau County storms. So the stuff moving out of into Marshall County, this is going to be moving in towards Roseau County. This model does not have any development. As we look off towards Grand Forks, remember that line I showed you out in the Lankin area? It's not picking up that that's going to amount to much, but it does carry some storms through the Red Lakes area, Lake of the Woods, Baudette, and on towards International Falls. The Minneapolis stuff is done and out of here. Let me give you a timeline on that. Boom, it's Shazam's out of here by midnight. 10 o'clock is when the watch expires, and then it's out of here. Sleep tight. Up to the north, will these storms be severe? They've been rotating all night, but they're shallow thunderstorms. So we could have some shallow top thunderstorms here. How long they last through the night depends on how humid the inflow is into them, because it doesn't have sun anymore, right? So this model now says those are going to be heaters through the Northland and the Arrowhead of Minnesota into the overnight hours. Okay. Those storms could be strong. I think hail and gusty wind will be the main threat as they go through. Then we could have some trailing morning showers and storms along the South Dakota border. And then we start the whole process over again tomorrow, but the risk of severe weather, not as high for sure. And it does look like those storms will dive to the south as colder, drier air pushes its way in. We almost hit 100 today in the FM area. Let me take a look at our high temperature report as I renew and refresh some information. We hit 97 degrees at Hector International Airport today. 97 was not heaven. It was hot. These northwest winds are going to cool us down about 20 degrees tomorrow. We won't be nearly as hot. So you've just seen your hour-by-hour forecast, and I am going to walk you through a couple of things right now. We're going to take a look at some fun stuff. Number one, we have a clearing sky tomorrow, a northwest wind in the day tomorrow, but it'll be decreasing as we go through the day. So let me walk through my forecast graphics for you. And what we're going to do is we're going to start with a look at the morning forecast. The morning forecast shows that on Thursday morning, this is what you can expect. Temperatures in the 40s and 50s in the western part of the Dakotas. Wind will be 10 to 25 miles per hour from the west-northwest, right? That's what we're seeing now. Temperatures in Fargo fall from the 90s to the 60s. That's a 30-degree drop. That's a huge drop. That's a huge diurnal range for our area this time of the year. But we'll take it. It'll feel refreshing. Temperatures closer to 60 as we go farther east and south, and then we'll have some gusty morning conditions in our eastern counties. You'll be closer to the 25. Out west, you'll be closer to the 10-mile-per-hour winds. What does it mean for Fargo? I'll tell you what it means for Fargo. Check it out. 61 degrees. Not bad. 55 is your average low, decreasing wind and decreasing clouds. So I have our winds starting out in the wee hours of the morning, possibly still near 20 miles per hour or more. Decreasing late morning into the teens of miles per hour. Now, as we go through your afternoon tomorrow, check out these temperatures here. We have swept away the 80s and 90s. Look at this, 70s out in Beach, North Dakota. Get your beach towel, lay on out it. Make sure that you have sunscreen on. Same thing for Stark County and Dickinson, Bismarck, 79 degrees, 70 up in Minot. We'll have upper 60s for our neighbors in the Northland, 71 for you in Hallock. If you're in Rock Lake, expect upper 60s for your area. When in the Morden area, we could see temperatures closer to the low 60s. Fargo, I'm topping us off at around the 80-degree mark. Same thing for Fergus Falls, and out towards Wadena, 78. Bemidji, 71 for your day tomorrow. Now, again, this covers my forecast for tonight. I will not be back at 9 o'clock. This will be it for the forecast. And so maybe share with your friends what's going on. I'll put out a shorter video on this and up it on the forecast page here after a bit. Now, let's take a look at your forecast for the day tomorrow in Fargo. We're talking 79 to 80 degrees. Will be decreasing winds throughout the day from 19 in the early afternoon to around 10. The afternoon, when you get home from work, will be perfect. Get the grill out, get some yard work done. We got no rain here, and it will be significantly less humid as well as we dry things off. 7-day planner looks like this. Looks awesome as we go right into the early weekend. I cannot rule out spotty storms Saturday, but I think the next best chance of showers and thunderstorms returns Sunday through Tuesday. So they could be strong to severe too. Look at the heat building. Little cool down on Monday because of periods of storms in the early morning lingering and then more storms in the afternoon hours. So hot with strong to severe storms working their way through with afternoon temperatures kind of falling down on Monday, down to around 70 degrees, back up to 90 on Tuesday with some more strong storms. So it's that time of year here in North Dakota. Let me I'm loading the radar back up now so I can take a look at the right now happenings and the right now warnings, turning those back on for you. So pardon me while I get this live coverage wrapped up here. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning that does continue for portions of, well, let me make sure that's correct. There they are. Yeah, that storm is sliding south near Drayton now as we take a look at the radar right here. You're looking at south of Hallock. You're missing the storm in Hallock. It's moving in toward the Drayton area. That storm still has a little bit of rotation evident on the southern side at last look. I will take a look and show you a look at the latest spin in the storm. And yeah, right here on that tail end Charlie, not far from Drayton, we're seeing that spin still evident in the storm. The National Weather Service still says a tornado is possible with the storm, but considerable hail and gusty winds to 70 miles per hour will be possible with this storm as it works its way through. And this is from a lower topped thunderstorm cell working its way through the region. All right. As we take a look elsewhere, the risk for severe thunderstorms in Grand Forks is very low. In Fargo is very low. As we look out towards Wadena and Bemidji, it's not zero, but it's very low as far as the severe risk goes. Overnight, we'll keep our eyes on these low top storms here, but the model I just showed you had these skirting along the border up north. This one's diving more in a southeasterly direction. So with the current rate of movement and direction of movement, it does appear that it may have some impact in and around Thief River, maybe northern parts of Clearwater County a little bit later tonight. That is your forecast for now. I'm meteorologist Hutch Johnson. Prepare for the potential for large hail. Again, this storm could be possibly producing Kennedy. In Kennedy, you're going to be in the track of some large hail, upwards of ping pong ball size, and gusty winds upwards of 60 miles per hour. Cannot rule out a tornado on the south side of that storm, not far from Drayton, the way things were looking. Passing off to the west of Donaldson, I'll keep you posted. Thank you for all of your reports. Thank you for your support. What about the weather forecast for Montevideo, Benson overnight? Benson. Okay, Morris and Benson. There is some storms that I showed you that could take place in the morning hours there, Rita. So the Benson area could have some morning showers and storms that kind of form along the South Dakota border. There's only one model that I saw making that happen, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. This front is going to stall out right here, and in the morning we could get some convection in and around Aberdeen, Sisseton, Morris, Benson. So we'll keep you posted on that. All right, severe thunderstorm warning does continue for the Sandstone area. There is a tornado possible tag and 2-inch diameter hail potential from this cell as it works its way, staying out of the metro area, down to the south here, getting into the Minneapolis area and the Minneapolis radar. We do have some storms skirting the northern metro area. Those are staying north right now. This storm cell here kind of has this bad kidney bean shape to it as it's working its way through. Those storms will continue to process through the region. The risk of severe weather is not zero, but it has waned a little bit. Why? The cloud top heights are waning a little bit too, and I will show you that right now. And that's going to allow Hutch to get a drink of water and maybe even a little bite to eat here as I reload the forecast slingshot. Thank you, Rita. I appreciate that. There won't be no storms in South Fargo. Carrie Ann, you are absolutely right. I think South Fargo is going to be quiet as we go through the night. That was looking to be the case yesterday, but because of the heat and humidity in the area, we sure had all of the ingredients necessary for severe weather. What you're looking at now in the color display here is the cloud top height. Where you see the orange colors are cloud tops upwards of 40,000 feet. Earlier, they were 55,000 feet or more. Okay, so the storm top heights with our thunderstorms here are collapsing to 45,000 feet. Earlier, they were as high as 50,000 where you see the reds. So those will continue to wane and decrease as we go through the evening hours. The watch is in effect in yellow and in red, the tornado watch and the thunderstorm watch in yellow until 10 o'clock. So for the next hour and 21 minutes and 20 seconds, give or take, severe thunderstorm warning does continue along the northern tier of counties. I will keep you updated if anything happens. I sure appreciate your support. Thank you for watching on all my channels. I appreciate the follows here on Facebook. That really helps Hutch out. Tell a friend, pass the word that Hutch is doing these updates. That helps as well. Until next time, have a wonderful evening. Stay safe. If you're in Kitson County, Pembina County, northwesternmost parts of Marshall County, Minnesota, and northeasternmost portions of Walsh County, North Dakota, severe thunderstorm warning does continue for your area for the next 22 minutes. I'll keep you posted right here. Large hail is going to be the main threat, 70-mile-per-hour winds and ping pong ball-sized hail, with the latest reflectivity showing it was showing a little bit of a decrease in the hail potential with this storm. Let's switch to the proper radar. Here we go. Still pretty stout, though. Still pretty stout. Moving into Kennedy. Rotating part of the storm right here where the little bite's taken out of it. See that little green spot there? That could be the spin in the storm throwing raindrops and hailstones out. Kennedy, big hail. Donaldson, big hail's heading in your general direction. The warning continues for about 21 minutes. I'll be back a little bit later, but until next time, stay tuned and thank you and stay safe.